Oh, we potted up. Good morning, JD House.
Hi, everyone. Got the belt? Wheezy got the belt? Hey, Wheezy gets the belt. Nice job.
Good work, Wheezy.
Russ Dog, what's up, homie? What up, Warren? Zabo, Steven Castaneda's in here. Michigan's in here. Johnny G is in here, obviously.
Yes, of course.
The homie pulling up. Dr. David, what's up? Tavarius, hey, same. We'll talk about it. At least moved by the 6th. Tyler Jennings, hello. Jose, what up? These words mean nothing to me. Sorry. What's up, Chris? Cow? Mrs. Mac, hello. Good morning. Ooh, good question. I don't know. We'll figure out somebody to fire. What's up, Chris? John Poles? DBD?
I'm going to go see if it...
Noah? Hello. P-Dub, hello. Rob Nacho, what's good? 6 days. Jay, what's up, dog? Good morning. And not that I'm aware of. I've changed my mind, though. What's up, Soren? What's up, Denton? Hey, salute. Appreciate you. Hey, Jim. What's up, Loki? What's up, Loki? What's up, TCG? Hey, Kyron. What's up, bro? God damn, you son of a... Hey, for real. What's up, bro?
We did it.
Oh, here we go. It sure is, and the vibes are up on a Friday. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're hanging out with you till noon on ESPN 1320 AM. If you're listening on the radio, hello, good morning. If you're in the chatty house or watching at youtube.com/ESPN 1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, hello and good morning to you as well. We appreciate you. If you're listening on the free Odyssey app, hello, good morning. If you're listening on the podcast feed, if you subscribe to the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show and you were listening to this later on, good afternoon, good evening, happy Saturday, whenever you're listening to this, to you.
So excited that there's a podcast named after me specifically.
That's really cool.
James Ham.
Yeah, that's big time. That's big time. We're still giving away Kings tickets at ESPN1320.com. Giving away a 4-pack. You can enter to win those at ESPN1320.com. That is to their home showdown with the Orlando Magic on February 5th.
Mm-hmm.
That's next Wednesday. Wednesday? Yeah, because the trade deadline's Thursday, which is the 6th.
Okay.
So next Wednesday, Kings Magic should be a good one at Golden One Center. You can win a 4-pack of tickets now at ESPN1320.com. The Oak Grove Kia Talk Line, doing all my housekeeping up front.
Yeah.
Oak Grove Kia Talk Line is 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. We'd love to hear from you. I had some great calls yesterday. We'd love to hear from you again today as the Kings continue navigating the De'Aaron Fox situation. I want to put a pin in the Fox stuff for now, though.
Okay. Wait, can I take care of some business before we...
Yeah, why not?
Hey,
we're doing housekeeping.
I'm super excited. Next week, we are going to be giving away Monday through Friday, one a day, a dozen long stem roses with delivery in the greater Sacramento area from Strelitzia Flowers in Davis. We're super excited to partner with the with a florist because, of course, Valentine's Day is just around the corner. And so we're going to have a contest all next week where you get a password and you go and you put in the password and you enter to win a dozen long stem roses delivered. It's like $150 value. Like,
That's
absolutely
great.
Spectacular. So just so people know, We're going to do that next week, too. So shout out to our
Getting-
friends over at Strelitzia.
When I heard we were getting roses, I was like, "Oh, awesome! That's a great giveaway."
Oh,
right
yeah.
right before Valentine's Day. That's
Yeah,
great.
I mean,
And then you said with delivery. I'm like,
all right, it's over.
run it up. Let's go.
Yeah, let's do this. So
Yeah, can't wait.
Yeah.
Can't wait for that giveaway. We'll be doing that next week. So, it's going to be a day of grievance here.
I'm here for it.
Here's what I'm going to do, and I want to get this out of the way up top. Domantas Sabonis should have been an all-star. Flat out, straight up, that's it. What I'm going to try and do today is I'm going to try and provide potential reasons that he didn't make it.
Okay.
That's going to be because I'm still StatMuse on Twitter does a great job. The top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think it's the top 12 in points, rebounds, and assists this year.
Mm-hmm.
11 of them are all-stars. 6 of them are all-star starters. And then one of them is Domantas Sabonis, who's number 5 on the list.
Yeah. Look, I want to tell you that, because the first thing people say is, well, who are you going to take off?
Yeah, let's we can play that game. Go ahead.
Well, but even if we start that game, my point would be, it doesn't matter. It's supposed to be the best players in the league. Domantas Sabonis is one of the best players in the league. It shouldn't be like, well, who should have been left off? I don't care who gets left off. It should be very specifically that after the top 5 guys are voted in, that part of that is fan voting, part of that is other voting, whatever.
Media and player.
The next 7 guys that are added as reserve should be the best players in the league. And we have all kinds of criteria that we can go through and all that stuff. But none of that matters when, again, 2 players from a mediocre Lakers team make it. Or I get you got to have some representation from teams at the top of the league. Do you, though? Because either you're an all-star or you're not. This is not Major League Baseball.
Stop. Time out.
Okay.
This is the opposite of the argument you made last year, though. Your argument last year was that Domantas Sabonis should have been in because they were in the playoffs.
At the time?
Yes.
Well, he should have been in because they're in the playoffs and because he was leading the league in rebounding and averaging 19 and 12 and 7. I don't know, man. All I got to say is, look, he's one of the top, 12, 15 players in the league. He makes All-NBA every year.
Yes.
24 people make the All-Star team.
Yes.
There are not 23 players in the NBA that are better than Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah, I like I said, I agree with all of that. I will push back against the idea that you say you got to take someone off, but that is part of the discussion. That is because there's a finite amount of all-star spots.
Yep.
The starters, I'm gonna push the starters aside because that gets in literally via it's a 50% fan vote.
Yeah.
25% player, 25% media. Nothing you can do about that.
No, there's nothing you can do about it.
Although LaMelo Ball got the most fan votes of any player.
Oh, yeah.
Because apparently I had no idea. This is how out of touch. When I was younger, I told myself, I'm never going to be the out of touch old guy. I'm 34. I'm not ancient, but I'm out of touch. I had no idea LaMelo Ball was so popular with the youths. Had zero clue. But apparently he's the dude.
That's weird.
With the youths. Had no idea. So anyways, so he got the most votes out of any player, and then I think was 3rd in the player ranking, in the player voting, and then didn't make the All-Star team. So it's a weird process to begin with, but there's a finite amount of spots. So when you say this player got snubbed, and this is where I have when people go the 10 biggest All-Star stuff, it's well, it's not 10. It's probably 2 or 3.
It's probably 1 this year, to be honest with you.
I think people put Trae Young up there. I think people put LaMelo in there for all the voting reasons, certainly. Yep. And LaMelo, I think, is his numbers this year are outstanding.
Yeah, but he plays on a 12-win team. I mean,
yeah,
it's not
sure.
It's not like they're even competing. They're just
but he's really good.
Well, yeah, but somebody's got to score on a 12-win team.
So you got to take somebody off. Anthony Edwards is making it.
Of course he is.
Here's the people that I'm comfortable taking off. Let's start with Alperen Şengün, because that's the one that jumps out because that they play the same position. Şengün is Sabonis light from a play style perspective or production perspective, I should say. Sabonis doesn't move like he has rubber bones, which is a whole other thing. That's the easy one.
Okay.
And in a vacuum, I like Alperen Şengün a lot, by the way. Just as a player. Like I said, I hate watching him because of his rubber bones, but that's an easy one. Swap Sabonis out for Şengün, you're all set.
Yeah, the problem is that the Houston Rockets are at the top of the Western Conference. They're number two team, and the number 3 team is what Memphis is right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that's going to be the problem we're going to run into.
Right. Okay. And this is where I have an issue. Not an issue. This is where I get tripped up because there's no. You can sit here and go, well, I mean, Domas is on the 10th seed, tied for the 10th seed.
Yeah.
Like if Golden State wins tonight, they're the 11 seed. Like, you kind of, but that wasn't the case last year when the Kings were in a playoff spot.
Yeah.
It was right. So,
I mean, last year, Paul George was the obvious, clear omission that you could have done for the All-Star game. And
again, this goes beyond, I'm getting outside Sabonis. He's just the avatar for the snub here. There are players like LeBron James, like Steph Curry, that as long as they are Kevin Durant, as long as they are in the league and at least a little bit productive, they're going to get the benefit of the doubt and they're going to be all-stars. That's how this goes. That's how it's always gone. Paul George last year does not land as that player to me. Paul George is not that tier of player.
No.
And that's where, so I heard about Victor Wembanyama last night.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Victor Wembanyama is the number 1 offensive option on his team, and he's going to be the defensive player of the year. Well, I have a hard time picking him out of this group of reserves and going like, that's the one. He does not enter this conversation.
The only problem that you have for Victor Wembanyama is he's not in the playoffs at all.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, and I get it, but
so is that a criteria or not?
Well, that's the problem.
Is team success a criteria or not?
Yeah.
It's like it is. Sometimes it isn't.
It is when people want to make it like part of the criteria and part of the reason why somebody got in. Right. But like, I got to be honest, like I really like the Houston Rockets team. I've told you this the whole season. Yeah. You guys were shocked at the beginning of the year when I said they are the most talented, like talent wise. I think they are the highest talent team in the league.
The highest ceiling team. Yeah.
Yeah. Like just player by player. Right. The problem is that none of their players are there yet. They just aren't. They're not all-stars yet. And just because they're winning, I get it. Jaren Jackson Jr. is not an all-star, man.
I would tend to agree.
He's not an all-star.
I have I liked Jaren Jackson so much coming out of the draft.
Yeah.
And just the player he's become, I'm so biased against him that's why I did not include him earlier.
Yeah.
And that's why I started with Alperen Şengün, because I don't think I have a clear-eyed view of what Jaren Jackson is as a player just because I don't like him.
Okay, so he's averaging 1.6 points or 1.8 points more per game than Sabonis. Mm-hmm. Sabonis is averaging 8 rebounds more per game.
Can I also, the numbers obviously, they don't matter.
That's the weird part. They don't matter when they don't matter, when they don't want them to matter, but they matter when they do want them to matter.
Yeah, I think. Sorry, I'm all over the place on this. Our guy, we've got Dan Devine from Yahoo Sports coming up at 11 o'clock.
Okay.
And he made the case last night. Somebody said, okay, you know the rules. If you're going to call someone a snub, who are you taking off? And he went, Domantas Sabonis is in, James Harden, enjoy your week off.
There you go.
And that is the one because I thought it would be, I initially, when I saw that, I went, okay, well then I'm putting Jalen Green in as the Rockets representative over James Harden, and then I'm having Sabonis take Şengün's spot. But then you go, look, and Şengün has just been a more productive player than Jalen Green this year. Mm-hmm. So if the Rockets have to have an all-star, it has to be Şengün. But then you're talking coaches are making these picks. if you take out James Harden and you put Sabonis in, you have one backcourt guy among the reserves, and that's Anthony Edwards.
That doesn't matter. It can't matter though.
I know. I would tend to agree with you.
It's supposed to be wide open. And like, look, James Harden hadn't made an all-star game since he was 32. He's now 35. So he's gone the last couple of years without making an all-star team. And it's because he wasn't good enough. This year, 21.7 points, 8.4 assists, 5.8 rebounds.
Yeah, he's had a fine year.
He's had a perfectly fine year. Until you move over and see that he's shooting 39.9% from the field and 35.2% from three.
And
that's trash, Kyle.
And it's just like, this is where we get into the popularity contest of it. Because it's like, oh, the Clippers are a nice little story. And they are. Like, don't get it twisted. The Clippers, I think, are the 6th seed right now. I thought they would be out of the play-in.
Yeah.
And they might end up there. I don't know. I don't think they will. But I thought they were going to be bad. And they've been a really nice story. They are way better than I thought they would be. And James Harden has kind of been orchestrating all of that. But does that make him an all-star?
They're 3 games above the Kings in the standings. That's not enough to make it an all-star. I don't get it, because where they are in the standings today and where they're going to be at the end of the season.
That's it. That's why that is why, for me, team success can't really matter here.
Yep.
It just can't. There has to be some, and there's discernment, right? I mean, you said it yourself with LaMelo. Like, on a bad team, somebody has to score.
Mm-hmm.
So are his numbers inflated? Like, yeah, sure, but also he's cooking on a bad team. So maybe that's a reason to put him in. Maybe that's a reason he is one of the best players in the East this year. So there has to be some level of, okay, stats matter. There has to be a little bit, some discernment of team success matters, but to what end?
Yeah,
and to what extent?
The Kings were the 7th seed when they voted on this, maybe the 8th seed.
Right.
So it's not like they were the 10th seed then. They're the 10th
Mhm.
seed today. They could move up, they could move down. I mean, they're a half game out of the 9th seed. They're a game and a half out of the 8th seed. Like, they could easily move up between now and All-Star Day. But they also, if you back up when you actually voted for this, coaches voted when the Kings were like 8. And so again, an 8 seed, like, if you're gonna have the Lakers in as like the 6th seed, 7th seed, and give them 2 All-Stars, then it doesn't make sense. And I don't have any problems with, OKC is so much better than everybody else.
Sure.
And Jalen Williams has been absolutely incredible.
Been a
and
good
he's
player.
like really, really, really good defensively.
Mhm.
And so I get having 2 representation pieces from the 2 best teams in the league that are so much better than well, I mean, I can't say the 2 best because Cleveland's in there as well. But actually, Cleveland has 2 as well. So the top 3 teams in the NBA, which are very deserving.
Cleveland has 3, right?
Do they have 3?
Donovan Mitchell starting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Garland, Mitchell, and Mobley.
Oh.
Salute to the Cavs.
Wow.
Well deserved.
And then you got the 2 from the Celtics. You got Tatum and Brown. And I'm okay with Williams and Shea. I mean, they've just been a crazy dynamic duo. Yeah. But then it's like, hey, there has to be a point where you have to be better than the other guys around you. Like, and like, I don't want to make it. The Rockets and Kings have played twice this year, and the Kings are 2-0, right?
Yeah, man. This is where I have a problem. Is if you're, I don't know how much discernment goes into this. Do coaches? Let's assume it's the coaches. Are the coaches writing these things down? And then they go and they write down Sabonis, and they look and they go, well, there's no Rockets on here. All right, well, we need a Rocket. So let's see. Şengün would be their all-star. Okay, we're looking. Who can we take off? Okay, well, Wembanyama, we can't take him off. That's the face of the league. Okay, he's got to be there. Jaren Jackson Jr., okay, gosh, the Grizzlies need a representative. And he's kind of been their best guy with Ja because you can't put Ja in. Okay, that's fine. Anthony Davis gets penciled in automatically. We did the James Harden thing earlier where they go, okay, well, they're a nice story, and James is back, so okay, cool. James Harden gets in. I don't know if there's actually that much discernment.
I guess.
Or what I don't buy is the Mike Brown angle of this. I initially yesterday when someone brought that up, you or
I
Damien,
brought it up.
yeah.
I think that there's a possibility.
I initially thought like, oh yeah, that's a good point. But we saw this last year. We saw this same issue last year.
Oh, where Sabonis didn't make the team.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that was pre Mike Brown tumult.
No, very, very true.
So that's where I can't get there. I think there are other lamer reasons that Domas isn't in. Part of me wonders this because I started going through and I because again, someone goes, make sense of this. And it's like, I can't. I personally, Kyle Madsen cannot.
No.
If Adam Silver called and said, yo, Kyle, saw you and James on the Insiders, really love the show. I want you to pick the All-Star reserves this year. Domas would be going to San Francisco.
Yep.
I wonder if coaches look at this because I started going through and I'm like, okay, how does this make sense? If coaches look at Victor Wembanyama, who is behind the Kings in the standings, his statistics from a points, rebounds, assists, efficiency perspective are not as good as Domas.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder if coaches look at that and they go, okay, well, Victor Wembanyama is their clear-cut number one offensive option. And he's going to be the defensive player there. He's averaging freaking 4 blocks a night and altering countless others.
Of course.
So Victor Wembanyama's in.
Well, he's the face of the league.
Right.
Like, it's not Scotty Barnes. I'm sorry. Scotty Barnes?
Scotty Barnes?
Mm-hmm.
It's not Scotty Barnes. It is Victor Wembanyama is the future face of the league.
It's a complete crap.
He's already the face of the league. So I get Wembanyama being in, but you can't say this guy gets in because of this and this guy doesn't get in because of this. And it's just
right. So that's where I go to Şengün. It has to just be. It has to just be. So Jalen Williams, you mentioned, having a really great year. He's listed as a front court guy. I always assume he's the shooting guard.
Oh,
I see him handle the ball a lot.
Yeah, he's more of a he can play a little point three. He's got a little Scottie Pippen.
Sure. So either way, Jalen Williams is in. He's been really good for OKC. He's the number one team, and man, he's a nightmare for opposing coaches. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Alperen Şengün, that's the Rockets all-star. Rockets are the 2 seed. They got to have a representative there in San Francisco. Don't know why, but cool. Alperen Şengün's the all-star. Jaren Jackson, same deal.
Yep.
Anthony Davis, this is where I wonder if coaches look at this, assuming coaches fill out the ballots. I don't know that they do, because it may just be a Sacramento thing. It may just be people forget the Kings exist. But I believe, or I wonder, I don't believe this because I don't know, because I'm not an NBA coach. I kind of wonder if coaches look at this and they go, well, when we play the Kings, we're not worried about interior defense. That's not a thing that we are concerned with when we game plan against the Kings. And when we game plan against the Kings offensively, it's De'Aaron Fox, it's Malik Monk, it's DeMar DeRozan. You're not game planning to stop Domantas Sabonis. He's going to get his 20 and 18 and 8. And meanwhile, you're just going to go around and you're going to figure out how to keep De'Aaron Fox from scoring 40, or how to keep DeMar DeRozan from scoring 30, or how to keep Malik Monk from scoring 30.
Yeah, but you still do have to game plan. I mean, that's what we watched when they played Philadelphia. Their game plan was every time Domantas Sabonis touched the ball to send 3 guys at him to, smack at his hands and try to get the ball out of his hands. I mean, that was the game plan. And that's why the Kings had a bunch of open looks. They just didn't hit enough of them to win the game.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I don't truly believe that. I also know that every advanced statistic says that Domantas Sabonis is one of the top 5 players in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Every one of them, you look at win shares, look at all of the advanced statistics. And so you can't say, okay, well, Jokic is advanced statistics wise, way better than everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Jokic this year is off the charts. What he's doing this year is nuts. But last year, the year before, a lot of the reason why he's MVP, or he was a runner up to MVP, was because of the advanced statistics. Because
and he was the clear number one option on that.
He defies all of their rules, and that's why you get in. Well, Sabonis does too. The only other player to average 21, 14, and 6 in a season is Wilt Chamberlain.
Yeah. Just silly numbers.
Yeah. It's just,
and that's where I don't know, man. I'm out of. We've talked about this so much because it's been 2.5 years of this.
Yeah.
Of, hey, Domas is putting up Wilt numbers. Anyone care?
No.
Anyone?
You in the back. Do you care?
No. All right. Like so that's where we can read off the numbers but those are what they are. They're so easy to find.
He's
This is
first
not
in the
even-
league
it's
in
not even-
rebounding and second in the league in 3-point percentage.
He might be back at the top.
After last night? It's possible. Let me look.
But I just
He's still second.
oh well then never mind. He shouldn't have been an all-star.
And where's Luke Kennard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It just doesn't. I guess I'm going to go back. I'm going to fall back on the thing I always fall back on here because there's nothing we're going to do. You, me, everybody in the chatty house, everybody on Twitter, everybody at the other station in town, everybody on TV stations, everybody on podcasts, everybody shouting from the rooftops here in Sacramento that, hey, a really good player starting at the 5 here, an all-star player starting at the 5 here, an all-NBA player starting at the 5 here. Anyone? And it's not working. So I'm going to go back to this, and I know this is probably annoying as hell, but we need to get the Kings into the playoffs. I say we. The Kings need to get themselves into the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And they need to win series there. And Domas needs to be as good as he's been in the regular season in those series. And then they need to do it again.
Yep.
Like that. I know that you may hate that. You might want to put your fist through your phone or computer or radio. And I understand. But it's like, that's the only thing I can come up with at this point. Because what do you want the guy to do? Do we want him to go outside of his game? And okay, go average, because 20, let's call it 24, 14, and 7 moves the needle a lot differently than 20 or 21. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but it does. So we want him to do that? We want to just like, hey, gun for points. Just do that. Because that might help. But that's not him.
No, I get it. And I would also say, like, last year, the Kings were well above the Lakers in the standings last year at All-Star break. And the Lakers had 2 representatives, and the Kings had 0. The year before that, the Kings had 2 representatives when they were the number 2 seed, I think, at the All-Star. And that one of them was Fox as an injury replacement.
Right.
And the other one was Sabonis.
Yeah.
And so I get it. If you're number 2 in the West, you're going to get that. You're number 3 in the West, you're going to get representation. But I just don't get the rest of it. Like, you can't just go down the list and then skip like 3 teams and then get all the way down to Victor Wembanyama and say, oh, he's in. Or like even last year, the year before, Dallas, Luka was just the year before last. Luka was still an all-star, even though they were horrible.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't make the playoffs. They ended up being like the 13 seed or the 12 seed. They're bad. Still made the All-Star team.
Yeah. I don't, like I said, I wish I had a good answer. Mm-hmm. Like I'm trying to find the logic and find the like, okay, here's the lane that this makes sense. And every time I try and walk down one of those lanes, I run into a really good argument that dissuades me from continuing down that lane.
Yeah.
Because it's like, okay, well, it's record. And then it's like, okay, but Wembanyama or Steph or whoever else. Like, okay, fine. Well, it's this. Well, the numbers are all there. Like, well, it's playoffs. Well, Alperen Şengün's not had playoff success. Like, all right, well.
He doesn't shoot the 3.
I don't.
Okay. Led the league in rebounding 3 years in a row now. Yeah, to me, it's a bummer. Although I like whether Domas cares or not is a whole nother story. The one thing I'll just keep pointing to is these are like resume builders for your Hall of Fame career, and I just don't like that whether it's because of Şengün or whether it's because of the Mike Brown situation or whatever it is, that you're not putting a guy who is clearly one of the top players in the league. You're not putting him on the All-Star team for whatever reason. That just because it does impact his legacy. And to me, that's just like, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I care less about legacy stuff and more trying to figure out the logic behind
No,
what
I
the
get
hell
that.
they're doing with the All-Star game. I mean, frankly.
Yeah, I care more about his legacy because he's stuck here in Sacramento where he hasn't won a playoff series yet, and maybe he doesn't in his career. It's tough.
Boy. All right. Well, speaking of legacies, De'Aaron Fox trade stuff. We'll get back into that.
Okay.
I've changed my mind on what I think is going to happen with De'Aaron Fox,
All right.
who's also not an all-star. A little bit easier pill to swallow than the Domas thing, but we'll talk more about De'Aaron Fox. Some new reporting from Jake Fisher, some new reporting from Sam Amick. We'll dive into all that. And Dan Devine, who's a big proponent of Domantas Sabonis in the All-Star game. He's going to join us from Yahoo Sports at 11 o'clock. All right, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Sacramento Sports Center.
Hello, everyone. See, there is a possibility that Anthony Davis will not be in the All-Star, will not be healthy enough to play in the All-Star game, and that Sabonis could be named as an injury replacement.
I want to let you guys know that I see your messages, RE, what I just said, and the powers that be have indicated that we are no longer allowed to do things like that, so I will not be responding. Just FYI.
Oh, I don't know what that was.
You do.
Oh.
No. Not even a little bit.
Nope.
I did salute to the homie Monte. He's still going to be doing stuff at 95.7. He's not going to be hosting the morning roast anymore. I'm going to put this message back up if that's okay.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to take it off.
Okay. Yeah, no, man, he's still going to be around. Happy for him. I'm sure he'll have other stuff cooking soon. But
he does. They already announced.
Oh, did they?
He is joining NBC Sports Bay Area full time.
Oh, nice. Okay, sweet.
Yeah.
Which is good for him. Like that's awesome. Been kind of waiting on that, to be honest. He hit the ground running as a pre and post game guy for NBC Sports pretty quick and did a great job. So I wouldn't have gotten to take this step in my career that I did without Monte. Like literally, Monte was the one who vouched for me and opened the door for me to kind of move forward from where I was. So salute, man. Happy as hell for him.
Nice. Yeah, he will join NBC Sports as a multi-platform. Where does that go? Multi-platform host, expanding his coverage on Warriors to 49ers and Giants.
That tracks. That's good. That's what he should be doing.
Yeah.
You guys are still allowed to throw flags in the chat. You can do whatever you want. Yeah.
Oh.
Just know that I see and appreciate y'all.
Boom, boom, boom.
Um, I saw something in here. Ooh,
Andy Gates, that's a good question.
that is a good question. I'll save that.
Okay. This is not the case. New Aaron is
no,
awesome.
it's not. No, it's not.
No, it's not that. We're all right. This is who to blame right here. Right there.
Yeah. Monte called.
Oh,
Hey, King Voss, tell him the check's in the mail.
that's right. And what are you doing over there, dude? That's not okay.
Well, maybe if our show started earlier.
Oh,
Here we go.
there we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Salute to the chatty house. I love you guys so much. YouTube.com/ESPN1320, Twitch.tv/ESPN1320 if you want to jump in there. Love the chatty house. Speaking of that, I'm going to run this by our Kings insider, James Ham, kingsbeat.com. Andy Gates in the chatty house says, is this news about John Collins regurgitated old stuff? Or is there a new report?
It kind of feels like this is something that has been on the table forever. And if like there's a possibility that it happens, like the Jazz are motivated to make it happen. Because heaven forbid they don't want to win games. That would be absolutely painful for them. So I would not doubt that. Look, the Kings are caught in the middle of like a really weird situation here. Are you trading your star player, which could yield like 2 or 3 players that may or may not fill the need that you have at small forward and power forward and all that stuff? Or are you going to try to build a team really quickly and hopefully save your star player from leaving and add pieces that will make sense? And I don't think we know the answer to that right now. And I think it's a very difficult situation to be in if you're a franchise. And again, I said this a lot yesterday. Whatever situation they're in, they've created themselves. So you can't feel bad for them, but it's still like you're weighing, like you have 2 giant like whiteboards, and on those whiteboards you've written out like, hey, you know, we have option A, option B, option C, option D, but like they're such crazy different paths. And that's it. Like, what if you were to make the John Collins trade and you send out Kevin Huerter, you send out Trey Lyles, you send out a future protected first, right? What if you do that and then you get some crazy offer for De'Aaron Fox, but you don't have the necessary salary pieces to make a trade work to maximize the trade?
Yeah, and that's important. Maximizing the trade.
Yeah.
When I was playing around with the trade machine the other day,
of course,
I noticed this. De'Aaron makes it's 34.6, I think, going out.
Something like that.
And then
we'll 37 next year.
We'll call it 35 going out this year. Like 35 is a lot, but that could also be like 2 middle tier-ish salaries, where if now you throw in Kevin Huerter, well, now you can go get a bigger fish.
Yeah.
Or a higher tier salary. So I think that's an important note here.
No, totally.
Is it's about maximizing the trade, not necessarily, oh, you need this salary to get it done. It's like, no, you need this salary to get the best trade done.
Well, and I think people forget like the Domantas Sabonis trade, right? Everyone, it's Domas for Tyrese Halliburton, right? You do know the Kings also dumped Buddy Hield and his $20 million salary in that trade.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what we're talking about here. Like, there's potential for you to need that salary.
Mm-hmm.
And like, you go exchange again a 17 and an 8 for a 26.5.
Mm-hmm.
That bumps up your what you're paying. Like, you're getting closer to the luxury tax. You're still under.
Mm-hmm.
I think it adds like 1.5 million or 1.7
Sure.
million, right? Salary. But the problem is that, like, you could have to be, again, the Kings are hard capped.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, whatever they do, they have to have
apron.
At the first apron. They're hard capped at 178 million. But again, it might be more like 176 million because of these hidden little like things that are out there.
I see.
So whatever it might be, like, they're roughly $7 to $10 million under the hard cap, right? But what if there is a deal where some team comes to you and says, okay, we'll give you this $30 million player and this $15 million player, which are both really good players,
Mm-hmm.
Or this $27 million player and this $16 million player, and you don't have the matching salary to accept that deal, or that deal puts you into the luxury tax.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem. So the Kings have to weigh all these things. That's why it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense to give up a $4.7 million salary and a second round pick just to get rid of it
Mm-hmm.
at that point before the season starts.
Yeah.
Because the luxury tax isn't calculated until the end of the year.
So you could be in the tax
all year long.
Right.
But then when you can cut back at the trade deadline,
mm-hmm.
or heaven forbid, you get to pass the trade deadline and you don't use that player,
mm-hmm.
you can then waive and stretch provision that player and break his $4.8 million salary into 1.6 over 3 years and save $3.2 million and go under the tax.
Right.
And then just pay out a 1.6 million next year and 1.6 the next year.
Mm-hmm.
That's nothing in NBA standards. It's not even a minimum scale deal in most situations.
Right.
So like, that's where it's like, hey, what are you doing? Why are you doing these things that are detrimental long term? And again, like, that's why I would be leery on making a big John Collins. Now, if you think, hey, there's no way we're going to get a deal done in the next 5 days,
mm-hmm.
right? Whatever. Like, and I think that's probably the thought process at this point. Like, there's no way we're going to get a deal done in 6 days, 6.5 days, whatever. At that point, you probably need to add, because your team isn't good enough already.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to miss the playoffs if you don't pull your head out of and go make a deal.
Mm-hmm.
And if you somehow make a deal and strike gold, and all of a sudden, again, John Collins ends up being like the missing link on the Sacramento
mm-hmm.
Kings, then all of a sudden it's like, hey, maybe he wants to stay. Maybe we can work something out. Maybe you do make it to the second round of the playoffs or the third round of the playoffs, and maybe it becomes a situation. It helps diffuse the situation. Either way, like, man, there are so many variables here, and this entire situation is self-created. Like,
yep.
Stuff.
Here's the other thing with the John Collins trade, and this is a little bit separate from what we're talking about, but it's a branch on the same tree. Even if you do go make that deal and it's Lyles and Herter with a pick for Collins, is that that's what you said, right?
Yeah.
Lyles, Herter, and a protected first.
Yep.
You still run into having 7 dudes who you feel good about playing.
Yep.
Where if one of those dudes gets hurt, a la Malik Monk last year, you're in a really bad spot.
Yeah.
But I mean, they might be in that spot anyway. I'm not saying that should deter you from going and trying to make a deal to be as good as possible this year, because that's where I now stand with the De'Aaron Fox thing. After 4 days, three plus days to digest all the reporting and see what's going on and really think about it, it just doesn't make sense for the Kings to trade him by next Thursday. And I don't think that's going to happen. I think they add John Collins or Cam Johnson at the deadline, and they go try and be as competitive as possible this year, and then revisit contract talks in the offseason, either with or without this front office. But that would make way more sense to me. A, to give yourself the best shot this year to just do anything.
Yep.
because organizationally, whether De'Aaron Fox is here next year or not, if you have a trip to the playoffs and maybe a playoff series win under your belt going into next season, you feel just so much better about it, right?
Of course.
So that allows you to try and maximize your competitive window this year. And I understand maybe the De'Aaron Fox thing just derails the entire season. Maybe it's such a massive distraction, everybody knowing that he's playing his last 35 games in Sacramento, and it derails the whole season, maybe. But I think you hold on to him to maximize your chances to compete this year. And then maybe you do, and maybe something happens. Maybe you do make that trade, and it works great. Like you said, maybe John Collins is the missing link, and you go to the conference finals, and De'Aaron's like, okay, I see the vision now. Let's get this extension done. Maybe he has no intention of that.
Mm-hmm.
But you want to keep that window open as long as humanly possible, instead of just trying to take a deal you're cramming in the last 6 days before the deadline. So that's where I know this Kings front office is messed up now and in the past, but I don't think that there's a way that it really makes sense for them as an organization, as a team, to move him to today or tomorrow or by Thursday.
No, and like I said this yesterday, like any deal for De'Aaron Fox has to go through the desk of Vivek Ranadive. It does. It's got to go to him, handed to him, and he's got to look at it and he's got to make a decision. Again, we had the caller yesterday, Joe in Elk Grove, right? That said that, they're meeting for dinner. We have not been able to confirm that. And actually, I continue to hear that is not the case, that there will not be
Joe, explain yourself.
There will not be a meeting in Sacramento. In Oklahoma City between Vivek and the Foxes, at least as of right now, like a dinner.
Yeah.
I have not been able to confirm that by anyone. So but it doesn't change the fact that Vivek is going to be the one that makes this decision. He's going to be the one that says yes or no to a trade. And like, not only am I saying, hey, there's an out here if you're a De'Aaron Fox fan in Sacramento, but I would also say that like outside of that being an out, like you got to be like really, really clear that an ownership move is going to be part of this discussion. The ownership, and then are you going to allow this front office, and the ownership is going to decide yes or no on this, and the front office will then have to either go back to the drawing board or like face their fate this summer.
Man, this is the clutch playbook, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you? I'll wait on that.
Yeah.
I want to get to so Jake Fisher in the Mark Stein, the Stein line. What is it? A Substack newsletter?
Yeah, Substack.
He said that, and maybe I misunderstood what Damian was saying the other day, but I was under the impression that the Kings received a call and they were kind of like, okay. And then the front office reached out to Fox's camp and were like, hey, FYI, we took this call. And that's what set all of this in motion.
Yeah, exactly. The story that I've heard is that the front office got an offer from a team.
Right.
Like another team called and said, hey, I don't know if you're looking to move Fox or not, but here's what our offer would be.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, oh, okay. And they looked at that offer and said, okay, there's a point where we have to know Fox is going to be here or not. And so they said, let's at least run it up to, Rich
His
Paul,
reps.
his representation, and say, what do you guys think of this? Like, we're not saying we're going to trade you. We're asking, right? Like, this is an offer we received. What does that mean to you guys?
Yeah. And
that set off a series of chaoticness.
Right. Which I don't want to relitigate that whole thing. What Jake Fisher said, and maybe this is saying the same thing. If it is, let me know. He's reporting that the Kings approached Fox about putting him on the trade market, and then the Kings sent word to interested teams last week that they were open for business. That's pretty dramatically different.
It's very different because this all played out over the matter of a couple hours from what I could tell.
This makes it seem like the Kings internally went, hey, we should trade this dude. Can we trade this guy? Let's go let him know. And then we'll tell other teams that we're doing this.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
I don't know, man. And that's where
I don't understand why any of this has transpired.
You always get gummed up. Like the minutia is like the truth is hiding there somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But the spin after the fact is always going to be what like really muddies the water. And as of right now, I feel like the waters are super, super muddied.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what that means. Like everything is outlandishly muddied. And we're all looking around going, I don't know what is real and what's not. But what I will tell you is it's always at the end of the day, you want to know like exactly who knew what and when they knew it.
Yeah.
That to me is always the biggest piece to this, right? I want to know if Wes Wilcox and Monte McNair went to Vivek Ranadive first and told him that they were going to call Rich Paul and have this discussion. Or if they didn't, because that's such a huge piece. Because if not, then just fire them now, because it caused a massive, massive storm in your franchise that you may not be able to recover from.
So that is, I wanted to get into this later, but let's just get into it now. That's the part of this that I want to remove the Monte McNair and Wes Wilcox of this for a moment. Those guys specifically.
Okay.
Because this is not a personal thing. I don't know them. I've never met them. So if you're a team and this happens the way this has happened, whether you're the Kings with this front office or the Grizzlies with their front office or whoever, if you have this happen, I don't know why after the trade deadline, you're not changing up your front office.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I would consider it before.
Sure, if you want.
But,
If you want to do it now, fine. I understand if you don't want to have some miscommunication or something go wrong at the deadline. And so you're just like, we'll just keep them through. And then, but on February 7th, to me, that's a really good time to sever yourself from that front office to maximize your window to get somebody new in here who might be able to work this thing out with Fox.
Yep.
Because unless, again, this is where this is all muddy. And I don't think this is the case, but unless Vivek is like, yeah, sure. I don't think he does. I don't think he wants De'Aaron Fox to go.
I don't think he wants him to go either.
But there's no route here, right, where the status quo just stays the same. I think there's a route to De'Aaron Fox staying.
I think it's a very narrow path.
I would agree. But I think like there's potential. What I don't see a path to is 2025-26 starting. So October of next year with De'Aaron Fox starting at point guard and Monte McNair and Wes Wilcox running the front office. Those two things, I don't feel like those two things can coexist.
No, I don't think so. No, I mean, everything has changed now. Like, I don't even think, like, I'm looking at it logically. I don't know how anybody saves their job. Like, at this point, realistically, this has played out so wildly in the wrong way. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but I'll tell you, like, these things have happened before. Like, I'll tell you, like, years ago, when they fired Michael Malone, right? And again, that was like, all the stories on that were so wild. Like, what is real, what's not, who's telling the truth, who's not. And you got to a point where it's like, okay, I know who's telling the truth and who's not.
Yeah.
And the person who's not telling the truth continues to tell me things that are not true and knows that I know that they're not true. And they just keep saying things to me. There's nothing worse in this world than somebody lying to you when they know that you know that they're lying.
Yeah.
It just turns your stomach and makes you.
And they just keep bashing through with it.
You know what? I'm going to have like a new policy with that. I'm probably just going to turn my back and walk away. I'm done with that in this business, where when somebody decides to lie to you, when they know, I'm just going to walk away. But I'll tell you, like, after that situation,
Mhm.
this is like one of those weird stories. I called around to see like, hey, is Tyrone Corbin going to get the real job? Like he was an interim head coach.
Mhm.
And there's this whole George Karl thing that's hanging out in the weeds, right? But like Ty Corbin is the head coach, right?
Real quick, it's so funny. Not funny. Not funny like haha, it's silly. That this De'Aaron Fox thing, which is a mess,
Yep.
is not even like top 5 messiest things you've dealt with.
No. So
Anyways, go on.
look, I call around and I'm like, hey, is there a possibility that Tyrone Corbin's going to get the full-time job?
Yeah.
I had someone who like knew the answer and said he signed a 2-year contract to be the head coach of the Kings last week. And I said, wait, no, like as the interim, like he got a bump in pay as the interim.
Mhm.
No, they upgraded him from interim to the standard head coach. And I said, well, how come that hasn't been press released or been like let out of the bag?
That's major news.
And it's like, I don't know why that hasn't been put out there. You probably want to ask the team about that. So I went to somebody in the team and I said, hey, I just was told that Tyrone Corbin got the full-time job.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, no, that's incorrect. And I said, well, the person who told me that is not going to be incorrect. So I do believe you need to check and see if that's correct or not. They said, oh, okay. Like, really? And I said, yes. You need to go and see if this is, I'm asking you before I write it because I'm giving you the opportunity to answer it.
Mm-hmm.
They called me back 15 minutes later and said, dear Lord, you're right. I was wrong. No one in the building knew it except for Pete D'Alessandro, who had gone and upgraded the head coach to a full-time head coach without telling anybody. And yes, he does have a full guaranteed contract for this year and next year as the head coach. End of story. Good work. You got it. And then I'm like, are you kidding me? The reason why you found out about this is because I called?
You're the team's source.
Wait, I'm the one who had to tell the team that you had hired the head coach?
That's insane. That's
so
insane.
Look, like these things happen where people do things that, had an assistant general manager that wanted to fire a head coach. The head coach won a bunch of games and he couldn't fire the head coach. So he went to a reporter, sat in the stands in front of every other reporter, and told them a big story about how they were still going to fire the head coach. And it got out there, and the story was written.
Does his name rhyme with Schmanden Schmilliams?
Yes. Yes.
I remember that. I was here for that.
They're like sitting there
That
like,
I remember.
I wonder who your source is because you're sitting with him in the stands right in front of everyone. So, like, look, these things happen, but I don't. This is crazy. Like, this is your franchise player.
Yeah.
Like, and whether you think he's going to sign an extension or not, you still need to treat him with that in mind.
Yeah.
That just so everyone knows out there, this is a players' league, and there are 20 at the most players in the league that are as good as De'Aaron Fox. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of people that can do the job that the front office is doing.
Yep. There
might only be 30 of those jobs, but that doesn't mean that there aren't people lined up that would do that job and know exactly what to do. There's not a bunch of De'Aaron Foxes hiding out there.
Yep.
So in a game of tug of war, I know who's going to win. It just depends on if the player says, I will not be here anymore. And that's when you have to go, okay, now I need to make sure I know who it is that should be running the show to do this.
Caller, I see you on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. We've got Dan Devine from Yahoo Sports coming up. Caller, if you want to hang out on the line, feel free. If you want to hang up and give us a call back, we will take your call first thing when you call back. If you call back, we would love to hear from you though on the Elk Grove Kia talk line at 916-909-1320. Dan Devine, I found a national media person who is pro Domantas Sabonis, and we're going to talk to him next. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Second hour coming up. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
You don't have a read, right?
What?
You don't have a read?
Not till next break.
I don't know what your text meant.
Oh, I just don't want to say this. I'm not trying to hide it from you guys. I'm trying to hide it from the person I'm about to talk about. Sorry, everybody.
At like,
Sorry, that was all. That was all.
yeah, that's funny. That whole. Did you look at the things yesterday?
Yeah.
The time codes? Yeah,
Yeah.
me too.
Okay, I'm gonna turn this on and up, so you should be able to hear Dan, and I'm gonna run to the restroom.
Oh, if he shows up?
Yeah, you'll be able to get him up and on.
When I pull him up, he might not be able to hear us.
You should be able to hear him.
Okay.
Yeah, you should be
Not Zach. I am 100% wearing pants. Oh, there's Dan.
Oh, man.
Hey, what's up, Dan? How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. How are you doing?
Good. Good.
Sorry, that wasn't a beer. That was a seltzer.
It would be totally fine if it was. I mean, you don't even know what our last 4 days have been like.
I can imagine.
Yeah. I got to. I think most of this happened like Monday night, right? Is that where we are? I think it was most like when I started getting texts and like the whole story started to unfold on Monday night and then Tuesday morning, and then it just like broke by Tuesday at like 6:00. I was so exhausted. You know, like we're not
Sure.
getting any younger. Yeah, I've been doing this forever now. This is my 15th year covering the Kings.
Yeah.
And like you feel it in a different way. Like I just all of a sudden it's like, man, I don't know how many more of these I can go through. Like I'm in bed by like 6:30. I'm just like gotta like decompress. I'm asleep by 9:00. I'm like, this is wild. But I have to have my alerts on so I know if anything else is happening. But yeah, it just wipes you out, man. Like the stress of this one has been like, yikes, outlandish.
Sure, I can imagine. I mean, when I worked with Jake Fisher, Jake would talk about like the week after the deadline, or like the week after or like it would be like right after the deadline buzzer and like the next morning. Like he'd filed whatever he needed to file, did whatever shows he needed to do. It was like, I need to just like basically like literal like the deprivation tanks, like a sensory deprivation tank for like, an hour or however long, to just like, I need to not be aware of anything. I need to completely detox and decompress for a little while after that, because I've never been like the insider reportery guy. I'm just the analysis guy, right? So
Yeah.
I don't have to be plugged in quite that same way, but I imagine especially when it comes home, kind of weighs on your system. But you're wearing it well. You don't look like you've been shaken up for a few days.
Yeah. I'll tell you, the week after the season, it's almost like depression because you're going so hard. Like,
yeah, that
and
crash.
You're just winding up. And there are times where I get done with the season and I can't even think. Like my brain is mush for like 5 days. And I've just got to sit there and like decompress, catch my breath. I used to always tell NBC when I was there, hey, I'll cover Warriors. I'll jump on the Warriors beat with you guys, but I need the first round off.
Yeah.
Just go, like, I'm going to take a week off and then I'm going to take another week. I'll do the post stuff, the postmortem of a season and all the press conferences. And then I need a week to decompress. And then I need a couple more days before I jump back into full Warriors coverage.
Yeah.
And that always worked. But then you're on the go again. And you're like, all right. And then you get to, let's write mock drafts.
Yeah. As every person that I would talk to would be like, all right, well, the season's over, so you get to like chill out a little bit. And I was like, well, then the draft's in like a week and a half, and then free agency starts, and then there's an Olympics this summer. No, I don't. Actually,
it's usually like July 15th to like August 30th, and you get a little break.
Real quick. We got like 20 seconds here, guys. Dan, hello. I'm Kyle. Nice to meet
How's
you.
it going, Kyle?
Yeah, we'll be back. We got our little legal ID and an intro, and then we'll talk some hoop.
Sounds good.
Dynamite. Cool. Appreciate you so much, man. Appreciate your time. We'll
don't thank me yet. The segment could suck.
Well,
welcome back to hour number 2 of the ESPN 1320 Insiders. Get ready for the most up-to-date sports news and talk with the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC, and they will take you up to 4 o'clock. Joining us now, Dan Devine, Yahoo Sports, one of my very favorite follows on Twitter, does a great job breaking down the NBA. Dan is a special guest for us today because I think you're the only national media person who just outwardly was like, I'm taking James Harden out, I'm putting Domantas Sabonis into the All-Star game, and that's what it is. So thank you and congratulations on being one of the rare ones that'll give Domas a little credit.
Oh, man, it's my pleasure. I don't know that I understand why it would be a hot take to have a guy who's averaging like 20, 14, and 6 on 60% shooting and say like that guy should be in the game. It seems to me like a pretty reasonable position to hold, but evidently a minority position. And so I guess, yeah, we'll stand up and take credit for that one. I kind of have to imagine James Harden wouldn't mind the weekend off, right? He seems like a guy that would be able to enjoy a long weekend. So I figure maybe it works out well for everybody.
He's got a stack of singles somewhere. Yeah. My bad.
Don't apologize for being great. That's totally fine.
Yeah, I think it's funny you mentioned all of his stats. You forgot that he's shooting 48% from 3, and he's second in the NBA in 3-point percentage.
Yeah, real hater stuff for me to leave that one on the cutting room floor. So I have not looked at the most up-to-date version of it, but I believe when I wrote my All-Star ballot column, which is always a delightful exercise in finding out which people don't like you.
Sure.
I believe it was that the only people that had put up this stat line were him and Wilt or something like that. And it's like, well, generally speaking, if the category that you are putting yourself in is me and Wilt Chamberlain, you are probably worthy of a midseason exhibition spot. That's my general take. But the good news is, guys, it's the only thing people in Sacramento want to talk about Kings-wise. It's the only big ticket item, the only notable issue, and we can just leave it there.
Yeah, well, there's the Trey Lyles trade stuff, but yeah, no, for sure. I think I think you nailed it. No, I do want to talk about De'Aaron Fox, obviously, because that's what we've been doing for 4 days now. But just on the All-Star stuff,
yeah.
One of the things I have trouble with is like my natural reaction to a consensus take is I'm not a contrarian, but I try and be like, okay, let me understand this other side. What am I missing here?
Right.
And so I try and find out, like, okay, what am I, because Sabonis was left out the All-Star game last year and was left off the All-Star game against this year. And I'm trying to find all these reasons. And what I run into is like, there's not a set criteria for All-Star, and it's more just kind of a vibes thing.
Yes.
Like record counts, but then it doesn't. And like stats matter, but they don't. When you're going through and making an All-Star ballot, what do you look for? What are your criteria?
Yeah, so the criteria point is great because I was talking to some other folks about this recently, and they're like, we got to revisit what the All-Star criteria are. And I'm like, I don't want to blow your mind, but when they ask you if you want to be a voter for this, they say, do you want to do this? You say, yeah, and they send you a link in an email. There's no guidance. There's no thing that says like pick the most excellent, pick the most interesting, pick the most popular. Like, it's just, do you want to do this? Do it. So you got to come up with your own logic, right? And so for me, I often start by kind of just like go through, I mean, at a very basic level. All right, which teams are good and which players are putting up big numbers, right? We'll start there as a general like starting point. I tend to be and have always been somebody who liked to dig into the advanced numbers. So I will wind up looking at things like value over replacement player, win share, player efficiency rating, and some of the other gnarlier ones like estimated plus minus, box score plus minus, different things like that. And kind of just get up, like I wind up with what my friend Zach Lowe would call like the Vorps and Schnorps kind of spreadsheet, right? Like look at what those numbers say generally, where are players ranking in those in relation to one another. It's not always the most scientific way to do it, but if you're like averaging those things out, right, you got like 10 or 11 inputs and some guys like up in the top 5 or top 10, generally speaking, that's an indicator of value to me. And then you look at it and say, well, is that guy putting up those numbers, but it's not impacting winning in a positive way? What's his on-court plus minus look like? How does that relate to his team success? Are they significantly better with him on than off? All of which is to say, a lot of stuff goes into it. And then, there's sometimes it's just sort of vibesier where you're like, do I feel like I could get away with not having this player for somebody else? Or does this team merit a representative in honor of the first half they're having? And so like, that's why I wind up at some points where it's like Alperen Şengün for a reserve spot. Like the Rockets to me needed to have somebody there. But my version of this that I get in trouble for is that I was like, I would prefer not to even put LeBron and Kevin Durant there because A, I know they're going to get voted in by other people. B, I don't think they've necessarily been two of the 3 best front court players in the West. I think Sabonis might have a better claim to that than those guys do for this first half, if we're being honest. And why, if other people are going to be making the case and sort of raising the flag for some people who don't really necessarily need to have a case made for them, why not make the case for the people who don't get it? And so then when I picking my reserves, like, yeah, Sabonis was the first name on my front court reserve ballot because I'm like, the statistical resume is fantastic. The impact on winning is fantastic. The Kings, for their up and down first half, I'm sure that some people were like, they fired their coach. No one on that team is bad. No one on that team should get any recognition. Meanwhile, like they're right in the middle of that mushy middle of the West with all those other teams, and they've been better than their point differential and all that kind of stuff. Like clutch games were a problem, and then that reversed itself as soon as Doug Christie got whatever. Like there's more context to put into it. And to me, I looked at all that and said, Sabonis checks like every box you could ask for, except for maybe flash. And that's a value judgment. That's a style judgment, and people can have that if they want. But if I feel like my job is who's been the best players in the conference for the first half, I couldn't see a way around putting him there. He's been that guy.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. You brought up the Mike Brown thing there. And I want to ask you, because like the coaches do vote on all-star reserves. And do you think that played a role at all in this situation where coaches may have taken something out on Sabonis for what happened to Mike Brown?
Tough to say. I mean, possibly. Whenever, generally speaking, when a coach is fired, I think Rick Carlisle is often sort of the mouthpiece for it as the head of the coach association, where it's like, I don't even know what we're doing anymore. Like this guy was the best coach of the year 2 years ago, and now all of a sudden he's not good enough. And you sort of get some of that ranks closing, understandably so. I wonder sometimes if it's like, if I'm from a coach's perspective, which of these guys am I most terrified about game planning for? Like who causes me to lose sleep more often? And, I don't know, insert player here for that. Or sometimes it's just like, it's winning. Tom Thibodeau, Knicks head coach, has said that when you're going through these things, you get to a point where it's like there's 2 or 3 guys and then winning becomes a factor. So maybe in a situation like this year, if you get to that point and you're like, I'm trying to find 2 spots, I have to pick 2 of Sabonis, Şengün, and Jaren Jackson Jr. for 3. So I have 2 spots for those 3 guys. Maybe you look at it and say who's higher in the standings. It could be a lot of reasons why. I personally don't feel like any of the arguments that I've heard outside of just the best teams need to have a guy that leave Sabonis. The arguments that leave Sabonis on the cutting room floor don't hold water to me. But last I checked, and unless you guys have heard something different, I am not an NBA head coach. So, which is probably good for 30 fan bases, right? I don't think
this interview's over. You're not a head coach.
Wait a second.
Listen, I mean, I've got some irons in the fire, guys. But yeah, no one has yet to entrust me with the management of their organization, and maybe what's best for everybody. So all I can do is vote on the starters. I did that, and then after that, everything I say is just it's hearsay. But we'll do the best we can.
So we're talking with Dan Devine, Yahoo Sports. Does a great job covering the NBA there. I want to shift gears to De'Aaron Fox now. Also didn't make the All-Star team. Less egregious than Sabonis for sure. I guess I'll start here. If you're the Kings, what do you do in this situation with 6 days left until the trade deadline? and De'Aaron Fox's future in Sacramento wavering a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, where you're at now, if the information you're getting or the motivation for this whole endeavor is you don't believe that De'Aaron Fox is going to sign an extension come the offseason because he declined the offer this past summer.
Mm-hmm.
Things have not gone so hot since then. He was left to be sort of the face of Mike Brown's exit, fairly or unfairly, the way that was navigated. And he doesn't seem to want to stick around. It is your responsibility as an organization at that point to say, well, all right, how do we not wind up losing this player for nothing if you don't feel like you can change the course of that dynamic, that relationship? I think you have to, it's a tricky spot to be in because I wouldn't want to be the front office that traded De'Aaron Fox for 35 cents on the dollar just because he said in a year and a half he didn't want to be here. I would, right. if the offers that I got were maybe a bad protected two bad protected firsts and some salary I didn't want, I think you'd have to say we will, respectfully decline that and revisit this in the summertime when there maybe are more people that can be involved in the bidding and there's more optionality and more opportunities. And also maybe we will have had a really great 3 months and we can change some discussions about the way things work. But I think you have to, at this point, say you got to put yourself in position to maximize return. And if you are of the mindset that nothing you do is going to change the mind, then you probably are you might have a better shot at maximizing return with a year and a half left on the deal and 2 potential playoff runs of Fox for the onboarding team rather than just one. So yeah, I mean, you gotta be beating the bushes. You gotta be accepting all calls and you gotta be considering your options. I don't think it's where anybody really would have wanted this to go, but if this is where the relationship dynamics and the relative lack of success in building around Fox and Sabonis have got you to this point, now you have to be open to all opportunities.
Dan, when we're talking about the potential trade that, the team that I've heard that he would like to go to is San Antonio Spurs, right? Where do you see that fit with Victor Wembanyama? Do you like that fit? And I know this is more your wheelhouse, the analytic side of it.
Sure.
How do you think that partnership would actually form on the court?
Yeah, I think that is the widespread understanding or belief around the league is that if there is a one destination that De'Aaron Fox would prefer to go to, it would be next to the gigantic French guy. And I think the argument would be we've seen last year Victor Wembanyama struggled at times and the Spurs offense struggled at times because they didn't have a point guard who regularly got him the ball. You put him next to Trey Jones and all of a sudden the numbers were fantastic. And it's so if you put a slightly above average point guard who can run pick and roll next to Victor Wembanyama, you're going to have a pretty good offense. This year they put Chris Paul there and they've been pretty fantastic with Chris Paul and Victor Wembanyama on the court together. The offense has actually worked pretty well. And it's well, if that guy was a threat to drive and get all the way to the basket and a persistent 25-point scorer, which for all the things that Chris Paul is, he is not that at this point in his career. That is a level of dynamism that feels like it could open things up. Victor Wembanyama becoming a high volume, pretty decent efficiency 3-point shooter could mitigate to some degree the inconsistency in De'Aaron Fox's 3-point game, right? Because if you're concerned about spacing and the way that opponents could adjust their defensive coverages, well, if you got a spacing 5, a guy who's a pop threat, we've seen this year with Sabonis becoming a significantly better or higher volume and higher accuracy 3-point shooter, it changes the geometry of the floor a little bit and it creates more downhill driving lanes, more space for Fox to get downhill. If you put that ecosystem around them where there are more guys who can shoot, Steph Castle makes an advancement if he doesn't wind up in Sacramento in the deal. The Champagne, the Harrison Barnes and the guys that are the other guys there, Devin Vassell, whoever would wind up being left over, there's more guys who can shoot and theoretically space. And if you have space and guys who can stretch the floor with a Wembanyama Fox pick and roll, that feels to me like a pretty powerful start to a good offense. And then whatever occasional lapses De'Aaron Fox can have as a defender, I think he's got the capacity to be excellent. We've seen that from him on the ball. Everybody that's young falls asleep off the ball. Sometimes it happens, but we've seen Fox be a high-level defender. You put that guy behind him, I think you got a recipe for something pretty good pretty quick. But Fox's shooting would be a concern that I would have there. And I think how you would build out the rest of the roster, which, stop me if you've heard this before, it's the case with it. Whenever you've got, you're building around your point guard and your big man, how you fill out the wings matters a great deal. And I think San Antonio has a lot of options. They've got a lot of draft picks. They got a lot of young players in development there. But it would be, to me, a pretty powerful start. But the price tag would matter a great deal, because you got to figure out who you're playing with once you actually get there. And I think that's probably where the rubber meets the road for Sacramento.
Imagine that, Kyle. Wings matter.
What?
What? You have to get wings?
Get the Kings front office on the horn now.
They need wings? You need wings to be successful? I think De'Aaron Fox may have said this once.
You mentioned
maybe one time.
And talk about Dan Devine, covers the NBA for Yahoo Sports. You mentioned Stephon Castle there.
Yeah.
And my belief is this Fox trade stuff is, I think he's going to stay in Sacramento, and they'll revisit it this summer, kind of like you were saying. But I think Stephon Castle is a player we're going to talk about a lot. What are your thoughts on him after 43 games or however many it's been?
Yeah, I think he's the kind of player that you still have to wish cast a little bit and say, the shot's not there as consistently as you want it. The feel and the play, or the on-ball playmaking is not where you'd want it to be. I think everybody kind of expected that would be the case. He was a little bit more of a combo player at UConn. He was not like the primary all-the-time ball handler. What was enticing and exciting about him was like size, length, defensive ability, athleticism, and the idea that he could, even without being an immediate, Trae Young or Luka Doncic level, like creator on the ball, a guy who could play a big role right away. And you've seen that, like he's looked really comfortable playing off of Chris Paul as the two guard there, because you can get away with that. It's not a small backcourt. He's 6'6", and pretty NBA ready defensively. Also, the feel, I think, I'm not as we've established, I'm not a coach, but watching him, I'm like, that guy has a nose for how to get to the rim off the ball. He's a smart cutter. He seems to have a good sense of timing, how to make himself available. Improvising is where like Chris Paul will, call him over for a screen, and he's got a good sense of like, oh, I need to make this my angle on the screen so that I can then slip or roll and get into space. And then he's a good enough like secondary playmaker to where if you get him the ball in a 4-on-3 or in the pass in the pocket where he can play make in the middle of the floor, he can do that. It's just maybe not like you wouldn't want to run 50 pick and rolls a game with him just yet. So I think that there's like what you have right away is a pretty exciting like toolbox for what could wind up being a really high level two-way guard. And he's already somebody that looks the part on the floor on the defensive end to me, but like not in a high usage way. So the thing that I loved most about what the Spurs did was it felt like the Castle pick was it was like a kind of a home run swing. Like, we don't think we're going to be in the high lottery again for a while. So let's get a guy that we feel like it has the talent to be able to grow into, but also just building wise, like he's huge. If you play him at the 1, he's a really big point guard. And so if you're the Spurs, you're saying Wembanyama obviously is huge. Jeremy Sohan is like 6'9", playing the 4. Devin Vassell is a plus wingspan at whether he's at the 2 or the 3. You again, guys like Julian Champagny. You can start building a huge defense. And again, like that very simple idea of if our guys are really big, it's going to be hard to score. And like we have good length everywhere. We've got good athleticism all over the place, and we've got long arms everywhere. We're probably going to be pretty decent on defense. And the quickest way from bad to decent is going from a bad defense to a decent defense. And so that was like, it struck me as a smart way to build out your assets. Like, we think this is like a table stakes, a good defender with a high ceiling to get to. So if I'm the front office in Sacramento and I'm looking at like what I would love to start with, again, I think all those same things would apply here. The better you can have your ball pressure, the better you can have where your defenders are switchable, interchangeable, long. It gives you a better starting point to get consistently decent to good on defense, which, as you guys well know, is not something that has been true of very many Kings teams for the last decade and a half or longer. So I think a sustainable, decent, like high floor there goes a long way towards getting you into some pretty interesting conversations competitively.
Tall, athletic guys on the perimeter.
Kyle, he just keeps hitting all of the
stuff for Sacramento.
Like, we talk about these things. They're like,
hey, Dan, you want to be in the Kings front office?
He should just be the other insider with us. Like, we just talk about this all day long. Like,
figuring this
size,
thing out.
athleticism, strength. Okay, so I'm gonna just ask you, if you were the Kings, what would you ask for from the Spurs? If you're giving up De'Aaron Fox right now, like whether it's the summer or right now, I don't think it really matters. Because I think you're going to be asking for the same things.
Yeah, I mean, I think you start from I want all of it, right? Like the beginning of my conversation is like I want, I don't know, several first round picks and a couple of swaps. I want your best young player, and I want some salary. Like I want some matching salary that I can get off the books and give myself some flexibility. Either guys that I can repackage who are on like, short term the next couple of years, or expirings. Like I'm starting from the position of I think De'Aaron Fox is an all NBA player. So I want a deal commensurate with that level of talent. And I'm not necessarily saying it's got to be, the Mikal Bridges deal, or it's got to be the Donovan Mitchell deal, but that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking like I have the best asset in this deal. I have the thing you want. So make me an offer that's worth my while. Now, the realities of the situation as we've laid them out, where Fox maybe doesn't want to extend, so a would-be bidder knows, well, you can't like totally ask me for everything. And saying like, well, we know he kind of wants to get to this one particular place. So like, I'm not going to necessarily fork over everything to you. If I am not confident that I can re-sign him, whatever, that probably drops your price tag a little bit. But I think from the Kings front office, it's got to be multiple first round picks and some young talent that I can use to build whatever's coming next. I think the interesting question then is like, what does Sacramento think the immediate post-Fox future looks like? Do the Kings think, well, Sabonis on his extension, Malik Monk for multiple years from here? We see where DeMar DeRozan is in the first year of his deal. Obviously he has been said like, I'd have to reconsider what my future might look like. But this is essentially the starting point of our core. Do we think that is like still a consistently competitive core moving forward? Do we believe in those like small sample-ish Domas, DeRozan, Monk on, Fox off numbers, and we think that that's really a place to whatever, how real do we think that is? Do we think that's a viable path forward? And so then are we looking for more win now guys rather than that like long-term flexibility? Do we prioritize somebody that we think works better alongside those? It might be a little bit tricky to find where it seems like we're bringing in Fox because we think Fox makes us like a playoff team, but we're going to trade you playoff caliber guys right now. Like that finding the marriage becomes a little bit tricky. But I think that's the question to me there is like, how good do the Kings think they can be right now without De'Aaron Fox? And if they think the answer is good, then I imagine what they're looking for is like, we want help right today. If they think the answer is like, I don't really know, then the answer is we got to give ourselves as much optionality as possible to be able to answer that question in a year, in 2 years, and maybe find the best competitive fit around Sabonis moving forward.
Dan, got about 30 seconds here. Thumbs up or thumbs down on 10-minute quarters?
Thumbs up in that like more I can get through the better, but I don't know. Stop messing with the game a little bit. Like the game is good. Let's watch basketball and enjoy it. It's really fun and people like it. And you just got paid $76 billion because people like it. So let's just watch it. What if we just watch the basketball the way the basketball is? Imagine that.
It's the take.
I'm with him.
Dan Devine, Yahoo Sports, your man Devine on Twitter does a great job there. Dan, thank you so much for taking time out of your day to hop on with us. We'll do it again soon.
My pleasure, guys. Thanks so much for having me.
Yep. See you, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
That was great. Love that guy.
Yeah, absolutely spectacular.
Dropping knowledge on Sabonis, man.
Yeah.
All right.
You got a Sabonis fan out there in the world.
Yeah. Who's in the national media, who doesn't live in Sacramento.
Yeah.
We've made it.
Yeah, he's energetic,
one person at a time. One
Yeah.
person at a time.
That's
We're gonna get this done. Caller, I see you on the line. We got to step aside for a second. We'll get to you next, and we'll get to anybody's phone calls next on the Elk Grove Kid Talk on to 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. You know what I'm gonna do next? Actually, I'm not gonna do next because I've already done it. I've set my lineup for Underdog Fantasy. It's Underdog Daily Fantasy, and their pick'em game is super easy. You're going to pick 2 or more player stats. You're going to pick higher or lower on their stats. Passing touchdowns, rushing yards, receiving targets. I'm going to have all those locked in for the big game. I'm going to have multiple lineups set when the Chiefs and Eagles play next Sunday. But there's basketball going on too. They've got all your favorite teams, all your favorite leagues, all your favorite players. So it doesn't sign up now, get ready for the big game. But I've already got an NBA lineup set. I picked one of their preset ones on the Underdog app. Kyrie Irving higher than 19.5 points. Jason Tatum higher than 19.5 points. Kevin Durant higher than 19.5 points. That's my entry tonight. That's what I'm rocking with. I feel great about it. And would love for you to play along because Underdog is the best place to play Pick'em. Download the app, sign up with promo code KyleM, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code KyleM. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned user play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. All right. Your calls. More De'Aaron Fox trade stuff. More All-Star stuff coming up in the final segment. He's James McCower, the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. Clear.
What's going on, everybody? Yeah, Michael Gallery, I thought he was great too. Yeah, super engaging. Mitch was here yesterday. I did ask this question before, and then Mitch showed up. So he was here yesterday. It was very quick, though. Someone here was like throwing a bunch of PE time or whatever. He kept throwing a bunch of Keon Ellis stats and stuff out there. Like we've talked about Keon Ellis and whether he should play or whether he shouldn't play like a bajillion times on the show. We're not hiding from anything when it comes to Keon Ellis. Like,
what are we talking about?
Like PE time kept bringing up like throwing Keon Ellis stats up there. Like we've talked about it a bajillion times. Like,
bro, I have recently said Keon should be starting.
You have. You said that they should.
Said that the other day. Put Monk back on the bench.
Yeah. I think we both have Keon Ellis tattoos. I mean, like, I don't. Yeah.
Do we? I don't have a Keon Ellis tattoo. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, that would be crazy. You're just wondering why two staffs can't get him 30 minutes. That's because two of your best three players on the team play his position. That's just straight up.
I think if Domantas Sabonis was, or if they had I shouldn't say Domas. Well, if Domantas Sabonis was like an elite rim protector, or if they had an elite rim protector in their lineup, you could probably get away with playing Keon at the 3 some.
Yeah,
but
small ball.
But I don't. I don't think you want to do that a ton, just given their lack of size elsewhere.
Well, that and De'Aaron Fox is a 36 per game minute player. Minutes per game player. Malik Monk at this point is a 36 minutes per game player. So that leaves 24 minutes in the backcourt. And that means that's without playing anyone else. And, look what Doug has done. Like even Devin Carter's barely played.
Who has this? Let us know, please.
Yeah.
Bro, I told you this in confidence.
Well,
I don't know why you'd go put that on blast in public.
It hasn't been announced, but sources. Oh, the Spurs reporter telling me that De'Aaron Fox trade to the Spurs is very close to being completed, if not already done. More details to come from News 4 SA as they come in. Details are coming in, but it appears to be a multi-team trade with several moving parts. Stay tuned for more. I will be either on the radio or television or both to give you the details. Okay. Now I'm intrigued. Yeah, that's a pretty bold statement.
I'll say it. I'm not buying it. I'm logging that report away in the back of my mind. I will await confirmation from someone else.
I would agree.
Buddy, you have no idea. Hey, James. By the way, if anybody wants to go see the Bulls at Golden One Center tonight, James and I are in the building for professional bull riding.
Yeah, like buy us a drink because we're going to need
pull
it.
up and see the Bulls.
That's right. The
It's going to be my bit all night.
Yeah.
Where's Kobe White? Put in Ayo Dosunmu now.
I love Vucevic.
Boos. Do you think DeMar had a good time seeing his former teammates? Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That's James. I'm Kyle. Yeah, PBR tonight in Golden One Center. Not talking about the beer. Professional bull riding. James and I are going to be in the building. We got tickets. We're going to go watch the Bulls at Golden One Center.
That's right.
We're going to go get some intel on whether Zach LaVine or
Patrick Williams. Can you get Patrick Williams in a Kings jersey?
Yeah. That's Nikola Vucevic, right? Is that his first name?
Nikola
Vucevic?
Yeah.
Okay.
Out of USC.
I started saying that and I was like, that does not sound right, but I think I don't know that I've ever said his first name.
Yeah.
It's Vucevic. It's just an easy.
I'm trying to think what draft that is. It's like the 2013 draft. Is that when it was? The Kings really liked him. He came in, played extremely well during pre-draft, and he went number 19 overall.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings had, I believe, a much higher pick and scrambled trying to get a second first-round pick to draft him and could not.
Yeah, we'll see. Down at PBR. Come hang out. Golden One Center tonight, 7:45.
I gotta see.
It turns out it's a league.
It is a league.
So there's like individuals.
Uh-huh.
So like golf, right? You could go to the Masters and it's just golfer versus golfer versus golfer. But the PBR event tonight is it's the Missouri team against the Kansas City team.
That makes sense.
I think it is.
Okay.
And yeah, well, that's like the Texas Rangers and the Houston Astros.
Okay. I just think it's intriguing because like outside of like your goal is to stay on the bull for 8 seconds, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And it turns out there's technique involved.
Oh, so you get style points. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So
like
there's
how you control the bull.
How do you get to be a bull riding judge? Because I think that would probably be lucrative.
Yeah, probably.
We should be guest judges tonight.
Okay.
8. Like it's out of 4. Like
do we have a is there a
8.5?
Do we have a brewery in here? That's fun. I want to make sure I pick the right beer. Four brewskis deep, just like trash. 6.5. You were on that bull for 6.5 seconds. Boo.
I easily could have done better than that.
Yeah, dude. There's just those guys are a type of gnarly that I will just never comprehend.
Oh yeah,
the guy I interviewed, Luke Snyder.
Yep.
It ran one afternoon. He said he broke his leg, like his fibula or whatever.
Yeah.
Broke his leg, and then had them fashion a cast that would allow him to still get on the bull. And he went out and did an events with a broken leg.
Didn't he have like 285 consecutive events?
Yes.
Yeah, he's like
just broken wrist, fine. Broke his neck, but it like happened to coincide with a little break, so he had time to get his neck healed before getting
torn rotator cuff. We know
I'm sure that happens all the time.
Yeah. So the movie 8 Seconds, Luke Perry played Lane Frost.
Yes.
Who was
a
legend, but like died very young.
Yeah, died while he took a horn to the ribs and it punctured his lung.
Yeah, and the bull actually like buried him into the dirt and like massive crush injuries.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it was
But
tough.
I mean that's where like I think most people who are mainstream, who aren't like bull riding aficionados, like that's all you would know. And even that movie was 1994.
Yeah.
So
Anyways, that's what we're doing tonight.
we're here for it.
Come catch us at Golden One Center.
We'll be there.
We'll see if Zach LaVine's going to get traded to the Bulls or to the Kings.
That's right. Patrick Williams.
It's my running bit all
That's
night.
right.
It's I've already run it into the ground, and I'm going to keep going. Don, you're on the Insiders on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. What's going on?
Kyle Hammer, what's up?
What up, TC?
Hey, look, check it out. I know this is wild, Hammer, but listen, but check it out, though. Hear me out. Vivek, right now, I think a move right now would be a boss move, would be to get Wes and Monte out of here and go sit down with Sam Presti and the right-hand man under Sam Presti, which is Rob Hennigan. Check that guy's resume out. I'll hire that guy as a GM and let him take over the team, bro, and figure everything out because I know he knows what he's doing, bro, and that would be a correct GM. If we won't have to scramble around no more, we'll find the right guy. Check his resume out, Rob Hennigan. I hope I'm pronouncing it right.
Dynamite. Hey, TC, before you hang up, I want to say this while you're on the phone, because this might be the first time I've ever said this. TC, I agree with you wholeheartedly. We're in lockstep on this, bro.
Yeah. And Rob Hennigan is a great
Thanks,
name
TC.
to throw out there.
Yeah.
Rob Hennigan is a great name to throw out there.
I am all about, and again, the Kings have not made any moves in the front office yet, so we're putting cart ahead of the horse here, but that's part of what we do. So I am all about when you, in any sport, when you go on a GM search, if there's a really good, consistently awesome front office, poach someone from that front office.
Oh, of course.
Whatever you got. And if that's the case, if it's this Rob Hennigan guy from OKC, sure, go get him. If you can replicate it all, what OKC, no, it doesn't always work. It's what the Giants tried to do with Farhan Zaidi, right? They tried to bring him in from the Dodgers front office. He was with the A's. He went to the Dodgers. They went, oh, okay, we're going to recreate the Dodgers front office here, where we have this awesome farm system and we're signing guys and we're making trades and but we're constantly have a great farm. It didn't work, but that's a great place to start.
Yeah.
So salute to TC. Couldn't agree more.
And Rob Hennigan had a very like mediocre run as a front office as the front office personnel guy with the Orlando Magic. He was, I believe, the general manager from 2012 to 2017. Now, look, 2012. So what is that? 13 years ago. Just to FYI, Rob Hennigan is 42 years old today. So
today,
that means
happy birthday, Rob Hennigan.
Well, no, not today.
Oh.
Not today. Like as we speak.
I was going to try and get him on
43.
the horn, try and entice him to come to Sacramento.
Okay, so but my point is that when he took over the Orlando Magic, he was like 29 years old. And so were mistakes made? Maybe, like did they excel?
29 years old?
Yeah.
If you put me in charge of an NBA team at 29 years old, no chance.
Yeah, it's probably gonna. Okay, so then I want to bring this up too because Rob Hennigan is an interesting name.
I couldn't even run a radio show at 29 years old.
I would say that the one disadvantage to going after someone with OKC is that OKC, Sam Presti, has a very strict way of building his roster, and the Kings aren't that team right now. His way of building this roster is to trade De'Aaron Fox for 3 first-round picks and some contracts, and then to go trade Domantas Sabonis for 4 more first-round picks, and then go trade Keegan Murray for 6 more first-round picks, and next thing you know, you have 47 first-round picks, and away you go. But this is per Basketball GM. This is why I would hire him right now. He was hired with the Oklahoma City Thunder on October 2nd, 2017. And from that, he had this role from 2017 to 2020, and then he was promoted to vice president of basketball operations. Okay. His role that he was hired with the Oklahoma City Thunder, vice president of insight and foresight. I'm in.
Insight and foresight?
And foresight. Not just insight, Kyle. Insight and foresight. I like.
Sure, man.
I'm in.
I would love to be in a position someday where I can just make up titles for people.
Well, now we've
Can
got
that be
one.
our show slogan?
Yeah.
The Insiders. Insight and Foresight.
Inside and Foresight. There it is.
Okay.
I will be the president of Insight and Foresight. You can be the vice president of Insight and Foresight.
I would like to be
But you can make all the phone calls.
I would like to be the chief executive Insight and Foresight officer. The CEI.
I would like to be the assistant to the vice president of Insight and Foresight.
Yeah, just and you know, I know we're kind of having fun with this right now, but that's a little bit the reality of where this is headed. Regardless of and it's a little it's they're related, but they're two separate things. There's the De'Aaron Fox aspect of all this, and then there's the Kings front office aspect of all this. Because there's a really good chance that by the time next season starts, the Kings have a new GM and a new point guard.
Yeah.
In fact, I would say right now, if we're divvying up pieces of pie to be like, okay, there's a 70% chance this happens, 20% chance this happens, whatever percentages you want to put on it. New GM, new point guard to start next year are probably getting the biggest percentage of that pie.
Mm-hmm.
At least where things stand today on January 31st. Of course, we've seen how quickly these things can change. So I reserve the right to change my mind there. But that's why, you know, when someone like TC calls in saying, hey, they should just get rid of the GM now and hire this guy. It's like, well, it's not crazy.
Nope.
Not totally out of the realm of possibilities.
We have Jesse joining the show. We need to come up with a clever name. Title for Jesse.
Yeah, we do.
I don't know.
Insight. Senior Vice President of Oversight.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Senior VP of Oversight.
So we'd have
because he just kind of oversees everything at the station.
I think we could also have him be of Oversight and Hindsight.
Oh, Oversight and Hindsight is good. That's really good.
There it is.
Yeah. Senior VP. Producer for D'Lo and Casey, Senior Vice President of Oversight and Hindsight, Jesse Tapia, going to be joining us here for the handoff momentarily. In fact, Jesse, I'm just going to pot your mic up now, and then you can jump in as desired. I want to.
We're just kind of laughing through it at this point, huh?
Yeah, TC had a call that I was just like, "Yep, I agree, TC." That never happened.
I heard him right now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that pretty rarely happens. So, salute to TC. Great idea.
What's up, guys? Happy Friday.
Vibes are up on a Friday. I think that's why we're laughing today.
I guess it feels like more laughing through the pain at this point.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that.
No, that's how you get through life.
Totally. Sam Amick says Stephon Castle could be a holdup in the trade for the Kings. Meaning the Kings. He said covet him, while league sources believe that the Spurs would be unwilling to deal him. I can't imagine the Kings let a move this seismic get hung up on Stephon Castle.
You sure?
Yes.
You're making a face, but you
like,
were saying otherwise.
There's got to be other routes. There's no way that they're like, Stephon Castle's not in the deal. Whoop, sorry, De'Aaron. We'll just let you walk in free agency, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think it's one of those things. Like, he's going to get traded. It's just a matter of where, I guess.
And the other thing, the other thing, and I know we've talked about this before, but I saw some people talking about it online the other night, and the replies to these tweets, I think didn't quite grasp the scenario. So De'Aaron Fox, if he makes all NBA, can sign a Supermax deal with the Kings, and that's the only team he can sign a Supermax deal with. If he gets traded to, let's say, the Magic, I'm just going to pick the Magic. Let's say he gets traded to the Magic, and James, I'm going to need your help here.
Okay.
He still has the ability to sign the 5 and 290 or whatever it is.
He has to wait 6 months before he can sign an extension, but yes.
He can sign that to stay with the team he gets traded to.
Mm-hmm.
He can't do a supermax with that team.
No, the only team he can sign a supermax with is the Kings.
Got it.
Without any question, which is 345.
Right. So he would still that would be why a team would still take a flyer on trading for him. Because they still would theoretically have the ability to sign him to more money than anybody.
Yeah. So if he signs as just a standard free agent, if he just leaves and goes and signs, it's like
in the 26 offseason.
Yes, it's like 214 million.
Okay.
Right. If he a maximum 214 million. If he gets traded to a team, does not make all NBA, and can't sign a supermax but signs a max extension, he's eligible for, I think it's 295 or 296.
Right.
Which is a lot of money, but it's not the 345.
Right.
So basically, if he got supermax, it'd be $10 million a year extra for 5 years.
Let me ask you this: if he gets traded, let's just say today, makes all NBA with the Spurs, can he sign a supermax with the Spurs?
No.
Got it.
No,
that's just as the team that drafted you,
and it's one of those clauses that are put in so teams retain their stars.
Got it.
Yeah, so that's the only way that he can get a supermax. He's not in line to get a supermax contract either way.
Right.
You guys think they need to trade him before the deadline?
No.
Or no?
I'm to the point where I would be low-key surprised if they did.
Really?
Despite reports coming out of San Antonio.
I'm the complete opposite way. Because Sham was on NBA Today yesterday talking about how, like, if they don't trade him now, like, a trade is inevitable, like, this offseason. Like, he's gone one way or another. I just don't see how that's good for morale and all that. Just playing 40 years, however many games left, where it's just, all right, we know we're all just playing towards the end at this point. Like, I don't think that's sustainable.
So
I don't think it's something where, like, you trade him down. It's like, oh, well, you could have got more in the offseason. I don't think.
But you might be able to, if you have a chance to kind of assess offers and see what's going on.
I guess, but it's
the league can get a better grasp.
Every time they lose, it's are you guys focused right now, dealing with all this going on? That's all the story's going to be the rest of the season.
Yeah, for sure. But if you make a trade that is substandard for what you could get for De'Aaron Fox, just to do it, like going, okay, fine, no Devin Vassell, no Stephon Castle, fine, we'll take Julian Champagny.
Well, I'm not saying that.
And
not doing it just to do it. I don't think that's
right.
That's going to happen.
Right. If they've decided, like, yo, Stephon Castle is that dude, we need this guy, and the Spurs aren't going to part with him right now, and go, all right, fine, we'll revisit this offseason, and try it again.
Yes, I just feel like the season's going to crumble at that point, though.
But if you make this trade and it crumbles anyway, now it's, well, why didn't you just wait? Why didn't you just hang on to him and try and compete this year?
Yeah, kind of enough.
I think there's more. It is. That's where every route here.
It's the wrong one. It feels like.
Dude,
like,
that is the perfect way to put it.
Like,
there's no correct way to go here.
Like, I see exactly what you're saying with, no, you probably don't do it right now just because you can probably get more in the offseason. But I'm like, well, yeah, if you hold them on to the offseason, like, this could all just go really bad.
There is not a lot of positives that can happen here.
The vibes are.
Are there any?
Yeah, here's the one positive I would tell you is if you somehow trade with the Spurs and you get like quality back, not the Keldon Johnson, Zach Collins type stuff, expiring contracts and 3 first-round picks. But if you were to get something of quality, say Vassell, Sohan, right, and say 3 firsts, and then out of nowhere, the Hawks pick, you get the Hawks pick, and that Hawks pick becomes the top 1 pick or the top 3 pick. And then all of a sudden you're sitting in the Cooper Flag discussion. That's how this becomes like, oh my gosh,
That's
look, the Kings recovered.
That's true.
Like that would be some next level frozen envelope, conspiracy theory stuff that the Kings.
Throw it in the freezer now.
I want to hear the conspiracy theory that the NBA was like, let's get Coop to sack. I would love to hear that.
I would love it though, because it would be, oh, look, they landed Fox over with Wembanyama, so now they have 2 stars there, and the Kings were made whole in the whole deal, so they're not going to be horrible. We saved two small market teams. That's conspiracy theory stuff right there.
You know what, Adam? Put the call in.
Let's do it.
Yeah,
come on.
Put the call in. Now I feel better.
Give me a Cooper Flag Kings jersey right now. Let's go.
Right.
I guess that's one. The other way is some team, let's say the Rockets, just panics and goes, hey, here's a bunch of these assets. And you wind up with a couple of very, very good players and a bunch of good picks, and you're now able to flip assets for other players. Like there's maybe a chance where they go into next year kind of in a better spot, but I think getting there is going to be tough.
Another tough part too is that the person or persons making this move might not even be here next season.
That's another reason to not do it now. If you're Vivek and you're like, hey, these dudes got to go, I'm done with them.
Mm-hmm.
Any trade they want to do for De'Aaron, you're pulling the plug on it. You're like, I don't trust these dudes to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Matt George's poll yesterday. Matt George's poll yesterday got like 3,000 Twitter poll. Got like last time I checked, it was almost 3,000 votes, and like 89% said they didn't trust the front office to make this deal.
Well, who am I supposed to put my trust in, Wes or Monte?
Right.
Like who's the guy? I want
none of them, neither of them.
Oof.
And that's why it's like, I'm not doing it. This is a franchise altering move.
Yeah.
It's the next 10 years. It can impact the next 10 years for your
1,000%, dude. So this is a franchise altering move. If you're Vivek and you're looking at Wes and Monty going like, hey, they're not making it to next season, then they're not making this trade unless it is one that is just an overwhelming, like, obvious yes for the Kings, which I don't think they're going to get before Thursday.
If you guys are the owner, Kyle Matson, James Ham, or whatever, put you guys in that position, is the next move you're making Monty and Wes get out of here before we trade Fox?
I'm tiptoeing through the trade deadline, and then I'm making that move right after the trade deadline.
Yeah.
And if they don't trade Fox, like, are we fine with them trading for John Collins, like making those kind of deals?
Super tough, man.
I think you gotta do something. Like there's still a season left.
This is where, again, we're operating from this. We don't talk to De'Aaron, and we don't have a vibe of if you're getting the vibe that like, hey, this is all a mess publicly, but De'Aaron's still kind of okay with being here if the moves are right, and you think John Collins is the guy that's going to get you to the 4 or the 5 seed, and you're going to be competitive in the playoffs, and you think that gives you a chance to get De'Aaron to sign that extension this offseason, then I think you do it. But if you have any question, no, I think.
What if you're told that it's all NBA or he's out? You get told right now. You can make some moves,
then
but
you're host.
Okay,
then you're just screwed.
That's kind of how I feel.
Well,
Yeah,
I would say if it's all NBA or your host, I would go to the team and say, okay, look, if he's not all NBA, he's leaving. So I'm going to need 2 shots from every one of you right now. And that guy's taking 21 shots a night, and he's going to average 30 a game down the stretch, and we're going to try our best as a team to make him all NBA while winning.
Yep.
And you guys need to win. That's it. Like if we need to get him all NBA, that's the new order. Like first round of the playoffs, second round of the playoffs, all that stuff, that's fine. But the key here is De'Aaron Fox is a star. Everyone knows that. We all play that way.
Everyone get the hell out of the way.
And give him the ball, get the hell out of the way. Hit your shots. Let's get him all NBA. But that's a tall.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Hey, Doug, we're going to need another favor from you. I know you saved us already, but we're going to need another favor for you.
We got to step aside. D'Lo and Casey are coming up next. James and I are done for the week. Jesse, you're not done for the week. Sorry, man. You got to go.
No.
Got to go.
I live here, basically.
D'Lo and Casey should be a ton of fun today. Stay locked in. Any news that happens, they'll have it for you. We'll have it for you here on ESPN 1320. We appreciate you guys tapping in this week. We'll be back next week. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Until Monday at 10 a.m. Have a safe weekend. Drink water. Be nice to people. Bye. Shouty house. Appreciate you guys.
Hit the thumbs up, please.
Yeah, really, really, really good stuff from you guys this week. We appreciate you.
Yeah, very good week. Thank you.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
So, baby, we in here. Come on, man. It's Friday. The end of the longest goddamn month in history.
Hey, look. Real talk. This one, well, we can get the particulars here.
I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
You know, D-Lo, and we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
You know, D-Lo and KC are cooking when I get calls from North Carolina asking, the hell is going on?
Oh, man. Hey.
I get those calls once a quarter.
Size 11, big dog. Size 11.
Good luck, pal. Good luck, pal.
Love that that's never going to happen.
It's never going to happen.
It's one of the best running bits, too.
Yeah. She will not send it. She just refuses.
But
I actually, but part of it is like, Kyle was at the house. I was like, hey, I got to make a call real quick. I call her anytime. It's like, hey, so my name's a little bit out there, and I just want to give you a little heads up what's going on out here. So I'm telling her what's going on. She was like, are you serious? Yeah. She calls back today. The hell is going on out there? You've covered this team. You know.
It's out there.
You know exactly what's going on.
But no, you talk about like the longest month. This week has been crazy, and this never happens to me. I'm like really good with this type of stuff. But I wake up this morning. Wife wakes me up. She's like, "Kenny, get up. It's 7:40." And I'm like, "All right." And I sit up in the bed, and I'm like staring at her. And I'm like, "All right, it's 7:40. Isn't it Saturday? Why are you waking me up?" She said, "It's Friday." I said, I don't even know what day it is. I have no idea what day it is. This whole week is just, it's been a mess.
Yeah, this whole week is, this week is ass.
It's been a mess.
It's just going to continue on to next week.
No, trade him and get this over with. I want my life back.
Nope.
We got the Royal Rumble tomorrow, and I got to worry about a De'Aaron Fox trade. You got this reporter in San Antonio who's tweeting news from Joe in Elk Grove, and every time he puts something out there, everybody panics and sends it to us. I don't know who the hell this guy is, but if your name is Spurs Reporter, I'm not buying it.
Yeah, you got to do better, buddy. Sneaker reporter greater than Spurs reporter.
All right. Now our boy Evan is tweeting, buckle up, because he probably saw the Spurs Reporter tweet.
Well, look, I like Evan, but that's what Evan does.
Yeah, Evan needs to chill.
Evan sees what's going on. It's like, well,
I can't.
Throw some gas on this.
The man never did anything to me. I hate De'Aaron Fox right now. I want this over so bad. Just get it over with. What are we waiting for? You got just people just pulling their hair out over this, like wondering what's going to happen. There's all these fake deals out there. I saw a tweet yesterday. I was like, did I say that? It's like I said it. I went back, was like, no, I didn't say that. Like, hey, might want to fix this here. Didn't do that.
You guys talking about Evan Townsend is saying buckle up.
Yeah, what'd I say?
Oh, no, I thought you meant Evan.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were, yeah.
No, Evan Town. No, Evan. No, a boy.
It's time to buckle up.
Yeah, never mind. I take it back then, yeah.
No, Evan. But Evan probably saw old boy's tweet.
Maybe, but I think it's time to buckle up, though. I think Evan's in a group chat, a couple group chats. Remember?
Oh, he is.
Yeah, if Evan said buckle up, it might
where's
be
Evan? As a matter of fact, I got
our Evans mixed up here.
Where's Evan? Evan? No, that's the other Evan. Hey, I'm gonna start a new group chat. Trista. Why can't I spell Trista? Trista.
TK
and Kenny. TK. Connect us with Evan.
Yeah.
Connect us with Evan. All caps. What the hell is going on?
So like this kind of goes into
Send.
It goes into like what you kind of talked about. Jesse brought it up yesterday. I thought about it more. Yeah, I just at this point, I don't know how you keep him on the team through the deadline.
This guy's a reporter.
The Spurs reporter guy?
Yeah, the Spurs reporter guy is the Spurs reporter.
He might
like, what is your name, person?
It's Dusty.
Dusty might know some things.
His name is Dusty.
But the thing about
wasn't Dusty the one who tweeted about Joe and Elk Grove?
He did. He could have just been wrong that time. Like nobody bats 1,000.
He's been tweeting it, boy. He is like the De'Aaron Fox Spurs guy, is what he is. He's tweeting our clips. Look at that. Jesus Christ, Keegan Muse. God damn it, man. Keegan Muse, delete that. I know you're watching. Delete that post. That's not what I said, and you know it.
The thing about it though is like I don't know
winning.
how you keep him around. Like, I don't know if like things can be partial, or not, but the cat's too far out of the bag. It like what are we doing this year? If you keep him, like, what are we doing this year if you keep him around?
That's my thing. Like, I don't think if you trade him now, it's like, oh, we're gonna miss out on so much more we could have gotten in the offseason. I don't think it's one of those instances.
You can't take a trash deal. I'm not saying just take.
Yeah, you don't just throw him out there.
Like if there's a legit solid deal to be made, like it depends on what you want to do. And that's the question. Like, do you want to make the playoffs this year? Do you still look at yourself as trying to, be in the postseason this year?
I mean, there's already something that did catch your eye enough to bring it to his team, I guess, right?
That's the other thing I was thinking about.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
No, that's the other thing I think.
We're going to give it. Hold on. Bookmark. Go ahead.
That's the other thing I was thinking about. What was that deal?
Yeah.
That's what I want
Okay.
to know. And I don't even know if it was the
Okay.
Spurs or nothing like that. I want to know who called.
That's my bad. I've been asked that question 4 times. It was I didn't even ask. This isn't my job. I didn't even ask.
I'm trying, Jennifer.
I didn't even care. It didn't even matter to me. But I got James asked immediately, what was it? I was like, I don't know.
Yeah.
All I know is what happened afterwards. I never thought to ask what got their attention that caused this.
Right.
And that's why Fisher's report last night makes no sense to me. And I tweeted this today, and I'll say this because my radio show was far more important than this stupid-ass Twitter account. You're telling me the Kings reached out to teams, multiple teams, early last week. Fox and Clutch found out Monday. You're telling me multiple teams were contacted about De'Aaron Fox and kept it a secret. Kiss my high yellow ass. There is 0% chance that happened. Not one person got that word back to Rich or Clutch trying to gain leverage on a team for early next week or early last week, Monday, Tuesday, 6 to 7 days. No one said anything. I'm calling cap.
We've seen the situation this is all blown up into too, but this one time they were able to just keep this under wraps. Hey, be sneaky. We're going to be right with this, but everything else is going to blow up in our face.
Remember when we tried to tell Kenny last year to trade Joel Embiid?
Yes.
Do you remember when we said that?
It's
And we were
frustrating.
like, you don't advertise this. You say it in secret.
Mm-hmm.
And what was the first thing Kenny said to us? You can't make trades in secrets.
Exactly.
Everybody finds out. He's right. You were right. I'm giving you your props. You were right.
You got something on your computer screen?
You can't make trades in secrets.
Anyway,
I'm trying to tell you. You were right. I'm trying to beat you up. You was 100% right.
Anyway,
Man.
the other aspect of that is I 100% agree with you. And considering how crazy this went on Tuesday, you mean to tell me like it was under wraps the whole time? Like
no way.
Like within it feels like 2 hours,
No
everything
way.
went crazy.
No
but
way.
it was able to be kept a secret for 10 days.
No chance. You kept the most powerful agent in the game out of this. No chance. None.
The Sacramento Kings,
That
by the
didn't
way.
The Kings, who have like 9 general managers and 10 people making decisions, kept it a secret. Go straight to hell.
This one
That
time.
did not happen.
They were all on the same page this one time.
Hey, guys, I know we don't like each other. I know we can't decide on what to have for lunch. Let's not tell anyone we're shopping De'Aaron Fox. Okay, bro. Okay.
And
okay,
the other teams ain't saying nothing.
That's that part right there, because they know they're talking to other. What do? You try to gain leverage, and how do you do that? You call his agent,
and the agent. And this is just my belief. I'm not gonna. You guys can agree if you want to, but I'm not gonna put nobody else on this. And when said agent is just looking for an opportunity so they can get out of here. You saw what the first inkling they got.
Literally looking at them.
Hopped on it.
I dare you to start a fight with me. I will leave your ass and take half.
they were just waiting for this moment. And they were going. They just sat on it for a week or so.
Rich got that call from Wes and said, half. I'm taking half. We're getting a divorce.
I just
stupid.
Fisher.
I know
Fisher's cool.
Look,
I'm sure he was told something. I don't believe it. That's all I'm saying.
I know we're too close to this story. Like, I get it. Far closer than we ever need to be. But man, just sometimes we've got to read between the lines here. The math does not math on any of this. None of it. We've told you the real from jump, and has been corroborated 10 times over by 10 other reporters. And then all of a sudden, a key component of the story changes. No chance, dude. Absolutely no chance. We're just getting started. I've got terrible news. We can't get Austin Reeves. I've got, just
I fell to the floor after I saw that.
Trade him for a pick swap because the Lakers said we can't have Austin Reeves. We'll come back. This is going to be a testy-ass show. I swear to God, trade that man before 4 o'clock. Steelo and KC here on SAC. We're just getting started. Phone lines are open for you. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, where we've got something to tell you.
Ooh,
we're going to tell you when we get back, and you better act fast. It's ESPN 1320.
1 second, guys.
Hey. If you very active and perhaps close on the complicated. All right. Might as well see what we could do here with this one. You ever text somebody in iMessage and you're just praying for them bubbles to pop up? Just praying for these damn bubbles to pop up. King Straight Fox for more cowbell. That's possible. Zach, appreciate you. Thank you. Oh, yeah, definitely. Hit the thumbs up, squad, please. Hit the thumbs up, subscribe. Welcome. Appreciate y'all being here. Well, I'm going to be waiting a long time, man.
Don't wait a minute. Did we get a text back?
I never heard back from him.
Hasn't been a full day yet, though.
I haven't heard from him. What are we doing? All right,
Jesse,
we're going to go here.
Okay. I just want to say something real quick. In the daily update, Snowfall not finished yet. I got about 3 episodes left. They may have, pound for pound, the best end of episodes of any shows I've ever seen.
Okay, now
every episode, at least especially in this final season.
That's what we told you.
The last 5 minutes of every episode. Oh my goodness!
That's why we told you. Get past the tiger, it'll get better, and it has. We've never steered you wrong.
No, you guys are right. The end of these episodes are crazy.
I have food coming just in case something shows up at the door. Thank you.
Who's here today? Anybody know?
I forgot.
Yeah, good neighbors. Yeah. Some English chaps. Hey, I think we should all just start tweeting random emojis. I'm already on board.
Bro,
I put 3 whale emojis out.
Shit, if we started doing that, oh my God, they'd go nuts.
Just a little thinking emoji.
Ooh. There's someone out there wearing a very shiny sequins dress.
Yeah, seen that. Yeah, she's in her bag today.
She is.
Yeah, she's in her bag.
Oh man, there is so much happening, and Chad is approaching with my lunch. Chad, if you happen to be listening to ESPN 1320, your boy hasn't eaten all day, man. Thanks, Chad.
You should message Chad and be like, "Hey, bro, turn on 1320 a.m. right now. We're shouting you out."
Are you? Yeah, shout out Chad. Turn it on.
Definitely shout out.
Are you one of the people you have to eat something every morning, every day, or something like that?
Yeah, I like to eat every day.
Well, no, I mean before the show.
Are you a nutrition guy?
Well, no.
on sustenance?
I only ask because more times than not, I don't eat at all until I get here. Not by
I can't do that. That's
crazy. It tracks.
Yeah.
So one, yeah, I can't do that. Two, I don't eat the stuff that you do.
True.
And yeah, no, you think I'm cranky now. I'm on, your boy wake up at 4. I had an appointment in Rancho today. It didn't materialize for me to eat. That's why the show looked like it looked up until about, 10 minutes before the show started. So I'm very routine.
Mm-hmm.
Throw me off my routine and it all goes to hell for me. I'm not a good, Kenny's like, yeah, whatever, go with the flow. I'm like, F that. I got a schedule.
I can tell when I crash at your mansion that me being there throws off your routine.
That's not true.
I can tell.
That's not true.
That is true.
That's not true. Just lies everywhere.
By the way, hey, speaking of things that are true, somebody hit me last night because Nike's putting out some shoes that I really like. And I said, somebody teach me how to buy these because I have no idea how to buy sneakers now. And so I went, someone teach me how to purchase these shoes. And salute to Bryce from the chatty house. He's like, at what size? I'll try. And then someone else responded and said, don't you know the person just below Michael Jordan at Jordan Brand? And I said, bet. KC, help me out. And KC was like, yep, I got you. Yeah. Didn't even deny it. Didn't even deny that he was number 2 to Michael Jordan at Jordan Brand. So salute, man. No, that's good. I'm glad that you're embracing
part of it all.
I saw the tweet. He said, yeah, I'll text Big Mike right now.
He did. Well, that's not what he said. I don't want to put lies on Kenny's name. I'm just saying exactly what's out there.
It's good. It's very nice.
Mm-hmm.
What is on your screen?
Why do you keep looking at your screen like that?
People
we've
talking like Spurs reporter.
Oh, it's Mark Wong. Mark Wong sent that tweet. I couldn't remember who did it.
People out here talking like Spurs report. Kyle report.
Well, he's not
Kyle
the only
report.
one.
No, I think.
Wait, what happened?
I think business picking up.
Yeah, the Spurs reporter isn't the only guy in San Antonio who said something is on the way.
I think business is picking up. I just need it to be the right type of business, bro.
We
I don't need nothing crazy.
We sent multiple messages, and I'm just praying for these bubbles to pop up and to get a response. That's all we could do.
Yeah.
That's all we could do. We sent during the commercial break. We sent 3 different messages out. If we get a response to any of them, and I didn't say what's it. Is there any validity to these reports out of San Antonio? If we get them, we'll pass it along.
What if San Antonio's doing like Monte and West, telling everyone there's a done deal? There's not.
Oh, that's amazing.
That would be incredible.
Yeah, we got it done.
RC Buford would never.
Vic and Harrison Barnes dabbing up right now because De'Aaron Fox is going to be here soon.
Then Harrison getting frustrated because the deal never gets done. They're always told one is done, and then
Well, this one got done because the last 2 didn't.
Harrison saying that at his basketball camp.
What if Harrison was like, Wes Wilcox is a liar? Harrison would never, but how hilarious that
Takes it out of the
Wes Wilcox, he's a liar.
He takes it out of the James Harden and moves that Dennis Scott playbook.
I repeat. Oh, Dennis Scott.
That was hilarious.
Don't ever let nobody mess with your paper. See, they gonna mess with you, 7-year-olds. Dennis Scott all-timer for that one.
Round of applause for Megan. Thank you, Megan. Thank you. Thank you.
Salute. That's so funny
Yep.
that's your food.
Is it?
I was going to make a joke when you said Chad's on the way, and I was like, smoothies on deck.
Well, yeah. That's what it
And
is.
Megan rolled up with
What's
smoothies.
in the bag?
Like a little wrap. Okay. It's food. It's definitely food. But like when I get this hungry, it's like I want food and a smoothie.
Mm-hmm.
De'Aaron got
As
me.
one does.
De'Aaron got me. All right, man. All right, dude. Okay, hold on. I don't know.
Wait, what happened?
Look. No,
Hang
I
on,
got a
I need
response.
help.
I got a response.
Oh, okay.
I got a response.
Thank you.
The question was, how real are these Fox reports out of San Antonio? Here's the response. This is from a good source.
Good day.
Somewhat real. It's at a standstill now. That's the response we just got.
Yeah, no, we know that. Somewhat, but it's at a
Well, no, these guys are tweeting that like there's something happening right now.
Yeah.
But it's real, but that's real, but also it's at a standstill.
Somewhat real.
Only
is
a little
quote.
bit real.
It's at a standstill right now.
So I apologize for this if it's an issue. I'll just ask you guys: is it being reported what we heard, like the particulars? Because I don't want to say it if it's not being reported.
I don't think so.
I haven't seen that.
The one that James thought. Yeah, I don't know nothing.
So, but I also think James saw that online. I was
going to say
that
if that's
someone.
it, that's just here. If what James told us is even close to reality, Kings fans, brace yourself.
Oh my goodness,
because it's over.
So, but
I told him I quit if that's the deal.
But we're going the way of Bonte Hill. Shout out to our brother Bonte Hill.
Hey, salute.
Shout out to our boy Bonte Hill. But if that deal that James told us, we're joining you. We're out.
No, that's for real. That's for real. I only say that to say, if that's even remotely true, yeah, there needs to be a standstill. Yeah, but if that's what's being offered, and they're like, "Hey, we'll do this," no, we're gonna stand still right here, because hell no.
Man,
So I got a question while we all try to figure out what's going on.
Put together a trade package you wouldn't want from the Spurs. That's probably what it looks like. Go ahead.
Bar for bar.
Yeah. Would one of the selling points potentially for the Kings to get a deal done right now and get kind of what they want, what they're looking for, would it possibly be, do you think it would have any weight like to tell the Spurs, hey, get this done now while you got, for lack of a better term, exclusive rights? Because if we open this up in the summer, now we got people involved.
Well, you're probably going to have people involved anyway. I think the bigger deal, and we were talking to Dan Devine from Yahoo Sports earlier. You can check that out on YouTube right now. It's a great interview, but actually after the show. But he basically was like, you give yourself 2 cracks at a playoff run. You give yourself a potential playoff run with Fox this year. Right, if you're the Spurs. So that's what's catalyzing this for the Spurs, is why you would want to get it done by Thursday. Because, man, you got to catch the Warriors to get in the play-in, and then Wemby and Fox figuring it out together in time for a play-in tournament. Like, you like your chances. That would be a motivation for them. I think beyond more people get involved in the summer.
And also depend like on that Spurs side. If you give up, I don't want to say too much, but if you give up what I would be asking for if I was the Kings, you might not have enough to make the playoffs. Like if I'm talking about Castle, Vassell, Keldon Johnson.
Yeah, stop right there. Start to adjust your thinking.
Yeah.
They're not trading Castle.
We don't. I mean, if it was me, we don't have a deal then. Or we'll
they
just
might
figure this out
not.
in the
Well,
summer.
you might not. Castle's not being traded. San Antonio's not trading Castle, and he's not. They're not. And if they are, they're not trading them to Sacramento. Castle's out.
That's at least right now. Maybe my mind would change in the summer, but right now, that's a hard line stance for me. That's the only way that I would move right now if I was the Kings. If Castle's
that's fair.
If not, then we'll just maybe whatever you're offering right now, it'll be available in the summer. I don't need to do anything right now.
Yeah, that's why I've changed my mind. I don't think it happens by Thursday. At least that's where I sit today. I had a completely different thought this time yesterday. So
yeah,
we'll see how we go tomorrow.
I don't know that it's getting done either. I don't know. I don't know. Here's what I suggest. Adjust your thinking. Whatever you think the grand idea is, adjust your thinking. It's probably not that. Now, I don't know what it is.
As far as like a return?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'll cross out my Wemby hopes then.
Are we just expecting the Kings to take an L on this then?
Yeah, like there's
return?
I think that's about where we're at.
Like no Stephon Castle and all that. Like
Castle,
just
yeah,
you're
like
gonna get a little return, maybe a couple first round picks, and it's just you just took an L on this.
Yeah, I
don't even know if you can get Vassell.
I don't know. Like, I don't know.
Like, they just paid him, and he is very affordable for 4 years.
I'm going to read a little bit between the lines. This isn't a quote. This is the ball just might be in Sacramento's court right now. And San Antonio might have made their offer, and that's the offer. That's the offer.
So the reports coming out of San Antonio are that, like, deal's done. We'll have details shortly.
It's not.
That might be what's somewhat true in that the Spurs have launched their offer,
and that's their
things
offer.
things are on hold. Or what did you say? At a standstill?
Standstill.
Things are at a standstill because the Kings are like, we're not doing that.
Yep.
But also, James and I talked about this a lot today, and I'll throw this out to you guys. If the Spurs have made an offer, and you're Vivek, and Kenny, this goes to another reason why I think you wouldn't do something by Thursday, is if you're Vivek and you're looking at your entire front office, and you're going, hey, we're going to clean this out as soon as the trade deadline passes. I don't know why you'd let them make this specific deal.
Right.
And that's another motivation for me to just wait till the summer.
Yeah, for me, like I said, people talk about the reports or whatever. It's at a standstill. It's at a walk away for me. There's nothing to stand still about. Why? I'll talk to you at another time.
Yeah.
Then we'll figure out, like I said, what you're offering in the summer, what you're offering right now. Maybe I'll be more inclined to take that in the summer. We'll see. Or maybe somebody else will be involved and I'll deal with them. I don't know. But if I got to adjust my thinking from what I'm thinking a deal should look like, then we don't really even need to talk. De'Aaron Fox, do whatever you need to do. Go get surgery or whatever you got to do.
Yeah.
And we'll just move along with what we have to do for this year. But that, like I said, if I'm adjusting my thinking, goodbye. We don't have nothing to talk about. We got nothing to talk about. You're not serious. Figure out if you could get him in free agency then, and figure out your cap situation and all that.
No.
Like, because if you want to go there, cool, whatever. Like, if I once again, I keep saying it, but if I have to adjust my thinking, I can get that at the deadline for somebody willing to give nothing up for a rental. Like, I could get that anytime.
I don't know. There comes a point where
I'm talking next year's deadline.
There comes a point where I think letting De'Aaron Fox walk for nothing is way more catastrophic than not maybe getting a maximum return for him. Like if your thinking is Stephon Castle or we're out, we'll let him walk then, and you could get Devin Vassell and I don't know, pick your next favorite Spurs guy.
You can,
but I'm saying like
Devin Vassell would have me still having conversations with you. Once again, if I gotta adjust my I'm
Sure.
thinking Devin Vassell.
Sure.
If I gotta adjust that, we don't have nothing. I can get that next deadline. What's mean? I can get that anytime.
Sure. I guess
there's nobody there. Somebody will here take this. I'll take them for a rental.
I think part of the calculus for this with me specifically, because I don't necessarily disagree with you. I think part of the calculus for me is how weird is it at Golden One and in the locker room.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's February 7th and everybody's looking over at number 5 like, all right, so you're gone this summer or what's it? And can you go out and can you be competitive on a I don't know why I was doing that with my hands.
That's what the meme does.
Yeah. But can you go be competitive with De'Aaron Fox on your roster after all this? That's and again, that's me asking a rhetorical question because we don't know. But I do think it's a factor.
Absolutely.
And there's all sorts of stuff out there. We just heard back from Evan. I've heard 14 trade. Kind of leave it. I'll leave it at that.
It's a lot of smoke.
I'm gonna hate this. That's what I'm certain of. I'm certain that whatever happens, I'm gonna be like, that's not good.
I gotta wonder if Zach LaVine is somehow a part of this.
Oh boy.
I know some people just
I'll
threw
be a
themselves
one-man
off
wolf.
a bridge.
I'll be a one-man wolf. Look,
Hey, I'm kind of. Hey, you know what?
Somewhere TK's like head just like exploded.
Hey,
I'll be a one-man.
he's not as good as De'Aaron Fox. He's not as good as De'Aaron Fox, but
Zach LaVine,
Not as good as De'Aaron Fox, a better defender.
is Zach LaVine the best you could get though as far as player in a return?
yes,
Realistically,
Realistically,
Single
after-
player, the best single.
yeah,
Yeah,
player
after
that you
everyone
could
we've
get.
talked about and all that, is he the
Yes.
best player you could get in return?
realistically, yeah.
Yeah, and currently, because like I said, I have spent the last couple of days looking at Stephon Castle. I see the vision.
Sure.
I see the vision.
Sure.
I don't know if that means all-star mode, but I see the vision. So he potentially could be, a top flight guy. But today, obviously, he's not there. And Zach LaVine is the truth, in my opinion. He's a hell of a ball player.
You'd be hoping Zach LaVine is your 1A.
Mm-hmm. Zach LaVine, you need somebody that can go get you 25 to 30 at any point in time, and he can do that.
Anytime you can rebuild the 23-24 Bulls, you do it. I've often said this.
Get his Lonzo Ball here too while you're at it.
Yeah, why not?
That'd be a good look. Didn't I see something the other day where they were talking about buying him out?
Yeah.
Man, buy him out and sign here. I like Lonzo Ball here.
Take Lonzo.
I would too.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You all right? You doing okay over there?
No, I'm sorry. I'm
no,
doing
you're
far more
no, I know,
texting and
I know.
than I should be.
Kenny and I got this.
No, you definitely do. Is our perception of what De'Aaron's market is off?
I don't know.
I don't know if those combination of
if
words made sense.
Ours is. I think a lot of people's are. I think a lot of people's might be. We know because we said this the other day. Because ours isn't off at all. We said like
we're the smart.
They don't look well. We are smart, but don't look at Donovan Mitchell in that deal and be like, yeah, that's what they got for Donovan Mitchell, so we should get that. The league don't look at De'Aaron Fox and Donovan Mitchell the same.
Correct. There's a reason De'Aaron Fox isn't All-NBA and isn't an All-Star.
Is it even lower though? Because like right now, it seems you can't even get you Stephon Castle.
It might be lower than we originally thought. It might be. Like we did this exercise a while ago, and I don't know if we came to a conclusion or we were trying to be nice or whatever, but we looked around the league, and realistically, and this is no shot to him because I think he's a great talent and a really, really good ball player. But we looked around the league and like, how many teams would trade for De'Aaron Fox right now? We got the Spurs.
Apparently, dozens of teams have called.
Well, you gauge the market.
You know, the maximum amount of dozens is 2. That wording really made me mad the other day. They've received dozens of calls, have they?
Are you an English major?
No, God,
You're
no.
not?
I have a job.
Okay. All right, shout out to all English majors, by the way. Jesus Christ.
Well, they listen 6 hours a day because they're not doing anything else.
Wow. Wow. Wait, De'Aaron's got everybody on edge. I blame De'Aaron for this.
Salute to the English majors. They're probably all teachers or professors. They're much smarter than I am, to be sure.
But
what was the question?
So you look at the standings.
Mass communication studies and journalism.
Look at the standings in both conferences. We'll start with the Western Conference. How many of those teams are trading for De'Aaron Fox?
In the West?
Yeah, like the top teams. Top 10.
Well,
I
hang
feel
on.
like Houston would.
You gotta move that to 12 because that's where San Antonio is.
Yeah.
And are you saying could use him or would call? Because
if I'm a Nuggets fan, hell yeah, trade me De'Aaron Fox for Jamal Murray or something like that.
Yeah. They wouldn't do that because they love Jamal Murray.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
But the Warriors
Maybe
definitely called.
The Clippers would be one.
Golden State
if
called
they don't
for
have
sure.
to give up Austin Reeves, the Lakers might take him.
And
that was the most, dude.
That'd really be clutch South.
It really would be clutch. Draymond on his way.
The fact that was reported as though
amazing.
Hey, there were deep talks that they fell apart because they just won't part with Austin Reeves.
Damn it.
Like, okay.
No Austin Reeves.
That was so random. I believe it. Right? Like who would start a rumor saying something like that? Unless you heard that.
Who would make that call?
All of that. Like you had to have heard that.
Did the Lakers call and go, all right, hey, yeah, no, we got a clutch thing here. Okay, hey, Wes, what's going on, dog? Yeah, no, everything's good. We heard De'Aaron's on the block. Yeah, no, we heard that for sure. We're thinking maybe like Jackson Hayes. We'll get
sorry, we don't have any draft picks.
Yeah, no draft picks.
We're like
we're just gonna try and salary match.
Yeah.
You said Reeves? Austin Reeves? No. That's a hard line no.
How would you like Kurt Rambis's wife? We can send her to you.
Bronny James also off the table.
Women's Day.
Happy National Women's Day.
But not like, and I'm not even making it as like shade to De'Aaron. I'm like realistically, I have the study. Like we got the Clippers. I don't know if anybody, maybe Dallas, maybe.
I don't think Dallas would.
No.
Would Minnesota?
Kyrie should have been an all-star.
Yeah.
But maybe they look at they need a point guard.
What are you gonna do with Kyrie, Luka, and?
I agree with you.
I'm
looking down the list.
If Minnesota could land De'Aaron Fox in a deal that gets them off of Julius Randle, and also brings in another like serviceable big, I think they would do it.
All right, maybe Minnesota. But so I compare that to if Donovan Mitchell became available. How many teams in the West would make that deal? Would look to like make that deal?
I think Denver would trade Jamal for Donovan.
Yeah,
for sure.
I think Houston would move.
The Lakers might trade Austin Reeves for Donovan.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Slow down.
Too far.
So the question was like the value. Like, are we like overvaluing him compared to what the league is looking at him as? And yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. Because we look at it like, man, we're giving you De'Aaron Fox. Like you should jump at Stephon Castle or something like that. Like, and people may not be looking at it like that.
Yeah, no doubt. But also the context of our conversations is very much that. Like we all have a very good idea of what De'Aaron's capable of and what they should be getting. Now, whether they get that or not, TBD. But I don't think it's off base to be like, hey, they should be asking for heaven and earth here. And they may not get it. But again, this goes back to, I keep bringing this up because I think it's just really indicative of where things kind of stand. Matt George ran a question on Twitter where you could answer yes or no. And of like almost 3,000 people, last time I checked, 89% said no, they don't trust the Kings front office to make this move. So I'm not letting them make it anyway. Even if whatever the Spurs offer is, it's like, hey, whatever it is, I think someone else could probably do better. Yeah. So we're going to wait on that.
I don't know. I don't know what's coming this team's way, but I feel like Zach LaVine is involved somehow.
Yeah. His name just has been too present for too long.
And really, the only way you can do this is De'Aaron.
Yep.
Because it's $40 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
40-something million for Zach LaVine.
Yeah.
I'm with Kirsten.
And I'll
same.
I think that I like the idea of Zach LaVine. If I had my choice, I would take a lot of other trade proposals that we've heard or whatever before Zach LaVine. Like I'm not even crazy about the Spurs thing, but I'd definitely take Castle and Vassell ahead of a Zach LaVine trade. I'd definitely take Tyler Hero. I'd definitely look at what Houston has before Zach LaVine, but none of that stuff may be available.
All right, we'll come back. Sam said something in his article. I think it was this morning. It got my attention. I want to run by you. I want to run by everybody. And we'll mourn our missed opportunity to land Austin Reeves.
Damn.
What's this front office doing?
I wish I had taps. I could play taps every time we mentioned Austin Reeves. We'll keep you updated, man. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Kyle, I wanted to ask you a question that this isn't really the time on the radio to do it. But
Perfect.
I'll ask you right now. 49ers question.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you saw on Twitter, it was just like a rumor. It's not substantial. I think somebody just put it out there.
Mm-hmm.
They said Brandon Ayuk to the Panthers for a second and a sixth, I think. And I said, I would think long and hard about that trade. And I'm really heavily leaning towards doing the trade if it were ever available. And before I hear what you got to say, my premise is, unfortunately, it's no shit. I hate that this is the case. I don't think Brandon Ayuk will ever be the same.
Yeah, I mean,
that knee up.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not.
You're talking about a guy
2 and 6 this year.
Yeah, you're talking about a guy that's not a physical specimen. Like he really relied a lot.
Yeah.
on,
No, I got you. That's why I'm even thinking about it. Yeah, I think I probably do that just because Juwan Jennings showed you something last year. I think Ricky Pearsall flashed enough, but to me, you then have to draft a receiver pretty early.
You also get the money off the books too. That's the other thing I think about. Now, somebody told me you can't do that because it would be the dead cap thing.
That might. Oh yeah, because his.
But I didn't think that. I thought that was more if you release them, not if you trade them. Right?
No, it hurts in trades too. I forgot that
it's like $40 million, I think.
Yeah, his extension did not kick in until this year. So if you trade it, yeah, you can't do that. You can't trade it.
It's $41 million.
Yeah.
Now, here's the question about that.
You're eating a lot of money.
So let me ask you that though. 41 million on the dead cap. But Brock Purdy's contract wouldn't have started. Like you have it to do it, to eat and then not have to pay him moving forward, Brandon Ayuk, right?
Yeah. I guess that would not be eating a $40 million dead cap hit is just not typically not a It's a smart move.
I'm just really worried. I think Brandon Ayuk is.
If they, I mean,
I'll put it to you like this: you'll never get a second round pick for him. If this was the offer,
yeah, probably not. But I think at that point, when you're looking at the money and you look at the fact that they like him, I think they're giving him every chance to come back. I don't think you want to set a precedent that you could get hurt and get shipped out.
No, that's fair. I mean, that's the real life component to it too. But I saw that and I was like, damn. Like 12 months ago, I would have never thought about that. But
I also think, just if I can fit a Niners take in here real quick before I go, I'm feel so confident that they're going to take a defensive lineman in the first round.
Poor Kyle really wanted to get that defensive lineman take off. Man,
there was more to it. Yeah. We just came back.
Thanks, Kyle.
Next week, Friday, 12:15. Hear the rest of that take. It's a 23 and a half hour, 7-day tease.
Lord knows nothing will be happening then. Oh, no, it's the week after. It's the All-Star break the week after, right? Because it's like Valentine's Day. Yeah. Okay. Well, we don't have any plans that weekend because Domas ain't there. We'll get to that. No one's surprised. We knew he wouldn't be. We'll continue to follow the De'Aaron Fox stuff. For those just tuning in, there are reports out of San Antonio that something is close. Our reports here say that's not true. We'll see. We'll see what gives. We also learned that Stephon Castle is not, if there is a deal done with San Antonio, Stephon Castle is likely not going to be a part of it. Sam, and I'm glad I did this because I don't want to misrepresent this. Sam wrote today this line, reading it at 4 this morning, hit a little bit differently than reading it right now, but I still get the gist of it. Quote from Sam Amick in The Athletic today. The mood of the team would certainly play a part here, as league sources close to several Kings players expressed frustration that this situation has become such an ill-timed distraction. I'm going to read it one more time. The mood of the team could certainly, in fact, I'll read the 2 sentences before to bring a little bit more context. The question there, it seems, is whether the Kings are motivated enough to truly consider offers that would likely be less attractive than the Spurs because of the risk factor involved for teams that roll the dice. The mood of the team could certainly play a part here, as league sources close to several Kings players express frustration that this situation has become such an ill-timed distraction. When I read it this morning, I read it as Kings players. Now I read it properly. I read it in the proper way Sam wrote it. He said league sources close to several Kings players. To me, I think he's talking about agents, right? I mean, I think, is that a fair assumption? He's probably talking about agents. He could certainly be talking about wives, moms, dads, girlfriend. He could be talking about that too. But I feel like this might be a little more of the agent realm. And I'm trying to figure out, are the agents frustrated by the distraction, or are the players frustrated by the distraction?
That's where I was thinking with you. I would say he's hearing it from agents, and I would say the players are frustrated. Why would the agents be frustrated? Agents don't really care.
Question. Well, I mean, I think they do. I don't know. Maybe they don't. I don't know. Is this do you think the players, this is a problem?
I can understand why it would be. I don't know. To be honest with you, I want to say I don't know, but it depends on the relationship, right? Because DeMar and Fox and Malik and Fox and Domas, all those, they may be saying, "Hey, man, go ahead, do your thing, man. Like, it's a business or whatever." Like the same premise that Fox had with Malik and all. It's a business, man. Like, you got to do what you got to do. Maybe understanding of that. There could be people in the locker room and players in the locker room who, even though they understand it's a business, like, hey, man, I'm trying to win right now, and this is a problem.
And that's where DeMar got everybody's attention yesterday.
Like, this is a problem. I'm trying to win, and like, well, even I think DeMar was like, I'm trying to win. If it don't look right, then get me out of here. Like,
well, he didn't say that.
No, he didn't. I'm paraphrasing.
Indicated.
But my thought,
I don't have a lot of time left. I'm not trying to waste my last years.
Yeah. Well, so I took that as I'm not trying to waste my last years. If I can't win, I want to move on. I'm speaking of, hey, I don't need all this stuff around me, bro. Like, why would you bring this up right now? Why would you do this right now? I'm trying to win. I'm trying to get to the playoffs. Like, why are we doing all this drama right now? Like, if you're going to be here, be here. If not, then leave. But I'm trying to win. I'm trying to win right, like this season right now. And this whole thing is I can see where it'd be frustrating.
Yeah.
Like, this is frustrating to have to deal with this. We're playing well. We have been playing well. 11-5 since Christie took over. We're trying to move in a certain direction. We're trying to do things. And just when we think that we're trying to move together in a certain situation, we got to deal with this. Like, I could understand somebody in the locker room, in the line, one of the players being frustrated with how this is playing out right now. And the fact that this is happening right now. Like, why? Why is this happening right now? We're trying to do something.
Not related to Fox. Did you see his quotes on Mike Brown? DeMar.
No.
On the podcast.
I didn't.
Well, it's pretty easy to read. Sometimes change is good.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. Yeah. He said sometimes change is good. Sometimes you just need a different voice and, doing different things. And it's worked out great. Okay. I see you, DeMar. And he's right. Sometimes change is good.
Sometimes change
Mike has
good.
been DeMar's coach for 2 months.
Good.
DeMar had 2 months with Mike Brown and said, yeah, sometimes change is just fine. It's just fine. Sometimes that's all you need. Goodness gracious.
Man. Yeah, I just.
This is a distraction.
Yeah.
It is. Like, I tried to pass it off. Maybe it won't be. These guys seem to be locked in. We thought that going into Philly. It was not. And that wasn't a good Philly team. Like that was a bad loss by Doug and that group. Yeah. It was not that was a bad loss.
Every time you lose, the story's going to be this.
Yep, 100 every time.
And every time you win,
every time you win, it's going to be this.
Yes,
it started the day after a win.
It's all the Kings won, but we're all like, how far can this team go till it reaches the end? Like, this is all we'll be talking about.
So
they'll hear.
Is this more reason to move? Like, you got to move them now.
I think so. I don't think it's never too late to start being not dysfunctional, I guess. And having your GM situation and having a player who, for going off of what Sham said yesterday, if it's not traded this week or before the deadline, it's inevitable he's trading the offseason. Just knowing that you're going that direction, it's probably best to move him. There's just way too much going. Like, they got to make a right move somewhere. And I'm not saying, no one's saying trade De'Aaron Fox for a bag of scraps or whatever.
What did you just say? What'd you just say?
I don't even remember.
They got to make the right move somewhere?
Oh, yeah.
Buddy, I'm not confident that's happening.
What's what I'm saying? Just start with something. Just be normal with something. Even if it sets you back maybe a little bit, just make the right move for once. Be normal.
Well, and Yaz in the chatty house kind of goes to one of the things I was thinking. It also depends on what you're trying to do this year. He says if they keep him, they're going to punt on the season. Are you trying to punt on the season?
Do you think so? Do you agree with him?
I don't know. It feels like it's a mess.
Let's make sure we point something out, though, right now. They're the 10th seed.
Yeah.
They're the 10th seed right now with De'Aaron Fox on your team.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought I pointed out.
If you keep him to like what Jesse's talking about, it's just a mess. Like, how you may not proceed anyway, but how are you going to proceed with that mess going on every night?
Guys aren't going to stop trying, I don't think, or anything like that, but that's just all too much to just deal with the rest of the season. Like, that's going to pile onto you.
Yeah.
I don't even know, too, because it's like, there's this thing, if they keep Fox, maybe they can get added something into the roster or whatever. I don't know, but if this is the roster after the deadline, what we have here, then they won't even make it out the playoffs.
Oh, if this is
they won't make the playoffs.
Like, I'd imagine if this is the roster after the deadline,
it'll get really bad, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, if nothing else is done, because I don't think it's just the frustration of De'Aaron Fox you're going to deal with. I think it's the frustration of other guys. Like, guys love ball. Like, there's no doubt about that. But, like, no, you're going to have to love playing 40 minutes. We're going to win. Like, we want to win, right? You're going to have to love playing 40 minutes.
Do you think you have to solve this before you do anything else?
De'Aaron, no, I've been consistent. I don't think you do. I don't think you do.
I kind of feel I understand why you say that, but I kind of feel like,
and I understand why you feel that.
Yeah.
Can you solve it later if you solve the GM thing first and let them go?
Yeah, like you got to solve it one way or another, whether it's with Monty and Wes or someone else. If we're flatline till Thursday, I can't stress this enough. Fire the entire front office on Thursday. There is no point in them being here. What are they here to do?
Right.
Fire them and find out who your next general manager is going to be immediately. If you want, Alvin Gentry is here. If you want Alvin to fill in until the end of the season, it doesn't matter. I don't know what a general manager's job is past the trade deadline. I'm sure he has one. I'm sure they scout. I'm sure they do a variety of different things. But fire your front office on Thursday if this roster is exactly the same.
Yeah, that'd be one of the biggest fails I've ever seen.
If you can't work a deal out, if you're the Kings, do you just tell them to get surgery?
No, if you're the Kings, you still have to win games. And if De'Aaron is your best bet to win games, what are you going to tell Malik if you tell De'Aaron Fox to go get surgery? What are you going to tell DeMar and Domantas Sabonis? Huh?
You got the juice now.
Well,
I mean, it's not great.
I swear to God, you can't wait to tell that man that next Wednesday.
Because you next.
It's the situation you kind of created for yourself. Like,
I understand.
Talking about Vivek in the front office, it's not the player's fault, but like, this is what they made. I'm not saying you do rest them, but like, it's an option, I think.
I think
if everything is as bad as it is.
Yeah, to Jesse's point, like it feels like today things could change. Maybe people come out and say stuff and make us feel differently, but today it feels like him being around is just too much of a distraction, too much of a mess. Like I wouldn't even want him around, and that's not like him personally, the person. I'm just saying, like, with everything that's going on, if I'm trying to proceed and win games, if that's what my goal is, like, you go off to if you're still here, you go off to the side and we'll figure out how we're going to move forward as a team. That's just how it feels today.
If he's not going to be here past this season, then is it too early to move on and kind of run life without De'Aaron Fox?
Let's say that again.
Like if we know he's going to be gone after this season, is it too early to start life without De'Aaron Fox?
By telling him to go get the surgery.
Yeah.
Well, no, because in the other situations you don't have anyone to fill that role.
Devin Carter, you're up, bro.
Oh, for God's sake!
You're gonna get these 25 minutes whether you like it or not.
Well,
we drafted you. I'm not saying that's what I would do, but if it's an option.
I wish there was whiskey in that.
Devin, I know you can't breathe past 10 minutes right now, but I need you to figure out these 30.
Be gassed. My boy be gassed.
We drafted you for a reason. Maybe it was to take over after Fox.
Also, what was the reason?
Maybe this. Maybe
that was damning too. It could have been.
Yeah, maybe.
Like I said, I'm of the belief. I'm of the belief. They've known for a while he ain't coming back.
So
I don't know if it's as far back as June, but they've known for a while he ain't coming back.
I had something in the notes about that. Something in the notes. There it is.
That still would be bad because I don't think he's a point guard, but whatever.
Two things for all of our friends with the Sacramento Kings that are listening right now. My hand to God, if this roster is exactly the same, it's going to be needle mover, acknowledge me, slums of Sacramento, fire your entire front office the rest of the season. That's how every single show will start. Fire your entire front office. Welcome to the show. Mark Stein wrote that, first time I've seen this, that De'Aaron Fox has no intention of signing in Sacramento. First time that's been written. That lines up exactly with what you laid out yesterday. Bar for bar. This was one Carlton from half court shot at making All-NBA. And just like Carlton's half-court shot, we knew when it left his hands he wasn't going in. We know De'Aaron's not getting All-NBA. De'Aaron knows he's not getting All-NBA. Clutch knows he's not getting All-NBA. It's like, all right, we're good then. Let's maximize leverage. Let's maximize my earning power. And that requires me to get out of here now.
Yeah. And that just leads to, like I said, I think it's been for a while. I just don't know. I would like to know when that front office and this Kings organization knew or got word that it would take a miracle for him to sign back. And the miracle is making all NBA.
I don't think they knew.
They had to have known.
Okay.
It might have been
Go with that.
It might have been when it was when he turned it down. It might have been when he turned down the extension.
Yeah, I just don't know why that's a big deal. Like he wouldn't have come back. Like when he turned down that extension, you feel like the front office should have known, okay, he doesn't want to be here anymore. This might mildly be about all NBA. He doesn't want to be here.
This is why I know we talked about, we laid out why he wouldn't have signed a deal, right? But if I was Monte, if I was Vivek, if I was all these guys, I would probably have had a conversation right there. Like, I understand the financial implications of why you don't sign this deal. Makes perfect sense. But I need you to tell me, is that the only reason why you're not signing?
Mm-hmm.
If it's just the money thing, I understand. I'm not going to press you. We're going to try and get you all this money. But if that's not the only reason, like if the additional reason is I don't want to be here, I need to know that.
Mm.
Or if like I'm unsure if I want to be here, or I'm leaning towards leaving, like I need to know that. And I'm assuming, which is not a good thing to do.
That's what a lot of people are.
That conversation might have happened with the agent. Like, all right, you're not signing, but is it just about the logistics of the deal? Or are you questioning being here? Like, do you not want to be here? Because that's the first question I would have asked. These guys, they aren't the best at what's going on, but that's pretty simple. Like, all right, we having an open conversation. Like you saying, no, I just want to know, is there more to it?
Mm-hmm.
And feel like maybe those guys would have talked. Like, I don't think Rich Paul and these guys or De'Aaron Fox or whatever would lie to these guys. It feels like they've been pretty forthcoming. They've been pretty like if they told them, like, if I get all NBA, I'll sign the extension. But that's really it. Like, I could believe De'Aaron Fox saying that. Like, that's the only way I'm signing. I think they knew for a while. And they took a chance, which is fair. Like, all right, our chance is we're good. He makes all NBA and he signs. That's our one shot. And once we got into December, January, where it was clear that's not going to happen, all right, we might have to start fielding some calls. Because our one hope in the sky is gone. And now he's going to be gone.
Okay.
I just don't know when. I just don't know when they knew, though. But I do think they knew. That was their one shot.
I don't think they did, because I don't trust them to know. I don't trust them to read through the lines, between the lines. I don't know. I just can't stand this front office. I wouldn't trust them to get my salad order right.
Chad could be the GM.
Shout out Chad. Chad knew. He saw Megan. He handed my smoothies to Megan. Shout out to Chad. He knew. I wouldn't trust Wes to hand my smoothies to Megan. I think he'd drink them. Title the show, Wes Wilcox Drink My Smoothie.
I'm on it.
Man.
And then he say Vivek did it.
I see like Spurs fans. Wow, that's funny. I see.
No,
What do you
Monte McNair drink my smoothie?
First of all, I said Wes
Are you looking for a flag?
Wait,
are you looking for a flag?
Looking back.
Sit your ass down. What are you doing?
Run the rest of class. How about that? Fence and back.
Bro, you are Draymond Caraway over
look,
there.
High Times KG. Ayo. I wasn't the only one who saw it.
Then you guys can run fence and back together.
Sorry, smoothie is a double on.
No, hell no.
Drink my smoothie is kind of crazy.
It's absolutely not. If we've hit the
Just
point
hear it now.
if
You said it funny.
if we've hit the point where drink a smoothie is funny, we've
Jamba
we've
Juice is
lost
going out of
complete
business.
control of this show.
Yeah, Boombox Benny out here. Kenny's out here flopping.
Just absolutely flopping.
Go ahead, do the flopping side. Go ahead, do the
No, I'm an adult. I'm a grown ass man.
So Steve Kerr.
Well, let's get TC in here. 916-909-1320. TC, what up, baby?
What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, TC?
Hey, it's wild right now. I called in early with some stuff about the GM. So, hey, what you said, what y'all said, you stuck with me, right? And I'm paying attention a little bit, right? I said the 14 trade that I heard. I think D-Lo said something about we keep hearing Zach LaVine. Would it be out of the ram, right, if we work a 14 trade with sending him to the Spurs? We get Zach LaVine. We get the player from the Bulls, Zach LaVine, but we get the picks from the Spurs because they got both the Chicago picks in this year coming up draft. Top 14 protected and the top 10 protected. Would that be crazy? I think that's more than enough.
No, that wouldn't be crazy at all. And for clarification, it's the Bulls pick is top 10 protected, and the other pick is Atlanta.
Yeah, and I don't think the Hawks pick are picks are protected.
No, I don't think
yeah,
so.
Those aren't protected. It's not crazy, and it's probably not too much of a far-fetched thought to think there's been at least some conversation regarding Zach LaVine, Chicago, in some way to make this whole thing work.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and if I'm San Antonio, it's not F them picks, but I'd much rather do that than trade Stephon Castle. I'd much rather move on from these picks than make that trade. So if I can get a deal, whether it's a 4-teamer or whatever, where I still get to keep Castle and Vassell as well, and I just got to let go of the picks that I don't want to say aren't going to be valuable, but I got Stephon Castle here. You know, I've got a young.
You
Wemby.
hit on your last draft.
Your last two. Oh. I've got a young Wemby here. I've got
one of those was really a risk.
Still in the draft, but I don't need Atlanta and Chicago and all this other stuff. Like I can build around those guys. So that would be, I think that would be a little advantageous for the Spurs to go about it that way.
Let's hear what Buddha thinks. 916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. Buddha, what's happening, my brother?
What's up, family?
What's good?
Doing, man?
We good. We good. I guess, man. We trying to figure this out right now, man.
Right, I hear y'all, man. Y'all tweaking. Y'all trying to get my boy out of there. That is crazy. I ain't gonna lie. I don't think it's time, man.
Well, he want to go. Like, I don't know what you like.
We ain't trying to get him out of here, but
someone here who don't want to be kept.
Yeah, I'm hearing go Fox. Like, come
on. He don't want to be here. He can go. He can go.
Dude, did he say that to you?
We're clearly Buddha. We're clearly smarter than the front office.
Hey, I feel it, man, but I don't think it's time. That he been 60 points, 38 points, the second most in a debut game in the playoffs.
Buddha. 10th seed.
10th seed, but we didn't address the size. We small out there. Pause. I mean, we gotta put something on them boys. Pause. But seriously, we need some size out there. John Collins is the guy, man.
Buddha short circuiting over there. Buddha can't even have a conversation with us.
Buddha, I would say this, and I truly do feel this way. If he wanted to be here, I would roll the dice and keep De'Aaron Fox here. I don't have any problem with that, and any problem saying that.
I mean, if De'Aaron wants to be here, it's probably not a roll of the dice.
Well, when I say roll of the dice, it's can he be the guy to lead us? I think that is a roll of the dice. Like, can he be the one to elevate this franchise to a contender status? That's a roll of the dice. I feel more confident when you talk about an Anthony Edwards or something like that. Like, I don't know if he's that type of guy, but I'd be willing to do it. But he don't want to be here. He wants to move on.
How long De'Aaron been in this? Eighth year?
Yeah.
Let's get Anthony in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Anthony?
Damian, what's going on, my man? D-Lo, Casey.
What's up, man?
I think it's really important when we talk about De'Aaron only signing the extension if he's all NBA is the fact that more than likely in the modern NBA, the stats aren't going to get you that all NBA. It's going to get you that record, right? So that would also mean the Kings are probably in the top 3 spots, maybe top 4. And, he's happy because they're taking that next step to host the first round series, to probably have a good chance of moving on, playing one of the 7, 8, 9 seeds. And that would be a big factor in that as well. So, yeah, the money would be great, but with the All-NBA, you would probably be seeing the record and that top 4 finish follow as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think he meant the other way around. That record, they would be winning, the All-NBA would come, and ultimately you'd be talking about a winning player on a winning team, and that probably resonates a little bit different.
Absolutely, but I'll use this scenario. If they were a top 3 team and he got cheated out of All-NBA and they lost in the first round, he would leave. In my opinion. Because
of the set, you feel like he'd feel like he'd be paying a Sacramento tax, like he can't get the recognition he deserves here, and it just cost him 50-60 million.
Yeah, I think money is in this particular case, not like how he views basketball or if he's. I'm not questioning that, but in this particular contract negotiation situation, the money is first. Like I said, let's do that scenario again. If they were a top 3 team, but he missed out on All-NBA and they lost in the first round, I think he will leave.
Okay.
I don't think he'd want to be here like that.
I got you.
And that's just, I'm not reporting. That's just an opinion, just a feeling that I have. That's all.
All right. I see a lot of people want to talk. Get in on the phone lines, 916-909-1320. We'll come back. We'll take your phone calls. We'll continue to navigate this mess. We have no indication that a deal is close to done, though people in San Antonio are reporting otherwise. Again, our people here say that is not the case. But if that changes, or if we're wrong, because we've been wrong exactly 0 times through this process, we'll correct ourselves and update you. We'll do that all day here. It's Steeler and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We'll go see if we can grab some pizza out there, I think.
They keep going back to that damn place.
Is it that place again?
Yeah. Although it's whatever they do, it's not that bad.
Man, I forgot the Bengals have all those contract problems. Sorry, guys, 1 second. I hate having all this stuff up here. When I'm hungry, man, I order so much shit. Just the absolute worst. What do you think, D-Lo? King's legacy will be better after their trades, Cousins or Fox? King's legacy will be better after their trades. Well, DeMarcus obviously that got hurt and everything changed. We got Dan.
I just thought about it.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
my gosh. Why does Brogdon have to be dog water? That's harsh.
Are we stupid for thinking it can't be this fucking hard?
No.
Like, it really can't possibly be this difficult, can it? Man, look at this cookie. These nice chocolate chunks.
I mean, I don't mean to look at it like that because it's still good, but we don't need chocolate chunks.
All we do. The hell am I going to do with a little tiny punk-ass chip?
I don't think we can handle this argument with Fox and all that going on.
Fine.
Max Aller was going. I'd imagine, though, it's not that difficult to keep your star player that happy. I don't know.
The only thing that would make it difficult is if you look at him differently than everybody else does.
Mm. Mm-hmm. All right, before we get back to these phone lines, big game coming up 1 week from Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Kendrick Lamar, halftime. Excited for this. We're going to be at 32 Bruce Street inside Sky River Casino. Not just that. We're going to be at the Humidor from 2 to 3, having some cigars and whiskey. So you want to pull up, come hang out with us. It's tricky. You want to be at 32 Bruce Street, you got to book a reservation.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be popping. There's 70 TV screens. There's, game day menus, all sorts of things. Call them. If you want to be a part of this, call them right now. Mm-hmm. Now, you could come through the Humidor without going to 32 Bruce Street. Yeah. We're going to be at the Humidor at 2. We're going to have cigars. We're going to hang out. You can enter to win tickets to see Kendrick Lamar at Oracle Park in May. We got that all on site. So that is coming up 1 week from Sunday for the big game. Yeah. Sky River Casino. We're going to watch the game at 32 Bruce Street. You want to be a part of that? Make your reservation. You want to hang out with us before the game? We're going to be at the Humidor having some cigars from 2 to 3. So pull up. You don't have to go to both of them. You can go to one or the other. If you want to go to 32 Brews, though, you got to make a reservation. You got to book your table. If you just want to come hang out with us at the Humidor, come do that. We'll be there at 2 o'clock. And if you've never been to the Humidor, this is the perfect time to do it. They're opening early for us. It's going to be a day out there at Sky River Casino, a great place to watch the big game. A great place to watch Kendrick and SZA. That's what I'm hyped for.
It's gonna be fire.
That is what I'm hyped for. They know we're turning the music up when Kendrick takes the stage at halftime. So make your plans to be with us, Sky River Casino, for the big game.
Gonna be some good vibes out there for sure. I can't wait for that. Also, real quick, we talk about the big game. People over at Prize Picks, they giving away another free play basically during the big game. Patrick Mahomes, half a passing yard.
1 yard, 1 win. Simple as that.
You win. You get another play in there and you win that. You didn't win. They giving you half of the win right there. So shout out to our people over at Prize Picks. All you got to do, if you're trying to do that, get your lineup together. But this is what's going to help you as well. If you put the promo code KIFM when you make that $5 lineup, you get $50 instantly. You don't even have to win, nothing like that. Just put in the promo code KIFM and you get $50 instantly on your first $5 lineup. So Prize Picks is hooking you up every which way right now, man. So you must be present in certain states. PrizePicks.com for more details. Prize Picks, run your game. B Money coming tomorrow.
You want to get any more of your stuff off here?
Well, let me tell you about Johnny Jennings and the Made from
Let's get Dan in here. 916-909-1320. What's happening, Dan?
Yeah, hello, D'Lo and Casey. Just like to thank you this week for the free therapy sessions. Kings fans appreciate it. My big issue with trading Fox, from what I'm hearing, is right now San Antonio is the only bidder. And to get max value out of any player, I feel like you need at least two teams interested. And, you know, I don't think Fox's value is going to be significantly lower in the offseason than it is right now. So, you know, maybe what Monte and the front office is protecting us is, what if the offer is just like 2 top 10 protected first picks and salary filler? You know, if that's what they're protecting us from, I'm okay with it. I'd rather see, you know, if the offer is a bad offer, I'd rather let this go to the offseason. Maybe you go to the agent and say, hey, what are 3 destinations that Fox would like to go? And then you start negotiations. You get a second team involved, and now you can get, you know, closer to that Donovan Mitchell offer or Rudy Gobert offer. You know, I just think it's important that they do what's best for the Kings long term, not what's best for Clutch Sports or what's best for Fox.
Sure.
No,
I'd feel so much better if I heard a second team was involved.
No, that's absolutely fair. One of the things that I think they may be thinking about, and I actually, I don't know if I can say encourage, because nothing about this front office is encouraging right now, but they're also thinking about this season. Like, they don't want to just like fall back and be nothing. So how we've talked about, you know, maybe moving Fox right now is good for, hey, getting everybody focused on this year, or whatever you get back may, you know, help you be a better or a good enough basketball team for this season. I think that plays a role into it. And if you're trying to still salvage this season, you may need to move him now to keep whatever hopes you have for this season being successful still alive.
Yeah, spot on.
Yeah. Real quick, because we're just kind of keeping everybody updated on some of the things we're hearing. It lines up with some of the things we heard, right? Don Harris looks pretty reputable. A TV reporter in San Antonio about an hour ago, lining up with some of the things we saw. Spurs very active and perhaps close on complicated 4-team deal that would bring De'Aaron Fox to San Antonio. Stay tuned.
So he was the other reporter we were referring to earlier when we said it just wasn't the Spurs reporter. It was him also. We know, putting together a couple of different things, a couple of different sources, we know this isn't Sacramento and San Antonio. He is the fourth person to tell us. Well, obviously he tweeted it. Someone else told us there's a 4-team deal. Evan mentioned that to us, and one of our sources said, "Yeah, there's a lot going on." I just don't know that a deal is close. That's what, like, I get it. Just what we're hearing right now is a deal is not close. I asked a couple of questions and was also told, give me a minute, I'll get back to you. So I don't know. Maybe it's happening right now. I have no idea. But we're gonna bring it to you. We're going, man. We got you. And if you know this show, just wait till 4. It'll absolutely happen by then.
4:01.
We'll be live on Flashback Friday with
De'Aaron Fox is a king will turn into a flashback.
Well, that's facts. Is it Faraz? Let's get Faraz in here. 916-909-1320. Faraz, what's happening, man? Thanks for
holding. How you guys doing?
We good, baby.
So, man, I just have 2 questions for you guys. I know there's a lot of smoke going on around San Antonio with some of the deals that they're trying to put together. Rumored to be a 4-team trade, but I don't know how true that is. If that's a deal that kind of takes place or kind of happens, do you guys think that if they get some good key players and maybe some future picks, that somehow the season is still, you know, manageable to make a run for the play-in, if at the very least, if that's possible, to stay around the 9th, 10th seed? Or do you think it's something where, like, Vivek is going to want to be like, hey, like, let's go to the off season. Let's try to finish the season out, and, you know, we'll get a new front office and see if we can convince Fox to sign an extension, you know, just kind of put this to bed? Or is it just kind of something that a deal kind of just has to take place without the team getting too distracted for this season?
Good stuff there, Faraz. I think Sacramento. I think De'Aaron in Sacramento is dead.
I do too.
I didn't think that when this started 3 days ago at all. In fact, I was told it wasn't. But Mark Stein was the first one to write yesterday, and I think we are too far into this to where I don't think this can be fixed. I'm actually, for the first time, am a little concerned about tomorrow. Because I didn't think anything was off. I just thought they played bad. I thought they had a bad first half, which I feel like is becoming too regular. Yeah. But what is also irregular, they had a good third quarter, or part of it. It was like, okay, there you go. Like you up 13 against the team you should beat. There you go. That's what I like. And then, man, that thing disappeared real quick, and they wind up losing that. And so now with each passing day, that's the weird thing about the Philadelphia. Now there's like an extra day between games. Now the noise is a little louder, and that's kind of the concerning part. Is each day that passes, the noise gets a little bit louder, and the louder it gets. And we said this 2 days ago. The trade deadline is 6 days away. It's Thursday. Even today, even on Friday, 6 days away, it's still so far away. So much. Think about how much has happened since Tuesday. You're dealing with essentially the same time frame. How much can happen between now and Thursday? And not just, I'm not talking about De'Aaron getting injured, Kings winning or losing. I'm talking about how many narratives start to change. How much more contentious does this become? Because we're already, I told you, I don't know Jake Fisher. I know Trista's good friends. I'm sure he is a fine reporter. What he wrote last night lines up with apps. It does not make sense whatsoever. It borderline seems impossible. The Kings shopped De'Aaron without De'Aaron and Clutch Sports' knowledge for almost a week, and no one knew. There's just saying that makes me feel more stupid. Like, how is that even possible? I don't think that it is, but it's a narrative. And because of the way that Jake writes, and to be fair, this is stuff that people have shared with me on social media. I don't read Jake, but there's a belief that he writes with the Clutch Sports narrative. I don't know whether that's true or not, but if I'm looking for who does it make sense for to say that the Kings were shopping De'Aaron behind De'Aaron's back or without the knowledge of Clutch Sports, who does that benefit? It benefits Clutch. And what's it do? It makes the Sacramento front office look worse than it already does. It's really easy to make Sacramento look bad. But now you have stories that are probably not true being piled on top of it. And we still have 6 days. It's not even ugly yet. The question is, can it be? The question is, will it be? And probably the most important question for Kings fans, Doug Christie, Vivek, can we win games while this is happening? It's difficult enough. You don't have Charlotte coming up, with all due respect. You don't have Washington coming up. You got the Oklahoma City Thunder tomorrow night. You got a Minnesota Timberwolves game coming up on Monday that you need to win. You need to beat them. Regardless of what happens tomorrow, you need to beat the Minnesota Timberwolves. And it doesn't get easier when you come home because you've got Orlando. Then you've got, I think that's the first night of a back-to-back with Portland.
Yeah, Portland, and then come back home from New Orleans.
And then for reasons known to no one, you play the Pelicans like 3 times before the All-Star break. Now, you can feel a certain way about that, but if that team is in a bad place, that literally can mark the end of your season.
Yeah. So another before we get back to the phone lines, another aspect to what you were saying is about like how this stuff potentially get out. We gotta. I'm looking for for us to be consistent in this situation, because there are some people who believe, like myself, if that was the first time they had a conversation with another team about De'Aaron Fox, he's trying to be on the up and up and say, hey, Rich, somebody called us. I want you to hear it from us first. And this is how it went down. There is a belief by some that they shouldn't have done that. And that that would lead to, if they were shopping him for a week or so, yeah, that's what they should have done. Shopping him quietly. You don't tell Rich Paul that. So I don't know which one is right or wrong. I would have told him. I would have gone that way, but
you absolutely do. And why did Rich respond the way that he did? Or why did De'Aaron or people close to De'Aaron respond to the way they did? You already said it. They're ready to go.
They're just waiting.
That man was on edge already.
I mean, they were going to do it regardless, but this gives them a better reason.
8 years.
Publicly.
7 years. Whatever. You just told me. What was it? 8
years.
8 years. Think about De'Aaron's temperament in this city from a 19-year-old to today. Think about his temperament. De'Aaron, I'm on edge. De'Aaron Fox is not. De'Aaron's Kenny Caraway. He's cool as a fan. Cool as the other side of the pillow, is the great Stuart Scott would say. This sent him over the edge, huh? Not buying it. Brody was already there. He was like, all right, that's the move. All NBA's cooked anyways. Let's go.
And once again,
I mean, he's probably thinking too, we're the 10th seed anyways. It doesn't matter.
Right. Once again, if you want to talk about the reasons why he may have been feeling that way, completely fair. Roster building, front office, leaving him out to hang with Mike Brown. Like, sure, those things could have played a factor, but what we're trying to express is he was already leaving. A lot of that stuff, in my opinion, that other stuff that gets talked about, that happened, I think, after he had already decided to leave. Like
what other stuff?
Like the Mike Brown firing.
Oh, I got you. Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I thought I believe he was ready to go before that. And he was just holding on to the one thing of like, man, maybe I can get this little extra bag here and ready to go. What do you think about the narrative? And I know he's trying to go to San Antonio, so it probably doesn't fit, but like Clutch, you know, we like Clutch. We like Rich Paul. But like, if you're not in one of them markets, they gonna try and get you out. Or they gonna get you wherever. Maybe they convince, like maybe they try to say, hey, De'Aaron, look at LA, look at Miami, and De'Aaron's like, nah, I want to go to San Antonio.
Outside of Anthony Davis, who have they done that with? Because LeBron never forced his way out of it. He just left.
No, he just
LeBron
left,
just left.
but not forced. But the eye is always on the bigger market.
I mean, I guess I genuinely believe
they believe in the market thing. Like they genuinely like.
And the caveat, the thing with San Antonio isn't San Antonio right now. It's San Antonio's about to be the center of the basketball universe. That's fine. You could do that. You're going to get. I think it's about recognition, and unfortunately, Domantas Sabonis has learned this lesson. Being in a bigger market helps you as a player. And if I don't really fault Clutch for that. Like if you regularly see guys in, Sacramento get looked down upon. Plus, I think there's a lot to it. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it.
I don't know how I feel about fault
that.
Them because it feels like that's the name of the game. Like what's happening. It sucks, but that's like what it is. But I do wonder if it's like a problem. Not saying Clutch is a problem, but that going along with that mentality, that mindset of you can never be, you can't maximize your potential or your star or your earning power in a place like Sacramento. Like
Siakam made it.
But Siakam's also not a star, right? Like Clutch is kind of in the business of stars.
Yeah, that's true.
So they kind of, there's Williams, $2.
No,
thanks, William. But I don't blame him because that's his job. That's Rich's job, and that's what the clients are asking for. It just kind of sucks as a NBA lover, viewer, the way I am, and especially being in Sacramento, where that is out there.
Yeah. Well, Adam's too concerned about TV ratings to worry about stuff like markets and all-stars and all of that stuff.
I still think it's not fair that they haven't balance the stuff for no taxes in Florida and Texas. Like they got it. Like teams in California should be able to go higher above the cap or on a contract or something. That's not fair that they can't.
I hear you. I think Odyssey should pay us more because we live in California.
Agreed. Don't they do that?
I don't think so.
No, not enough.
Well, but isn't that like what happens with some?
There's a cost of there's a cost of living.
It's not good, but it's not good enough.
Like I lived in I'd be curious. Like I spent a lot of time in Knoxville. Stuff was not as expensive there. It was very, very different. Like it was straight from California to Knoxville. There was no Connecticut yet or DC. DC was jarring. It was like stunning.
Very things were very expensive.
Yeah, it was like it's like California times 2. The cost of living was really different. But
they need to put a cost of eggs clause in our next contract.
Let's see what Kyle thinks. 916-909-1320. What's happening, Kyle?
What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
Yeah. A couple years ago, in a similar clutch situation, you guys talked about it. We saw AD get traded in the summer, but he was up on the deadline. And Dell Demps, we found out later he had more on the table, but he didn't take the offer and he got fired. You guys think if Monte messes up, he gets on the hot seat?
Hot seat my ass! Fire him!
And maybe they bring in someone like Jeremy Lamb.
Okay, that's a good reference right there. That's a good job, Kyle. That's well done. That's well done, Kyle. Kyle listens to this show. He knows what this show is about.
Time to play the game.
Kyle knows what this show is about.
Trip Slam.
That's my man right there. Monte and Wes are both on the hot seat, and whoever else makes decisions for this damn organization are on the hot seat right now. Yeah. Right this second, they're on the hot seat.
Yep.
Can they save their jobs between now and Thursday? Maybe. I don't know. Right now, today, I'm telling you, fire both of them the second this fiasco is over. Unless someone can give me a valid reason you need a front office between now and the end of the season. Got nothing, but hey, Alvin is here. He's a vibe. Have Alvin do it.
Draft preparation, but I mean, they would just draft a player that can't play anyway. So put me in charge.
I don't know about that. You are a bit contentious. You walk out of meetings.
Well,
you don't like some deals off, and you just forget. You just leave. Like we can't.
Well, no, I'm saying after the trade is done, because you said, what do we need a GM for?
Well, yeah. Now you just want the GM seat. You just want to sit next to Vivek, between Vivek and Anjali out there courtside, and whatever random celebrity is here in Sacramento that day.
Me, Master P, Vivek, Anjali, and Trip Slam.
There it is. Just every 5 minutes, look over at Jeremy. Goes, time to play the game. It's time to play the game.
Oh man, what a time!
We don't have enough time for that. I don't even know if Kamara heard our response to some of the things because Kamara has just been adamant. You guys haven't responded.
We did, Kamara.
Well, we did it on the air, but I don't know if Kamara makes like $1,000 a minute at his law firm. I don't know if he heard that, but I know like when we got word that there's a good chance that when we got word that Stephon Castle was off the table for San Antonio, they're not trading him. There's this immediate reaction of why can't the Kings get that superstar trade? And I think when you look back at some of these deals, there's a lot of context to them that needs to be provided. And we talked about some of this yesterday. Like Paul George was in a hostage situation in the Kawhi Leonard thing with the Los Angeles Clippers. The Clippers believed they had to land Paul George to get Kawhi Leonard. Sam Presti could have asked for the future site of the SoFi Stadium, or what's the spot called? The Intuit Dome, if he wanted to. Mm-hmm. He could have asked for anything. That's why he got it. Mikal Bridges, there was the New York tax. Yeah, we'll send him to you, but you're going to pay more than Sacramento would. Mm-hmm. You're going to pay more than Phoenix would because you're literally down the borough. All right, you paid for it. The Rudy Gobert trade is the worst trade in NBA history, or one of them. It's
top 5 dead or alive.
But at the time, Minnesota said, this is the move that takes us to a different level. This is the move that levels us up to a championship contender. And to their credit, a lot of people agreed with them. A lot of these national media people who love to rip Gobert and do all of that stuff, they were the same ones praising Minnesota for this deal, saying they made a move. This makes them a contender. They weren't. They're not. None of them have admitted they're wrong. But at the time, they said that's the move for them.
Mm-hmm.
And the only other ones that comes to mind is Kevin Durant. And forgive me if this is breaking news to anybody in Sacramento. My brother is not Kevin Durant. There is not a conversation to be had there that equates a De'Aaron Fox trade to a Kevin Durant trade. At this point, De'Aaron Fox is a really good 8-year player who's been on a playoff team once. You can frame Sacramento as dysfunctional as you want to. You could talk about the coaches. You could be mad about them firing Mike Brown. You could do all of that stuff. The fact is, there has always been this little fuzzy feeling about De'Aaron Fox and what exactly he is as a basketball player. What type of market do you think that's going to command? It's not going to command a Mikal Bridges market. It's not going to command certainly a Kevin Durant market. And those other two situations, Paul George and Rudy Gobert, are incredibly unique. That unique situation, as you just outlined when you went through the Western Conference, that does not exist. This trade return is not going to be what you think it is. Not today, not in the offseason. You just hope it's good enough to where we're not resetting this whole thing and starting over. You made a great point a couple of minutes ago. This front office, this ownership, this group of people making a decision, they're worried about this year because whatever De'Aaron wants is irrelevant at this point. I got to worry about Domar. That's a new player. He's a combination of
Is that what we're calling the Kings
Domantas Sabonis and DeMar DeRozan. He's this hybrid player of the two.
Fox and Ox, get out the way. Domar's here.
Hybrid player.
DeMar DeRozan, Domantas Sabonis, Malik Monk. You've got those guys to worry about.
Yep.
We'll come back, man. Steelo and KC. We'll get back to the phones as well. 916-909-1320. Steelo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. See, CJ's right. Domar would have been all NBA.
Well,
even in Sacramento. Too good to leave off.
What do you think Russ is saying right
I don't know, but he looks like a nerd.
now? Sierra's pregnant again, isn't she?
Well,
get that 5.
That's why Russ smiling. I did read something about Russell Wilson being the next quarterback of the Las Vegas Raiders. So that jacket, that's the move right now, huh?
Yeah, that's fire.
Because that's the Shams joint, right? Just a different color?
Yeah, different texture too, but yeah.
Is that's suede? I can't tell if that's suede.
It's a good look.
No, it's great.
Yeah, Roland, we don't go to break here.
Yeah, we don't do commercials. I mean, we do for the radio audience.
Do we know what time the Royal Rumble is tomorrow?
Nope. No clue.
Indianapolis. So
Thaddeus, can you help me out?
My guess will be it's regular time.
We used to always be 5, but now it's 3 sometimes, or
I'm gonna say 5. I'm gonna look, but I'm gonna say 5.
Oh yeah, Mark in the chat says 3. Yeah, 3 o'clock.
I don't like the way they do these premium live events. I don't like that it's on Saturday. I don't like they keep starting it earlier.
And then this is on Netflix too? No?
It's still on Peacock.
Got it.
The WWE network is still very much on Peacock.
Somebody asked, Stephen, how many hats do you own? I haven't counted that. It's not that many. It's probably like 30. It's not that
many. I ate way too much.
Who's coming to the Kings?
Is he related to Domar?
I think it's Italian.
I'm not sure. Well, I don't think I know what I'm not quite sure what you're asking, but if Fox got surgery, he's out for the year. Kyle Matchin just out here tweeting emojis.
Oh, he did it?
He did. He tweeted like multiple whales. Then I think he
whales.
I don't even know what.
I told him to tweet
like a gray face and like, is that a squirrel?
It's an otter. It's an otter.
Oh, it's an otter.
I told him to tweet a bull, but he got scared.
Oh,
yeah,
that's a good
Yeah,
call
be careful.
right there. And he tried to get us to do, hey, we should all tweet emojis. No, sir, we shouldn't. We absolutely should not.
His pin tweet is pretty depressing.
Good news about being an Oakland A's fan is that someday I'll die.
Oh, man.
What's your biggest tweet? Because that's not it. I know it's not that one. Do you know what your biggest tweet is? No? Like Kyle's had some.
He's had some heavy hitters.
Yeah, he's had some dimes. You said Ish? 916-909-1320. Ish, what's on your mind, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? First time calling in. I'm an East Coast Kings fan, 20 years, so my tip-offs are like around 10:30 p.m. So
where are you at on the East Coast?
Collapses. I'm just outside D.C.
Oh, let's go.
That's
Okay.
what's up.
Virginia?
DMV.
Yeah, Virginia, Northern Virginia, yeah.
Shout out to the DMV. Big ups.
Thank you very much. So I'm calling in just because obviously the situation's got to a point now where we may be trading, one of the franchise's best players. Pretty depressing on its face, but when people are talking about Wilcox and McNair being on the hot seat, of course they should already be fired for everything they've done, but I don't think people are talking enough about just how insane it is that these two guys who have brought the situation to where it is are now tasked with making the most consequential trade in the history of the franchise, maybe. And there's a chance that they do that, the team doesn't make the play-in or the playoffs or whatever, and then they're just going to be fired anyway. So my thing is, if Vivek is looking at these guys at least a little bit sideways and has them on any sort of leash where Vivek is thinking about firing them, how can he then trust them to be like, well, just on the way out, go ahead and make this franchise-defining trade, and then I'll reassess in 3 months if I think that was good enough or not. I just think it puts us in a position where it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. My best case scenario is we don't. Obviously, it wouldn't be trading Fox in general. It would be getting him help the last couple of years, but it would be at least waiting to get to the summer, getting a new front office in, and having people fresh pair of eyes. Because, what are we going to do? Get a bunch of draft picks and let these guys make our picks? The picks have been skewing to either guards or people that are older. Like, for example, Devin Carter, for example, is turning 23 in March. Mm-hmm. That's the same age as Darius Garland already. And if you look at his where he is now and where he could potentially be, I know he came in with an injury, but that's also another strike against us. If you just look at the quality of our draft picks, even in terms of a ceiling, we don't take the big swings in the drafts. It's just the whole thing has been sideways for quite some time. The not addressing of a big, mentioning, and this is the last one. I don't want to take too much of you guys' time, but I knew the season was in big trouble when we got DeRozan, who's obviously a nice player. It doesn't really fit a need, but we lost to the Pelicans 6 times the exact same way last year, including being eliminated from the NBA Cup, which should matter, and losing the play-in. And so we were outsized, outgunned, and we've needed a backup big in wings for a long time. And our solution was Jalen McDaniels. And I know that's the solution because Monte McNair, when asked in a media scrum during the summer, literally mentioned, hey, we've got, or is it Jaden or Jalen? Which one's the brother that we had? I don't even remember. Jaden. He was like, well, we did get some length. We brought in Jaden McDaniels. And the fact that he even would think to say that as like a cop-out, it's like him subconsciously admitting, like, yeah, I know I didn't do anything to address this. So I knew the season was in big, big trouble from there. And, how many times are we going to lose games the exact same way every year? So I just think more people should be nervous that these two clowns, in my opinion, and, really, backstabby guys where word travels in the league, that people will see this, they're now going to be making the biggest trade maybe in team history that will set us up for better or worse.
So that's the part. Yeah, that's the part we really got to touch on. Jesse wanted that fade so bad. Jesse, I just wanted Jesse to have it. He wanted that fade bad.
And I think I said I get him confused sometimes too. I think I said Jaden. It's Jalen who was here.
I think you did say Jalen. Yeah, to be honest. But
I get him. I get the first names mixed up.
So I think the most important part of what Ish was talking about was Monte McNair and Wes Wilcox being in charge of this decision, right? And I don't know, but I certainly get the feeling it's not like they're out there by themselves. So if you're one of those Vivek is too involved people, I'm guessing Vivek is involved in this, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say you probably want him to be. Not so much of, okay, let's do this instead of this or this instead of that. It's he wants to oversee everything that is happening. And he needs to, because it's his franchise. And you're going to wear whatever goes right. You're certainly not going to wear whatever you're not going to wear whatever goes right, because that just doesn't happen. You're going to wear whatever goes wrong. Mm-hmm. So you might as well oversee all of this. You might as well make sure with a borderline micromanage level that this deal gets done the way that you want to. And I'm only semi-joking when I say fire them Thursday. They're going to be fired. They have to be fired. And you need to make sure that this franchise is in the best position possible when you go to hire your next general manager. Singular. Your next general manager. You hire one guy who can draft. You hire one guy who can call free agents, who can talk to agents, who can do all of that stuff. One, you hire a great scout team. You surround that general manager with people that he wants. Not with people you want. One general manager in place when these two are done.
One thing that I will say, and if a lot of people, like probably not many people at all are going to agree with this, but a lot of people think they should be fired, whether it's now, should have been fired, or in the summer. And that's perfectly fine. I'm not here to save their jobs. But I don't agree with the notion that they just are these bumbling kluts who've never done anything right. I think that's a little unfair, because they have made deals and made signings and draft people who have been like
I don't care what you think. Well, I think they're a bunch of bumbling idiots.
But like we said the other day, though, they don't get an F for their time here in Sacramento. They don't get an F. I mean, think about what the roster looked like when Monte got here.
How would you grade them?
Probably
you was about to say a D. Minus. You almost said a D.
Probably a C minus. I wouldn't give him a failing.
Would you be happy if Reese came home with a C minus?
I wouldn't. That's why they like anybody that wants to fire him. Sure, but
a C minus looking like a 69.8 too.
I mean, it's so. But once again, I'm not. Did they when they got the franchise? Is it in a better place than when they acquired the jobs?
Sure.
It's in a better place. It's not good enough to keep your job. It's not good enough to move on to the next grade. But
first thing Monte did was what? He extended
Glenn. Oh,
okay.
You're not really helping here.
But like, let's look. He extends De'Aaron Fox. Lands Malik Monk, trades for Kevin Huerter. Mm-hmm. Right? Or maybe it was trades for Kevin Huerter, then Lance Malik Monk.
Drafted Tyrese Halliburton.
Okay, right. I'm sorry. I'm moved past that. So he drafts Tyrese, trades for Domas, Kevin Huerter, all of that stuff. You know, the Kevin Huerter deal still isn't over.
Oh, it's a tough one. That's not.
So even if we live off of the beam team year, mm-hmm. the deal that landed Kevin, it's still not over. Mm-hmm. And now it's a problem. All because you couldn't win one play-in game against the New Orleans Pelicans last year. You couldn't go 1-5 against the Pelicans last year. Otherwise, it'd be over. The Kevin Huerter deal would be over. You could do anything you want to with draft picks, first round, second round, whatever. It opened. James said this for weeks leading into that final part of the season. You need to make the playoffs because you need those draft picks open. They didn't, and now the nightmare of not having those draft picks open has materialized.
Going off results, Monty's got 1 year he made the playoffs, 1 year he didn't, and then the third year where he's pacing to miss out again.
Yeah, and like I said, that doesn't, like, if it's extension time or if it's time to figure out a contract, you may not pass go because of that. You also have to take into account, and this is partly on you because you hired the man, but you want to talk about getting a 6'8", 6'9" guy in here. Looked like they had the opportunity twice, and their coach said no. So everybody like, you didn't recognize it and go get somebody. Well, clearly they did. Also, they found this guy.
Not twice, once.
Once. But also, you found this guy that was really good for you as a undrafted free agent. You built him up or whatever, and your coach wouldn't play him.
Right.
And the second he left, he started playing, and he's looking great.
Well, we can't trade Mike Brown. We already took care of that.
But I'm just saying, when you talk about the resume, I mean, no, I don't think people take those things into their resume. And
who do you think hired Mike?
Monty.
Who do you think re-signed Mike? That's tough.
You think it was Monty or was it 2 out of the 3 who hired Mike?
I'm a
question.
That's
a genuine question, by the way.
No, it's a good question. I don't know.
I'm gonna say they were both times. It was Monty McNair. I think both times it was Monty McNair, and I don't know if that was the consensus, like to keep him around. Or actually, if we're going like all the chefs in the kitchen, both times it might have been Wes. It might have been Wes because it doesn't seem like Monty and Mike saw eye to eye on damn near anything.
Oh, that's fair.
So I don't know why
Monty
would be
Mike,
his choice at any point.
I'm not sure how much Monty and Vivek see. I don't look at this picture. I'm just looking.
Probably flip a coin going into the interview. Who gets the lead today?
I love when you Google. This is just amazing. This is just absolutely stunning to me. Wes Wilcox, current team, Sacramento Kings, job title, assistant general manager. You're the assistant. And then the next headline, Hawks general manager Wes Wilcox makes racially insensitive joke.
That's crazy. That is crazy. So I just, like I said, I know a lot of people.
Assistant general manager.
I know a lot of people don't like these guys and don't think they've done a good job. I'm just here. I don't think that's necessarily fair.
But that's not how you judge them right now. Like, everyone can be emotional and frustrated right now, and that's perfectly like that. It's whatever. Like, we
was all dancing in the streets 7 months ago when they got DeRozan.
Yeah,
they don't go get Finney Smith, and now they're idiots.
Leave that man alone. He's got a family. Leave Dorian Finney-Smith alone.
It's reaching Scotty Barnes levels right now.
Seriously.
The hell?
Well, I don't know what's happening here. I don't know. I don't know what's going on up there, but that's not how this works. Like Kevin Huerter had a great season 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter for right now. We're talking about right now. People's reaction to their time here, it's irrelevant. And you could try to talk them off the ledge like, guys, they weren't that bad. And that's fine. And you're right. But why are we here? They're part of the reason that we're here. Mm-hmm. And maybe is it Dorian Finney-Smith? Is it John Collins? Is it Brandon Ingram? Is it Kyle Kuzma? Is it Zach LaVine? Is it person A, B, C, D, E, F, or G? Doesn't matter. In the end, their players were asking for help behind closed doors and didn't get it. And now they're left to last year figure it out. this year, figure it out. And now you have this De'Aaron situation over everything right now.
The only reason I kind of bring that up is because the consensus is, and I understand it. I do. I don't necessarily know how I feel about it, but like, I don't trust these guys to make this trade. Well, they've made trades of high magnitude that have worked. So if you are with these guys, for the next week and they've got to make this trade, it's not all hope is lost that they're just going to have take a bad deal.
You consider the DeMar DeRozan thing a trade?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't, but that's fair. It was a trade.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very specific type of trade. But
Tyrese was a trade.
Yeah, that's fine. That's the only one.
They've had
Kevin Huerter was a trade. Is that a good trade?
In hindsight, or now today?
Yeah, now.
No.
Okay.
But also, like, do you trade for someone? Like, if everybody traded for, if they traded for Cam Johnson right now, everybody would be like, this is great. Cam is great. Nobody's going to predict that Cam Johnson is going to fall off the face of the earth in 2 years. Like, you can grade it at the final product, but today they would be looked at as great for trading for Cam Johnson.
Yeah, but that's one part about all of this that I feel like you brush aside so frequently. We're literally reacting in the moment. Not just us, like sports fans. They're reacting in the moment. So Kevin Huerter worked for a year. It was great. It was brilliant. Mm-hmm. Last year, it was like, I don't know if this is working. Mm-hmm. And now this year, it's like, okay, this sucks. Not only does this suck, he's got another year on his contract, which makes him less attractive in the trade market. Mm-hmm. And your picks are stuck. Your draft capital that you actually have, you just can't utilize it, is stuck. And the draft capital that you did have, you used to trade Harrison Barnes to be able to sign DeMar DeRozan, who collectively, the signing, not the player, has gotten you nowhere except into a position where you're in the 10th seed and you're trying to trade your star player a week before the trade deadline.
I chuckle because I'm not speaking holier than thou. It's the nature of our business of sports.
Very literally what we do.
But 2 years ago, Monte was the savior, and he was such a genius.
The executive of the year. That's right.
And now he's a bumbling idiot.
Correct.
Like, I think.
Well, I don't know that Monte is. I don't know that Monte's a bumbling idiot.
Well, okay. The guy who didn't win the award was making all the decisions then, and now he's a bumbling idiot because they're not working. I think neither one of them are true. That's all I'm saying. They're not this great GM just because everything worked out, and they're not idiots because things haven't worked out right now.
How do you judge if something works? Like, if you bought a car and that car cost you, it's you, $100,000.
Stop it.
But the car worked for a year, but it was a great year. Was that a good purchase?
It's tough. And look, no, it's a little different.
Your wife is on line one, sir. You're in big trouble.
It's a little different. I don't like that analogy. It's a little different because I think about it like this, right?
Okay.
The 49ers trading for D Ford. D Ford, for that first year he was there, it gave them the best opportunity they had in 20 years to win a Super Bowl. And they were right there. They didn't get it done. But when you make the deal, the way I look at it, when you make the deal, you got to think, what can this get me? Can it get me? It's not going to guarantee me anything. But is the risk that I'm about to take worth what it can get me? He got you there, and it didn't work out. Now, the next 2 years, he was injury-ridden, and it didn't work out. I look at the D Ford deal for the 49ers, like, at the time, would I do it again? Absolutely. Absolutely. At the time, would I do it again? Hindsight, of course, like, it didn't win you a championship. He got hurt. So it's easy 2 years later to say, no, that's stupid to do that deal. But that's not how you work. But that's not how things work.
But that's where we are, though. We are 2 years later.
But that's not fair.
It doesn't matter if it's fair. None of this is fair.
We don't know what's going on.
De'Aaron put in 8 years of equity in Sacramento, and in the last week, we've tore it all down.
We have no idea what would happen with Cam Johnson 2 years from now, and we're all saying that's the move you have to make right now.
Because that's what we're living in. We're living in now.
But do you see how ridiculous that is? If
yes, I very much do.
That's all I'm saying.
That's the world we live in.
That's ridiculous.
We live in the world of ridiculousness.
That's all I'm saying.
We're criticizing men who can do stuff we can't. Like, yes, of course, this whole game is ridiculous.
That's all I'm saying.
That doesn't mean Wes Wilcox and Monte McNair don't stink.
The thing that I always go back to a lot of the times, not if somebody should keep their job or not, but I try to put myself back in that moment and say, like, what was the reasoning sound at that time? So I use that D Ford analogy because I think about that a lot because we should have won the Super Bowl. But what at that time, are you okay with them making that move? And yes, I was. Hindsight, of course, nothing worked out. So it's stupid. I don't think that's fair.
And you're right. So you're going to convince the entire sports world to stop doing that.
One person at a time.
Okay, man. Good luck. Just real quick.
If I could change,
hey,
you could change.
Oh, God damn
Peyton can change.
There's 10,000 people watching right now. Anybody moved by Kenny's speech? Anybody change their mind about how they're going to evaluate trades and owners and coaches?
We'll give the players half the job.
Drew Down says nope. Oh, G Money says I changed. G Money says I changed. So I get look. You said you wanted one. You said one person at a time. You got G Money. You did it.
There we go, G Money.
You did it.
There we go.
Yes, we can.
Hey, check this out. I feel like Leon in the projects.
Okay, settle down.
Settle down. You see me cook. I feel like Leon in the projects, man. I'm trying to help my people. But they don't want to listen, so I'm just going to go back to criticizing people.
Alfonso says everybody can change.
Change. That's my slogan.
D-Lo and KC change. Man, we'll
but
do
that
it.
Being said,
we'll do it in the old Obama hope.
That's what I'm thinking of. With that being said, I mean, I understand if they don't make it
think
past
back to
the
one
trade
of our,
deadline or the summer. Like, I understand.
Someone pull like one of our first shows ever where you ripped into the Giants and hit us with the line. I don't remember who it was, but you gave me one of my favorite lines was, well, I got a little emotional.
I think it was Farhan because then they got good for a year.
That was prior to
right.
impressions, praise God. That was prior to impressions. So
I'm sure glad he put those impressions away because there's no need to use them anymore. I am back with the Dodgers. And Bazorp is living on.
Jalen makes a great point. De'Aaron wants change. So that is the theme. De'Aaron wants change.
So did DeMar. What does DeMar say? Change is good sometimes.
Change is good. I got to get that exact quote. I laugh. I laughed like hell when I saw DeMar talk about Mike Brown. Oh, no, change is good.
You just met him 2 weeks ago.
Like, yeah, no, I need to change my coach from the last couple of months. Oh, it was Run It Back, right? It was funny. I should have sent it to you. I popped. It made me laugh.
But yeah, to Ish's overall, to his original point, and there are a lot of people's point, like yeah, these guys, they have missed. I ain't saying it like they haven't missed. They have missed, and they missed. One of the most egregious ones for me that I can't forgive and I can't get over is the draft. I that is awful.
The Devin Carter.
Yeah.
Made no sense then, makes no sense now.
Yeah, and that's no shade at Devin Carter. It's just the situation, the roster building, his injury, like the potential trade that was there for him, allegedly. That's considering where you are, talking about results now, that is almost a fireable offense in itself.
Mm-hmm.
That is awful. I got to look at Jalen Wells last night, locking up Jalen Green from time to time. Like, this kid could have been here. He was right there for you. That was awful.
King's success with Doug Christie is due to newfound freedom that Christie allows the players to have.
That's what DeMar said?
Yeah.
goodness.
Maybe it was never good.
Man, I'm looking at the boy. Shout out to Run It Back, boy. They post a lot of clips.
You know what happened, and maybe Kyle could help me out with this, but and I wonder if this happened with Mike Brown.
Sometimes change is good.
I wonder if this happened with Mike Brown. I remember when Jim Harbaugh signed with the 49ers. And Jed York was like, we got our guy. He went out, he got Jim Harbaugh. And it felt like, I could be wrong, but like one of the first team meetings they had, Jed had done, or Harbaugh did something like rip the players' couches out of the the locker room, or rip the wall pictures down from a wall or whatever. And they said like that's when Jed was like, oh no. And it was never the same. Yeah, it was never. I wonder if that happened with Mike Brown. Because people wanted him.
Hey guys, I got this contract that says all in. Oh no. What do we do? Oh, just sign it and hope he never brings it up again. Hey guys, I got t-shirts. They say all in. All right, Mike. Give me the shirt, Mike.
I wonder, because I mean, how after like a year and a half are they like, I don't know if this is the guy, and they won, just like Harbaugh, they won that first year. They're like, I don't know if this is the guy. What?
We'll come back. I think Eddie's with us. I forgot. Man, 2 hours have already flown by, and nothing's happened. And I mean, they're doubling down out there in San Antonio. They keep saying we're just letting them do their work. Like it's on the way. So
what are they doing in Chicago?
Eddie Gonzalez joins us next. He probably knows something.
Yeah, he probably heard something. He's heard the second biggest newsbreaker. You know, he's close with him, so you know.
Stealing with KC. That's right. Oh, yeah, it took a minute. I was like, what? Oh. Stealing on KC on ESPN 1320. It dawned on me. I didn't tell you. Oasis isn't here.
Oh, so
he's not live. So we're done at 6. I checked in as I was leaving. And I was like, all right, so we're here till 7. And Complex goes, oh, I got to double check. Of course, he calls Oasis. Oasis is like, no.
Probably
okay.
Reno or something.
So I ran back in and recorded the breaks. So we're good. So yeah, it's just a normal day. Which I don't think anything's going to happen. But if it does, we can always fire up the stream on like a laptop and do the stream while we're doing the case.
Yeah, we got a lot of downtime.
We have there's ways we could do it. There are ways we could do it.
So I remember sometimes I participate in these things. So I got sent one of those emails, you know, from like PR people. And they said, embargo, January 23rd, Sacramento area restaurants on Yelp for 2025, top 100 places to eat. And they said, do you agree to the embargo? If you do, we'll send you the exclusive information, you know, as a media member. I said, I agree. Tell me where the places are. Well, now it's out. They said the embargo's over. It's out now. And the Sacramento.
We told y'all he'd be there, front and center. Tyrese and Indy.
They had WWE night the other night. The top 100 restaurants, places to eat. I think this is the country. But anyway, the places here in the Sacramento area who made the list. Number 6 in the top 100, Wally's Cafe in Rockland. Number 21, Guys for Lunch in Roseville. 36, Pastosas by Lucia in Galt. Number 39, Genevieve. No, I don't think that's Genevieve. Genova.
What are you reading?
Genova Bakery.
Okay.
In Stockton. Saisons in
Wally's
Fresno,
Cafe.
and Ngawa Fusion in Sacramento is number 95.
What is Wally's? This doesn't look.
Wally's Cafe.
I'm looking at it right now. That looks odd. Wally's Cafe is a 3-time Yelp Top 100 restaurant.
You ever been to Guys for Lunch?
One more time.
Come on, man.
What? I'm asking the question.
Yo, what are you saying? What the hell are you saying, bro?
Run it back.
I'm saying, fam.
I asked, have you guys ever been to that place, Guys for Lunch? I've never been there.
That's a name right there, boy. That's a name.
That was an intentional foul, whatever.
Jesse Stewart, Isaiah Tapia. I'm going to take this flagrant.
Bringing our boy here, Eddie.
Yeah.
What up, boy?
Fresh off the Q train.
Hey, man, I ain't going outside at all right now. What you mean?
Old.
Let me try to make this. There we go.
Oh, it's brick outside, man. It's brick out there, man.
And it's raining.
What was Jennifer Lopez? She was on the 6. That was the name of
the 6.
I ain't been on the subway.
It's commercial break right now, right?
Yeah.
I was told it's a win, not a if. But not like all this 5-team stuff is like there's no reason, you know.
So okay. This isn't going to be too subtle. We're coming back in a second. You heard that from your boy? Okay.
And you know,
he said that already, though.
He did?
And no, like
I didn't know that.
The other day, it's inevitable.
Oh, well, he did say that. Yeah. We're back, Eddie. The real NBA insider.
Yeah.
Eddie Gonzalez. You?
No. Real talk. That man over there across from me. Come on, man.
We just over here navigating some bumpy waters, man. There's people in San Antonio saying a 4-team deal is nearing its conclusion involving Sacramento and San Antonio. We got people here saying we're a little hung up right now trying to get some things done, but I don't know, man. We're literally just sitting here waiting for your boy, almost certainly your boy, to tell us that this thing is done.
Oh man, you know where it's gonna come from. It's either gonna come from Damian Barling out in Sacramento.
Or I don't think the final one's coming from me. It's coming from your guy Shams.
So that's my thing, is like, unless I'm sitting next to somebody, I'm not gonna find out about it right before, you know. And that's kind of how it often goes. So yeah, it'll probably be Shams because they're gonna tell him. But the way I heard it today, it's not an if, it's a win. You know, it was fun.
Now,
all the guessing about the teams was fun too. But as Dame told us some time ago, it's the Spurs, and it's just a matter of time. It sounds like.
So let me ask you this: when you talk about win, like, is it win in the next 7 days or win maybe in the summer, but it's going to happen?
No, it sounds like before the deadline for sure. They're going to handle that this season, and then, you know, obviously they'll deal with De'Aaron and his contract going forward. And like I said, man, Rich Paul don't play around. It's time to get to business. It's time to get to work. Let's get it over with. I seen some stuff about it being inevitable in multiple teams, and I don't know that it's imminent. It's the way it was said to me, but you know, by next Thursday, it should be on its way.
That checks out with what we heard earlier.
Yeah.
It might not be there today. Yeah. Clearly those guys in San Antonio are getting something different, but we're getting it might not be there right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's haggling both ways. You have to imagine the Kings got to make sure they're whole it's going to be multiple players. So then you have to then figure out the back end of that because you have to fill rosters and a little bit of contract stuff probably with Harrison Barnes. So if there's an additional team where he has to go, everybody's math has to make sense, all that good stuff. It's like I always say on Twitter, it's not a good trade just because the trade machine comes back green. Like both teams have to like it too. Yeah. So that's part of it. And then there's actual like league rules where these guys have to figure out the math of all that and everybody's apron status and all of that. And they have to exchange the right amount of dollars. So, I mean, you're probably looking at two of those young fellas, whether it's Devin Vassell, which is probably more likely than anything. I see a lot of chatter about Castle and people saying I wouldn't do that. He's available too. Like there's only one off limits player in this entire league. He's on the Spurs, but it's not none of these guys. So don't worry about that. And you're probably getting not necessarily your pick of the litter. You're probably getting some combination of we all agree, some picks, and yeah. And like we said when we talked the other day, and I'm happily it got reported pretty loudly right after that, like on the record from other people, like, yeah, it's a win now move for the Kings. They want to continue to remain competitive and work towards not only the playoffs this year, but going forward. And I think these are good young players. Like these are good young players that have the chance to thrive and be better going forward as well. And then you get those picks, which are obviously valuable. And this is not a rebuild.
Right. To go along with the fact that the cupboard's not bare already. Like, I mean, maybe I'm just, higher on these guys than others, but you still got Monk. For now, you still got DeRozan, you got Sabonis, Keegan Murray, you like Keon Ellis. Like you add some really good NBA players and maybe a potential star to that. Like you might have something cooking.
Well, if you leave this trade, and yes, you lost De'Aaron Fox, but you're now surrounding Domantas Sabonis and DeMar DeRozan with some long-armed wings who are athletic, get out there and run. And then the idea is that they'll be better shooters as we go forward. That's what it always is in the modern NBA. Like we get an athlete, we teach them to shoot. We can get a shooter, we can't teach them to be an athlete. So let's just go this round, So you end up with wings, which the wings run the league. You surround them against a good passing big. And look, we're going to play defense. We're going to be athletic. And we're going to challenge everybody. That's how you win in the modern NBA. And it's a good plan. It's a sound plan. It's not as flashy as having an all-star. You probably missed out on just having an all-star right now. But it's a way to win basketball games for sure.
You've been through this stuff a lot because, in terms of the relationships that you've had, you have, friends that have gone through this. Like, does it, we've speculated a lot on this the last couple of days. They had that tough loss. It was a bad loss. Call it what it is. Bad loss to Philadelphia the other night. Now they're going into Oklahoma City to play the big dogs in the league. How much does this type of stuff affect the locker room?
Oh, a lot. I mean, I don't think it impacts guys' one-on-one relationships. Like, if you want out, we don't hate you. We get it. It's business. It's like it's not a thing. But guys who don't know if they're going places, guys who don't know what the future holds in the league for them, things of that nature. It's a lot. It's a lot for, we're talking about guys with kids, married guys who it sounds simple, like they have all the money in the world and they have this infrastructure, but if anybody had to pick up and move 2 time zones away with any amount of research, it would be a taxing thing mentally on you and your family and all that. So I think it affects a lot. It's exhausting. Guys don't like hearing this drama. Like the example I'll use and say I'm a little informed on is the other day they do a story with the Suns. Yusuf Nurkic has comments. But the story comes out during the game. He says the comments before the game. The story comes out during the game. Then these guys have to then answer those questions that they don't know about. They're on the court at work after the game. Like all of that stuff is taxing mentally. And you have to play games and you have to win. There's a lot of pressure with what they do. So it is taxing. That was a frustrating loss for sure. But they're pros. There's good days, there's bad days, like any other job. This is the deadline every year. And the thing about this too is after the deadline every year, that's when you also get the heavy tanking. So there's a lot of winnable games after this as well too. Once you kind of reassess, once you kind of know what you are, there's going to be a lot of winnable games for the Kings in February, March, and April.
Let me just kind of refresh my mind just how it played out Kyrie, KD in Brooklyn, was there like weeks long dialogue about it's time for them to leave? And like I said, this really hasn't been weeks long with De'Aaron, but you know, it obviously probably plays a role on those individuals like the KD and Kyrie in that situation. But the Nick Claxton, like, is he affected by, you know, man, I don't know if this guy's going to be here. You know, this is my guy, but he might leave. And like that aspect of it, I know you've kind of lived through it a couple times, you know, with people close to you. Like, how does that play out?
Yeah, I mean, that was a long, drawn out version of it too, because the season before was the COVID season, and that was frustrating in its own right. And then James asked out or quits, or however you want to put it. He got his way out, and he finished it in Sacramento, actually. So that's all happening. It's a whirlwind. That's all happening. Mind you, that's happening while Kevin is hurt. We're here at home in Brooklyn. We're at the facility every day. I'm hooping in the gym, and I can tell how oblivious we are to the whole thing. There's all this drama going on with him. We don't know. We can't fix it. It's not like he's there, you know. And even when they come back, this happens on a road trip. Kevin misses a month. They have the #1 record in the East, and everything falls apart. So it happened kind of fast. Obviously, there was trade demands in the summer from both guys. There was a situation where Kyrie was allowed to negotiate a trade, supposedly, whoever you believe with that. And they obviously didn't go through. He didn't become a Laker. He didn't get traded to a later season. But when it did happen again during the season, it was as simple as I heard a rumor at a game that Kai asked out. I'm like, what? No way. This was a Monday. Kai was traded Thursday. It was that fast. And then once that happens, then it all turns to Kevin. Like, what does Kevin want to do? What does Kevin want to do? It was never like, yo, you guys traded Kai, I'm out. It was the organization going, okay, now we have to worry about this side of it too, and then go. But it happened like that. All of that happened in a week. Kevin was gone in another 3 days, and that was before the deadline. It was the week of the All-Star game. So it was just like, it can happen that quick.
How do you like why does it happen so quick? Like, you know, we tried to outline how exactly we got here, and you know, maybe you don't really notice along the way as you're walking, but when you stop and turn around, you see breadcrumbs everywhere. And Kenny laid it out yesterday. We're just walking along, minding our own business, and then we turn around and there's just breadcrumbs all over the place that perhaps De'Aaron was sending signs far greater than not signing a contract extension that mathematically didn't make sense for him. But maybe he had been sending signs that he's been ready to go for a little while.
I think one thing that people don't realize, and I hate that phrase, and I hate to sound like that person, but you guys are close enough to the team to know too, like how rarely people actually talk to each other, like how separate a lot of these guys. Now they're friends and they work together and they see each other all the time, but each and every person involved has a separate life. The coach, the assistant coach, all of the assistant coaches, the GM, every player, they all have their own friends, their own family. It's not like these conversations happen as often as people think. You know, I don't think De'Aaron sat in the locker room with any one player and said, yo, guys, I'm thinking about this, and this. Nor is it a conversation he would have. Is it a conversation he'd have with his wife? For sure. Mm-hmm. But is it a conversation he's having with Malik Monk, who is a friend, who they played in college, all this good stuff? Probably not. And it's not one he's having with the GM. It's not one these guys, they literally have teams of people who have these conversations with them. Right. Same thing that Vivek would say. I'm not talking it over their contract with the GM. We have a whole front office to do that. So that's part of it. As far as like breadcrumbs being left here and there, if he was disgruntled, I don't think too many people in the organization would know, beyond the fact that he hired a new agent, beyond the fact that he didn't sign an extension. But when it was time to talk, clearly they talked. And now here we are. So I think that's one of those things. Like people think they sit around and gossip about this stuff just as much as us. If they do, it's like with the homie. It's not with, you know, an opponent. It's not with a teammate. It's just like, why would De'Aaron say this to Domas, who he met 2 years ago, when he could say it to his mans from middle school? You know, and that's what you get more often than not.
When does if they even did, Joe Tsai step in and have a conversation, or Ishbia step in and have a conversation with the players involved? And I say that because I wonder if Vivek is, talked to, like you said, the GM, they handle that business, but at some point, the guys who are signing the checks, it feels like, has to have a conversation with either the player or the agent and nail everything down. Did that ever happen in the past in Brooklyn and Phoenix or anything like that?
I think it's different for each owner. Some owners are really involved with the team. You look at somebody like a Mark Cuban, who clearly built rapport and relationships with his guys. And then you look at somebody like, Michael Jordan in Charlotte. Like, he'd be around here and there, but you talk to the players, it's like, we don't see Michael Jordan every day. He's Michael Jordan. I think with the Joe Tsai thing, it's been reported. There was a one-on-one meeting in Paris or somewhere with Kevin where they just finally sat down and said, let's talk, But I don't think it's happening as often as you think. And it also depends on the rapport and the relationship an owner may have with a player. I'd be curious to see. Vivek seems pretty hands-on, but I've never kind of from afar viewed it as him having these tight relationships with his guys. I'd be curious to see if he, sat De'Aaron down, texted him, whatever it is, and said, hey, can we fix this? But again, that's another thing that I think is way more rare than people realize. That's like a superstar, megastar player thing. Like Jimmy Butler probably met with Mickey Eric. He did. Kevin Love said he did. He really. But like, a guy on the end of the bench, he's not necessarily getting that FaceTime with an owner and just say, I'm disgruntled, But that doesn't mean it fixes it either. Guys get set in their ways. They want to go. They want to get out. Their contracts are guaranteed, and they know they got a lot more money on the way too.
All right, Eddie. De'Aaron for KD. Like what? Like why not? Like why doesn't it work? Who says no?
What about for Grayson Allen? Would you take him for? Would you do that? A pick? 3 picks. Suns have 3 picks.
3 picks. I wouldn't do it for Grayson Allen.
No.
The 3 picks got.
I'm in the minority where I wouldn't be mad at Bradley Beal coming to Sacramento.
I wouldn't be mad at Brad either. But there'd have to be. Yeah. So the idea there's that
compensate me.
There's that trade out there. There's that trade out there with the picks in Brad and Keldon.
Mm-hmm.
I don't hate that because we had talked about Keldon and Castle with 3 picks. Now we're talking about again. There's nothing real about this trade. Now we're talking about Keldon, Beal, Bradley Beal, and 4 picks. Just a quick reminder to every Kings fan listening. You don't have to pay the $111 million. I promise you, that's not coming out of your wallet.
It's not a lifetime contract.
You're fine. Like pay the man $50 million next year and the year after, and keep it moving.
That's one of my keys as a cynical sports fan these days. It's not my money. It's not my money, and it's gonna get spent either way. Who am I to tell an owner or a team that this player is too expensive? Don't do that. No, actually, as a Raider fan. Yeah, give Lamar Jackson $500 million. Like, it's whatever fits, bro. It's fine with me. I may go to 2 games in the next couple of years. It's not my money. I don't care. I feel like all fans should approach it that way. We got to pay it anyway. Like, we have $50 million earmarked anyway. Who cares if it's going to Brad Beal or 3 dudes?
And I know roster construction and working with the cat. I get all that. I really do. But people really do act like it's a 50-year deal. Like, 2 years will be done before you know it. Like, it'll be okay. Like, it'll be fine.
And by the way, he gets more tradable as it goes on, too. Like, as it becomes less.
Well, sort of. Because he does have to say yes.
Man.
He's like the only guy in the league that has to say yes.
Literally.
That's the difference with Brad and everyone.
Yeah.
I watched that Westbrook contract get traded multiple times, though. Like, I don't think there's any contract that's untradeable at this point. Now, again, like you said, he does have a clause that gets to say yes or no, but that makes it a little different.
Yeah.
Are you guys?
No one, Kevin. Like, I don't understand. Fine, no one, Kevin. Look, it's not working. You guys are damn near in the same position we are.
Yo, I don't know if you guys read Ramona Shelburne's piece this week about the Suns. There's a paragraph in there that's like, hey, they could trade Kevin though. And I just,
Call them.
Just
Just
roll
get 'em
my
on
eyes.
three-way. Hey, are they playing tonight? Just call them real quick. Just say, hey.
Oh, they're playing the Jimmy Bowl tonight. They're playing the Warriors.
Oh, snap. Is that in Miami or where's it at?
We're playing the Warriors tonight.
Oh, wait a minute. Jimmy's
Oh,
suspended.
no, it's the Warriors. That's right. That's right.
The Warriors. They're
That's
playing
Jimmy.
the Jimmy sweepstakes.
Loser really goes after Jimmy Butler.
Oh, okay. Got it. Got it. Okay.
So they're doing that. Homecoming for the guy.
Hilarious.
But yeah,
that'd be so dope if Jimmy pulls up.
Remember, it happened a couple. Well, Kyrie was at the Nets game, and then remember Stephon Marbury was suspended by the Knicks and was sitting courtside.
Well, I remember Kawhi wasn't allowed to play because of COVID, but he was sitting courtside. I remember that.
I heard a rumor that Jimmy was gonna attend the Lakers Heat game a few weeks back, courtside, and he decided not to. He opted out of it, but he was suspended.
Give me a while.
And he was gonna attend the game.
He walked in there like Kevin Nash. I got a ticket.
And when they asked, that's a good.
I got a ticket.
That's pretty good right there.
Hey yo,
I'll tell you this. Y'all know I love chaos. When I got the text, I was like, "You think you should do it?" I'm like, "Yes."
Oh my God, yes.
I'm live. What do you mean?
Right. Go live.
Jimmy walk in like this. Right by Pat Riley's seat.
And if you recall, Pat Riley was there the night before. That's when they retired Michael Cooper's number, I believe. So Pat would have been there. So it would have been one of those. Jimmy's given us some moments already on social. That would have been the best one.
Jimmy's career is full of moments. That clip of his card not working was hilarious.
Jimmy wild. I mean, like, Jimmy, chill out, man.
He got to get in the content space. He posted Akon today. So between Jimmy and Kevin Love, those guys got it, man. Those guys.
Oh, that's funny.
Kevin Love got hit on the Terry Rozier business. I said, okay, man.
Bro, the Terry Rozier thing is crazy.
Ooh,
yo, shout out to Terry, because the craziest part about that is, like, every conversation I had after that was like, oh, I can see that. I can see that. I'm like, man, leave Terry alone, man. Youngstown, Ohio.
Terry, he has been kind of, and this is how you should do it. Terry, it feels like he's been moving like kind of quiet. Like, I don't want to cause no attention to myself. Like, real when he went off in the playoffs, like he was doing everything. Last couple of years, no, I'm just gonna play my game. I'm in Charlotte. I don't need to be traded. Or excuse me, I'm in Miami. I don't need to be traded.
I'm not a gambler, and I would be trying to think of, like, how would I realistically fix a game? But, like, saying my foot hurt a quarter in, that's pretty foolproof. You can't tell me my foot don't hurt, man. Like,
well, it's always back spasms. That's what I always say.
The flu?
No one's dumb enough to go, I got a stomach ache. I ate some bad sushi.
Well, that guy at Duke, did you see that guy at Duke the other day? Throw up on the court?
No, I didn't see that.
Right? Like,
people who don't even watch sports was hitting me about that way.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I'm just saying.
The announcer was like, it looks like he got hit in the stomach. He's like, look at it, and they look. He's like, no, nobody touched him.
Was that the same girl with the same game where the girl, like, passed out?
Yes.
That was the same game?
Yes. Yeah.
God damn.
In the crowd, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, so it's kind of the same thing, but I got sick recently. I feel like every time I get sick, I go, I don't know how they play like this. This is insane. Also, a hangover. Every time I go out drinking and wake up the next day, I'm like, yo, they play basketball like this?
They gotta be a shoot around the next morning.
Well, now hang on. Just hang on. Eddie, we're a little older than they are. Them hangovers hit a little different at 40 plus than they do at 20.
Well,
like, it's not the same hangover.
I didn't
same process, different hangover.
I had a couple. Yeah, like I think I turned 22, maybe 23, and I couldn't imagine playing after that next day. I couldn't. And these bitches, dude, here, give me the ball. I'm getting 25. Like, what?
I think I've had one bad hangover prior to 40. Since then, just have a glass of whiskey and I wake up. Oh, God. What is happening? Somebody stop the room from spinning. How much did I?
You know it's bad. You're trying to preempt it. Like, I'm going to drink some water right now.
Right?
Let me eat.
That happened at Complex's party. I'm positive. I told someone you spiked my drink. I had 2 drinks. Like, how did I wake up feeling the way that I did the next day? Y'all put something in my drink trying to be funny.
Yo, and I'm 39 now, right? And I'm Mexican. I can drink, right? That's part of the program. But I'm at the point now where if I drink too much and I have a hangover or just have a rough, sluggish day the next day, it's like a 2-day thing. Like I'm not gonna get to go to the gym the next day.
Yep.
The following day, I'm gonna be at the gym, but I'm gonna be like half speed. Like it's just not the same.
Work your way back up.
That Lou Will story, playing a Sunday afternoon game, is sweating it out. I said, all right. But knowing Lou, he was dead serious.
That's wild. That's a wild.
They found the clips too. He looked a little crazy.
Them hangovers be making him curl up in a ball, just lay in the darkness.
Man. So Eddie, I guess the next time we talk, we just gonna be talking about a new Kings team and is this good enough? Can they still? That's what it feels like. That's
Maybe
the rest of
the team too, man. Maybe a new Atlanta Hawks, a new John Collins home. A couple things going on, man.
I heard you when you said new Atlanta Hawks.
So the Lakers conversation, people are saying they wouldn't trade him to the Lakers. They would have traded him to the Lakers. They doesn't make sense now though. But y'all would take that package, right? Reeves and like D'Lo and all the picks.
No. Austin Reeves, the most overrated, overvalued player in the league. Stop. No.
I would take. I think we talked about it. I would take my boy Tyler Hero though. All-star Tyler Hero.
It's an all-star.
Oh, we didn't even get into that, man. We didn't even. Oh.
Who's the worst? Who's the worst miss? Is it Book? Who's the worst one? Kai?
Probably Kai. I had somebody text me yesterday. Kyrie should be in every All-Star game until he retires.
Well, that's a whole nother conversation because LaMelo Ball, his team isn't winning. Nobody's paying to watch Jaren Jackson.
I hate that argument.
Nobody's paying to watch Jaren Jackson. I'm not turning in to see him play basketball.
He's my gripe. My hot take on the All-Star game is we shouldn't have centers. Get all the centers out. I'm here to watch dunks and guys running and like I'm here to see like fun. I'm here to see LaMelo Ball, Ja Morant, Kyrie Irving, Trae Young. Yes. I don't. The West Reserves has 4 centers.
That is excessive.
Well, tapping in to see Sengun pass the ball out of the post.
I had got multiple texts about that particular player yesterday and Jalen Williams. I would say that much. And it was just like lots of laughs. Like, what happens to the All-Star game, guys?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, the worst All-Star game of all time last year, and then we get the worst roster of all time the next year. What are we doing?
4 centers is crazy.
4 centers, and they starting.
And one of the best ones got left off.
Yeah.
I don't know how much time we got left, but shout out to Matt Barnes. I don't know if y'all have seen these tweets.
Well,
I
saw other things about that.
I don't think you're shouting him out for the thing I saw this morning.
Same thing.
No, Rick, I am.
Oh, you are.
916 fighters, man. Shout out Matt Barnes.
I read that like,
damn
word.
Damn.
Okay.
I like to stay out of people's business, you know, especially women's business.
Yep.
But there's just no wins in that. There's just
no. Why are we tweeting that? Why are we putting that out? Keep that to yourself.
With the tags and the dates.
Yeah. Keep that to yourself.
Shout out Matt. Matt, like jokes aside, always been a real one. Always been super cool.
Hey Matt, light the beam, bro.
Light the beam.
Sounds like he has. Well, Eddie, we appreciate you. We appreciate you, Eddie. Thank you, brother.
Take care, my dog.
That's our man, Eddie Gonzalez. He'll keep us updated. Man, just go to commercial. We'll come back. James Ham's going to be with us. We ain't going to be able to laugh for an hour, so just come back.
Oh, man. You got to get up, dog.
Go ahead, bro. I'm good. Sorry, I need 1 second. Just load. Got a new commercial we got to put into the system. 1 second. January February. Where's February? Prize Picks. Scott River. Boom. Scott River February. Boom, boom, and boom. All right. Sorry, y'all. I had to get a couple of things done. Yeah. So I didn't press him on that. So I don't know if Castle is available and just not available to Sacramento, but I got a pretty clear. I can read it to you verbatim. They won't give Castle. That's from. It's not really a lot of interpretation there.
Is there any reason to think that he'd be available like 4 months from now too?
No.
Yeah.
No. They also might feel like if he's a trade chip, they don't need to use him on De'Aaron. And they have the ability to kind of, they might not, they might know the tenor of the rest of the league. Like, we've talked to Houston's not interested. This team, like teams that we might think like, oh, they're not, we talked to them. They're not in on this. So what are we going to do? Bet against ourselves? Ain't going to do that. So I don't know. This has been one of the quickest shows in history. This show is legit flown by.
Loberg.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Not bad. Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah. Hey man. Hey. What are you gonna do?
So we're just out here breaking people, huh? It's just
I guess so.
Brains. Carry us into the next game on a throne.
Like and subscribe, please.
That's it.
Like and subscribe.
Talking to one person.
Oh my gosh. I had to go NBA next time. Cover up. John Salmons. I wonder what he's doing now there, John Salmons.
All right, man. I wish y'all wouldn't tell me what they're doing because it makes me. It's all good, man. It's all good.
Oh, brother.
Stay strong. Hour 10 minutes.
Oh man. Come on, man. Come on now.
I'll say this. Kenny and I are in the studio well past 4:00 when the show ends. If I don't think it does, if something were to happen, and I do not think it will, but if something were to happen today within, a couple hour time frame, we'll just fire up a live stream while we're doing KSFM, just like we did when Mike Brown was fired. We'll find a way to be with you. I think we both have some things going on this weekend that could make that a little bit difficult. But if the opportunity presents itself and something happens this weekend, you don't have anywhere else to go but us. We got you. 10 times out of 10, we got you.
Wait, I'm just seeing this is between me and you, I guess. Well, the radio's listening, but that
11,000 people, like we are live.
That new message that we got on Twitter is crazy. I just saw that.
I saw that too. Yeah. I don't know what I was just gonna leave that there. I have no clue. Is that game tonight? Do they play tonight?
I'm assuming they do. I think a lot of the league plays tonight.
Yeah, it's Friday. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Milwaukee and San Antonio. All right.
That's just crazy.
Okay. Well, we'll be on the air when that drops, right? Right about, because that's a 5 o'clock start, I think.
5 o'clock. Yeah.
So we're again, we're being very particular about what we relay to you.
Yeah,
we've got some interesting ones that don't involve the Kings, but they involve other teams.
This one will be on the Patreon.
This one, yeah, that's it. This one will be on Flashback Friday.
Crazy times, man. This is. I mean, let me ask you a question because James is gonna get here. We're gonna break it down. Have you been in a situation like this? Cousins, I guess, right?
Cousins. No, I was new when Cousins got traded.
But you were like on the air and stuff because that was when you got in trouble. Huh?
Yeah. So
I think that was the first time I heard you. But I mean, you did. I loved it.
Yeah. So if I remember, that was it like President's Day or something? Because we were supposed to be off.
It was. I remember it was.
And we all made the agreement. We will come in because DeMarcus was traded on Sunday, so we all came in on that Monday. And but at that time, I wasn't involved. I was just on the air. True. And like the reaction, I remember the reaction. Mm-hmm. Reaction was all over the place. Me and Jason took calls for 4 hours about DeMarcus Cousins and what that looked like. And then, aired Vlade live saying we had a better deal 2 days ago. To a pretty thin media contingent because DeMarcus was in New Orleans and there I think I don't remember if Jason Jones was with him, but a lot of the Sacramento media was with DeMarcus.
Right.
And so, Vlade talked, it must have been like noon, somewhere around there. And it's like, there's only a couple people here. And I'll just never forget. I had a better deal 2 days ago. And he looks and he's like, And no one was like, what are you talking about? I think it took like years for like the details of that to come out. And he's like, I did good, huh, guys? All right, Vlade.
The funny thing about that is the reason why I loved how you handled that was you were just thinking everything that we were all thinking. I'm sitting there in my little LA apartment listening to you guys and hearing him say that and the whole situation. And
I was furious.
I was like, I can't believe I can't believe he just said that.
Furious. I was so upset.
I was like, I can't believe he just said that.
What do you? And now here we are all these years later, and I'm calling the general manager a snake. What a time. What a time. And Grant Napier's not around to be upset about it. Insulting his little BFF.
But
why
this is the biggest
I was thinking I was in the car a lot today. So I was thinking about that on the way in, like how crazy these last few days have been and how crazy I expect the next few days to be. And I kept thinking, and Kara asked this morning too. She was like, is this like on par with DeMarcus? And I'm like, and I didn't have an answer at the time, but a couple hours later, I was like, why does this feel so different than DeMarcus? And I think the reason is because the team is good. They're supposed to be good. Like, this isn't supposed to be happening. Like, if you're bad and you're like, all right, it's not working, you're on the precipice of a guy who had earned a Supermax contract. All right, we're not getting anywhere. We don't have this. And I don't blame DeMarcus for that. I think DeMarcus may have missed on a few things. I think there's a lot. Like, DeMarcus isn't a saint by any stretch, but he's a hell of a basketball player. And I think if this organization had done a better job with him, like, the playoff drought would have ended with DeMarcus. But I don't think they did. And that's just my opinion, and welcome to disagree. But that's not what this is supposed to be. Like, I'm not trying to make a fire Monte McNair joke, but we are talking about firing the front office after firing the coach and now trading the player. They all won postseason, or they all won awards 2 years ago. The same year, the executive of the year, the coach of the year, the clutch player of the year, the inaugural clutch player of the year. 2 years later, not 5. 2 years later, it's all over. That's the difference to me with De'Aaron and DeMarcus. This is just, I did not feel bad leaving the Golden One Center after Game 7. I hated they lost, but we started the show the next day. It's not a funeral. Right. Well, maybe it was.
It was.
Because nothing has been the same since that Game 7 buzzer went off. Through last year and into this year. And you felt like, man, things are looking up with Doug. It's a long road, but things are looking up with Doug, and then, bam, it's not. So it's another dose of, and that's the other thing about this that really does bother me a lot. And this is a personal thing. And I want Doug to be the coach. I want Doug to be in a position to succeed. Like, I want Doug to be able to have an opportunity to be the head coach. I know how badly he wants it. And I know that his chances are lessened if things go south the rest of the year. I know his chances are lessened if Monty and Wes are fired and a new front office is brought in. I know that lessens his opportunity to be a head coach, and I hate that for him more than anything else. So yeah, there's a lot of differences. I think I'd make the argument this is, man, it's tough. I think I'd make the argument this is bigger than DeMarcus.
I think it is too. I believe that De'Aaron Fox is he's the most beloved Sacramento King since Mike Bibby. Mike was the last one to leave, right? From that group.
Yeah.
20 years ago.
Yeah.
20 years. This is the most beloved Sacramento King player.
Next to Jack Cooley.
Next to Jack Cooley. Don't forget him.
Yeah.
But, you combine the fact how much Kings fans wanted him to be drafted leading up to the draft. They actually got him. He loved the city back.
Mm-hmm.
They ended up winning. He was part of the team. I'll give him the credit because he was the franchise. He broke the drought.
Yeah.
And how also, like you kind of alluded to, how quick all this has taken place. There's a lot of people, a lot of young fans, and maybe some old fans too. Like, they might not have been around when Cousins was doing his thing.
Mm-hmm.
They were excited about the Beam team. They are excited about the Beam team, and Fox is the face. This is a whole, I don't want to say whole different fan base, but a lot of new fans coming in, and him on the precipice of leaving it's major. It is definitely major. And like I said, I mean, this is probably the biggest deal since Weber got traded.
Yeah. You know what I was thinking about too during that commercial break, because I asked Eddie, and sometimes, like, when I ask questions, I've said it before on air, that was a dumb question. But I asked Eddie, like, how did we get here? And I don't think that's a dumb question. But, like, how did we get here so quickly? Like, just a couple of days ago, even when we broke the story, it was like, yeah, it seems bad, but I think we'll be okay. And you know what I find the answer to that almost always is? We didn't. How did we get here so quickly? We didn't. It wasn't quickly. It's quickly for us because we're just learning about it. But the process of getting here, it has not been quick. Mm-hmm. And you laid that out, I thought, perfectly yesterday. And that's where we are.
Yeah.
And that's all right. It's the game. It's sports. It's basketball, it's football, it's baseball, it's hockey, it's everything. Like this is sports.
It's not wrestling, but it's cool. Like
It's
wrestling,
not.
they don't leave you in wrestling.
I did make a Patrick Mahomes Roman Reigns comparison on Sports Sunday the other day.
I
Sports
heard that.
Extra.
I thought
It wasn't my finest moment, but I did think it was solid.
I saw it though.
I thought it was
the
solid.
vision.
Yeah,
I saw
I
the
thought it
vision
was
for
solid.
sure. The other thing that I continue to say and I always say is De'Aaron Fox, wanting to leave, wanting to move on and do something different, as much as like we don't want him to, or we want him to stay. Man, there's nothing wrong with that. That man's been here for 8 years, and he's been really good to this city. Really good. He's done a lot of good things, him and his family. And if, after 8 years, his first time truly being able to control his own destiny, he wants to do something different or go home or go, man, that's his right. And it's okay. Like he's been good to the city of Sacramento. I don't have any ill will or bad thoughts about De'Aaron Fox at all if he decides to leave, man. It's okay.
Welcome in James Ham of the Insiders, our Kings Insider. The Kings beat the whole deal with us here. All right, James, we've break the trade. What is it? You've got it. I know you've been waiting. What is it? I know you've been waiting, James. What is it? Zach LaVine. Huh?
There's like 5 different trades that are like floating in different ways that
I'm ignoring all of. Are there any in your phone? Because if it's on social media, I'm pretty much just ignoring it.
Have I got some stuff? Sure, that may or may not happen, but I don't trust anything at this point. Like that's where we're at, man. And the last thing I'm doing is listening to some of these deals that are coming out of San Antonio, just straight up. Like if San Antonio doesn't want to play ball, that's fine. You don't get De'Aaron Fox, and the Kings will move on and figure something else out. I think we've all said this a couple of times. Like, look, the risk, like, sure, you might get a little bit less if you trade him to somewhere that he doesn't really want to go. But that's better than taking a really bad deal, and it probably won't be less for him to go somewhere else. So, if San Antonio doesn't want to like realistically throw a strong offer for De'Aaron Fox, then I think the Kings will either A, keep him, or B, look to move him somewhere else and let that team deal with what happens next. Because that's the deal. Like the Kings have a year and a half of De'Aaron Fox. They can keep him all next season. And heaven forbid, what if he makes all NBA after that? And all of a sudden he's eligible for Supermax, and, would he want to leave or would he not? And so those are things that the franchise has to weigh. But I certainly would buy myself some time here at the least, if I'm not comfortable with what San Antonio is offering right now, and then move on.
Let me ask one more thing real quick. Do you have enough in your conversations to feel like this probably isn't a deal between Sacramento and San Antonio? Or maybe more specifically stated, do you feel like you have enough to say this isn't a deal between just Sacramento and San Antonio?
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I think that it could get way more complicated and way bigger, like very quickly, right?
Yeah, I feel like they're in the complicated stage right now.
Yeah, but I think they're in 2 different complicated stages. Well,
good, great, because that's better than being in one.
Let me tell you, like, what I think is happening right now. They've got option A, you trade him. And whether that's a 2-team deal or a 4-team deal. Like if you're a team like San Antonio and you're a team like the Kings, we can all do basics and look at San Antonio's roster and come up with a fair trade between the two and have it stay within 2 teams and look at the draft picks and have it make sense for both teams. That's not hard to do. Now, some of these trades that are circulating out there, this Zach Collins, Trey Jones, and Keldon Johnson deal. If I'm the Kings, with 3 first-round picks, whatever, I just not only do I hang up the phone, I just tell anybody who's involved, like, we're not calling them back, like unless
blocked.
Yeah, unless they call back and
rights number.
Yeah, all 3 of those players are better players, and not one of those players are involved in the deal. I'm not having a conversation with you. Like, I like Trey Jones as a player, but he's under contract for this year at $9 million, and then he's gone. And then nobody in their right mind would take on $18.5 million of Zach Collins next year. I don't care. And like someone out there could say, hey, well, it would be an upgrade at your center position. Yeah, I don't care. I'm not paying $18.5 million for 12 minutes a night of Zach Collins, because that's all he's playing.
You meant your backup center position.
Yeah, $18 million for him. Even Keldon Johnson, $17.5 million. I'm not paying Keldon Johnson $35 million over the next 2 years. I mean, that right there is like the similar contract, similar style type of player that you keep getting, whether it's the Harrison Barnes deal or whether it's Kevin Huerter. That's the same thing. So you're not going to go back so far in talent. And when you hear like the reports out of San Antonio, they're going to take our 3 bad contracts and give back De'Aaron Fox. Like, if that's the case, hang up the phone. Like, if you're Monty West, like this is part of your legacy as a general manager, part of your resume. You make that deal, like, good luck getting another job, because that's just not good enough, just straight up. And so look, if that's where they're at, so that's number 1. You deal with those guys. And again, you can do a 1-team deal there where you don't have to involve anyone else, because that's when it gets complicated. They have at least 6 different ways that they can match salary for De'Aaron Fox, and maybe a player that the Kings have, maybe like mix and match. There's so many ways to get to De'Aaron Fox's $35 million and to satisfy the Kings with draft picks, but that ain't it. The first trade that we're hearing, that ain't it. Then the other thing that the Kings can do is they can hold on to him and just wait out the summer and wait till this summer, and they can try to make another deal then. And that, of course, has its own question marks. Like, will De'Aaron Fox just opt to have finger surgery and like work out and make sure he's 100% healthy for whatever team he plays with next? Will he decide to stay here and play out the season and play hard with his teammates and maybe make a run, and maybe you make some sort of difference here? Or the third one, what if the Kings are aggressive and go out there and attack the trade market? And I'm not talking John Collins at this point. I think, it's possible John Collins is still an option, but like, you probably need to go a little bit bigger if you're going to impress De'Aaron Fox right now. And that's where I think the Kings are trying to balance out right now. What is the biggest deal that they could do? What is the biggest change that they could make right now to appease De'Aaron Fox and make him at least contemplate staying? And can you do a mega deal without, damaging everything that you have? And we'll see. We'll see if that can happen. But, you brought up Zach LaVine there, whether it's Zach LaVine or it's somebody else. Let's not forget, like, I know this shouldn't make that much difference, but sometimes it does. But Zach LaVine is also a clutch guy. And do you kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Do you, make Rich Paul happy and De'Aaron Fox happy at the same time, and get him more talent and also find a clutch player a really nice landing spot? It's just, what would that take? And that's going to get complicated, because that would require a 3rd team. I'm almost sure of that, just because if you're going to do that trade, probably the piece going out in addition to other pieces is DeMar DeRozan. and I'm almost positive per cap rules, he is not allowed to be traded back to the Chicago Bulls right now. So that would require him going somewhere else. But there's only a couple of ways to get to $42 million.
Salary with someone from San Antonio? Yeah. Like that.
Well, I think
the team would
no,
be San
he's saying
Antonio.
no San Antonio. He's saying De'Aaron stays, you get Zach.
Oh, I
LaVine
don't
to
see
help.
that.
And that's what I was.
I
gonna
see
say,
a 3-2. If Zach LaVine winds up in Sacramento, it's because of a multi-team trade.
I didn't mean to speak for you, him. That's what you were thinking, right? De'Aaron stays, you bring Zach LaVine in, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, there is a possibility that there is another mega deal out there that they go. And I don't know that Zach LaVine is the type of mega deal that I would be like circling, but I do think that there is a possibility to go get somebody that maybe we're not looking at right now. They could come available for the right price. And,
Zion Williamson.
Yeah.
James hates everybody. You're not going to like any name. Look, James, it's going to be Zion, it's going to be Bradley, or it's going to be Zach. LaVine, not Collins.
If that's the case, I don't know why you would put a bad product on the floor for a couple of years. You might as well just go get draft picks.
I think you get draft picks in that regard too. I think you get a lot of draft.
I'd also say, like, look,
one.
I think the other clutch guy that's out there is Brandon Ingram. Like, maybe Brandon Ingram makes sense. Maybe you're able to make a run at Brandon Ingram with. Yeah.
Is
Not
he?
quite
I'm
dead yet.
serious.
Barely.
Is he? I'm serious. He's not playing, right?
No, he's not playing at all.
I'm sure he'll return in time for the 3 games versus Sacramento.
I will say this, to be fair to him, why would he come back? Like, you're being traded.
Yeah, he should.
Like, you could be healthy.
He should have a
enough to
personal
play.
day like Zach LaVine has.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
I think you'd want to talk to Rich Paul when it comes to Brandon Ingram and say, hey, what's the real number for this summer that he wants to sign for? And because you can work out something there and where he would stay longer term. And worst case scenario, what you could do is purge some of your salary moving forward. But again, I would at least consider that as like some sort of option. But I don't know. This is complicated, man. There's all kinds of things that are happening around the league, and I know someone, Jay here in the chat says, I scoff at Zion, but okay with BI. Yeah, man, Zion's played like, I think it's right around 50% of his games in his career. Like, that dude just doesn't play, and you got to pay him. And sure, he's great when he plays, but he just doesn't play, and it is what it is.
So and James did an excellent job laying all that out. And as a true journalist, you give all options, all possibilities. I believe the keep De'Aaron, try to convince, I think that's way out the window. Like, I don't think there's any scenario where they would, or I don't even know if the Kings should consider keeping him and trying to, find a way to get him to stay. Because I just think he's gone. I think that window's already been open, and they want to jump right through it.
Yeah, I don't totally agree. I think that there is a way to try to lure him back in and make him part of what's happening. Whether you can, accomplish a big trade without him being involved or not, I don't know. But there is a huge danger in going out and getting a piece that, that doesn't make sense for your franchise. I just don't know. Again, looking at the contracts, looking at, again, Zach LaVine, like Zach LaVine didn't all of a sudden become much more appealing. The problems with Zach are he doesn't play any defense at all, and pairing him in a backcourt with Malik Monk would just be crazy. I also don't want to become the Bulls West Coast team and do a trade for Zach LaVine that did not include DeMar DeRozan going somewhere else. We've already seen what that looks like, and I don't care whether you can say they didn't have Domas there, or they didn't have Malik Monk there, but like, still, I don't care. That's not a good mix. We already saw it, and it didn't work out. So, like, again, I think that there are these like ways in which you can improve your team, and maybe take a big swing while leaving De'Aaron Fox on the team. And worst case scenario, I think you at least extend to this summer and make sure that you have the right guys in place making the moves for you. And I don't know if that's the case at this point. Well, actually, I do not think that that's the case at this point. I think they do need to at least get through the trade deadline. And if they can't pull off a deal to make the team better right now, I would just look to like what's next for this franchise as far as the front office.
See, because I could see Fox and Rich Paul, they go out and get Ingram, Levine, something like that. Oh, look, man, we're trying to make these win now moves. And they would say, you guys do whatever you have to do that's best for your franchise. Don't ask us about nothing. They ain't gonna say no, because they don't want it on their hands saying, well, we asked for help and they asked for our advice and we said, yeah, Zach LaVine would be good, but now we still want to leave. They're just like, look, don't ask us. Do what you feel you need to do for your franchise and leave it at that. Because I don't think they want to be here. I don't think they want to be here.
I don't know. That's not what I totally hear, that they just don't want to be here at all. So, like, I think there is a way, but again, I don't think it's just you get through the deadline and you made like a John Collins acquisition and that made everything better. There still would be like a very like honest conversation about who is running this team moving forward, because I think that they would want some say in that as well. And I know that sounds crazy, but all right. Like it's not that crazy. I mean, if you have a couple of guys that get the entire franchise into a situation like this, someone else to dig out of that issue.
So you think this? So what would do you think the on air because they're on the radio? Do you think the on court product could survive the rest of the season as is? I mean, we could talk about the frustrations of not adding to the roster, but could it survive with De'Aaron Fox continuing to be on this team and marching towards, as what Shams Charania says, an inevitable end?
Sure. Because at the end of the day, you need to do what's best for your franchise. And I get it if Fox wants out, whether he's made that as a direct, like he has not specifically asked for a trade. His agent certainly is pushing buttons, but yeah, I mean, I think you can survive another 3 months to get to the off season, and then work it out from there, because everybody knows like De'Aaron Fox doesn't want to leave the city of Sacramento in shambles. Like that's not his intent here. His intent was to please get me someone better. Please go out and be active. Please do anything that would make this team have more talent and give us a better shot at winning. And for whatever reason, the front office was not able to accomplish that. And that's how we got here. Let's not forget that that's how we got here. We didn't get here by, he's being a malcontent for 6 months and blowing up your franchise like Jimmy Butler is in Miami. This is very specific. Eventually they got to a point where it's like, look, we asked you and you guys don't seem to want to budge. And if that's your point of view, that's fine. It's probably time for me to go. And this is probably the best time for you to trade me. So then that way you guys can maximize value and I can maximize value in my next stop. And that makes a lot more sense.
James, that the team, we're all just kind of being body language doctors, but they look a little off the other day in their first game since all this happened. They look a little distracted. I know my vibes watching the game were just a little weird, but that could just be me projecting my feelings onto what I'm watching. But did you see the same thing from them, or did they just look normal to you? Just had a bad game?
No, I mean, what they look like is, I think, what like a couple of us look like 2 days ago. It's an emotionally draining week. Like we're all on. Like you can't shut off at all. And when I talked about it the first day I got off the show, I went home and I did 2 other radio interviews, came back on with you guys, and then I was cooked. I need to go lay down 6 o'clock. By 9 o'clock, I was asleep. like this is physically, emotionally draining for everybody because there is so many things going on, and you're reading so many things, and you're like, as players, they're all hypersensitive to this because this isn't, whether like the 8th or 10th guy on the roster is getting traded, which is, that has its own sort of like feeling towards it. This is like your star leaving. And what does that mean? Especially a bunch of dudes who are here to play with that star. And so I think that the team on the floor looked like they tried to go out and play basketball, and then the emotions of the day, the emotions of the couple of days, the 48 hours kind of bled into the action and just, came a little too overwhelming. And this is a bad road trip already. We're seeing it already. This is not what this team needed if they're climbing the standings to go out and go 1-5 on a road trip, or 2-6 on a road trip or something. And that it doesn't mean it's going to get better when they get home. Like, this thing is stuck in the middle of chaos, and it doesn't feel good, and it's exhausting.
And that's the tough part, Hammer. It feels like, like KC was talking about, maybe projecting his feelings on what he thought about that game the other night against Philadelphia. It's not going to get any better playing the league's best basketball team tomorrow night. And like, you just might go out and get beat by the Oklahoma City Thunder. You might just go out and get beat by a team that right now is better than you are, but it's going to feel different. It's going to feel like more, because now you will have lost 2 in a row. Now this road trip is bad, and you have this De'Aaron Fox in this trade deadline kind of looming over you. And it's whether it is or it isn't, the perception might not match the reality.
Yeah, no, I fully agree with you. The guy I feel for is Doug Christie, who like, there's only so much you can do to put your arms around guys and try to hold them together through an NBA trade deadline. But this thing has gone sideways. I mean, there's no question. This thing is fully gone sideways. And let's not forget about the very tight-knit group that this team is. But, the fact that Malik Monk and De'Aaron Fox were college teammates, and he came to Sacramento to play with them. The fact that Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox instantly build this chemistry. The fact that, we all call Keegan Murray Uncle Keegan because he watches De'Aaron Fox's kids. All of these things are De'Aaron is when they call him the head of the snake, he's really I don't even want to call him the glue guy as much as he is, he's just part of the fabric of everything that's going on. And for that matter, so many people within the community who are tied to De'Aaron, whether it's, our friends with the taco truck, or the restaurateurs that posted pictures of him, or, people that we know in the fan group that have become really close with the Foxes over the last couple of years. This is like a highly, highly emotional moment. And kind of going back to what you said earlier, Kenny, I don't blame De'Aaron. This is well within his rights as a player. And, people get, guys can get traded at any moment, and they have no say in it at all. And their contract just goes to a different team, and they got to go live out that contract for 2 or 3 or 4 years, whatever it might be. It's a business, and it might not feel all that great from the outside, looking in, but it's also very difficult for these guys who are on the road together, kind of huddled, what is going to happen next. And they don't know either, as much as De'Aaron might know, he's not telling everybody in the room. And there's very huge possibility he has no idea what's going on. And the front office and ownership is out there doing whatever they're going to do. And then he has to live with those results when it's all over. And sure, is he part of that force this? Okay. But that doesn't change the stress of it.
This is going to sound like a shot. It's not. Jason Anderson tweeted a moment ago, according to a source with knowledge of the situation, all is quiet as of right now regarding trade talks for Sacramento Kings star De'Aaron Fox. Things can change quickly, but it doesn't sound like a deal is imminent at this time. Great work from Jason Anderson. Corroborates what we told you about 3 hours ago. Yeah. San Antonio and their reporters clearly feel different. Jason Anderson, James Ham, D'Lo and KC in Sacramento tell you a different story. All indications are now clearly from multiple sources, from multiple different reporters, is a deal is not imminent right now. again, we're stuck right now. That's something we've heard. So, again, those guys in San Antonio, I'm sure they're doing a fine job. They're hearing something differently than we are. It's no deal imminent right now. It's from 3 different people telling me that. We'll come back. Go ahead, Hammer.
Yeah.
Oh,
no, go
that was
for
good.
it.
Thank you. We'll come back. We'll come back. I guess we'll close this week out. We'll close out this stupid ass month with D'Lo and Casey with James Ham. Deal is imminent. Is it not? Well, either way, we'll be here for 30 more minutes on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. We're clear. Clear. I'm with James. I want a nap.
Things to do.
You know what I mean? It's just like it's a stressful situation for everybody. Like just be really honest. Like, for as much as everyone has seen Rasay sitting courtside, and man, they got 2 little kids. They got a house here. Her family lives here. Like they expected to be here long term, and then all of a sudden it feels like they're not going to be. And like this is it's not easy.
Yeah. I'd be careful about being too sympathetic.
Yeah. Everybody wears it differently, man. I don't know. So
nobody's telling them they can't be here.
Yeah, like if they want to be here, they can. They have a lot of control over this situation.
Yeah.
It's just mine. I don't say mine. I think that's just our opinion. Like, your family's here, your kids here. Oh, you could be here. You can actually be here. Not only can you be here, we'll pay you for 5 years for like $300 million.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's what they want. So when that's not what you want, it's okay. Like, you don't have to be sympathetic. Pack up. Like, it's moving sucks. Just did it 6 months ago. It's a bitch. Didn't even have to leave the state, but it sucks.
And you don't have people who you pay to do every bit of the moving and wrap up everything. And yeah.
Well, Kenny does.
Oh, got that big money.
Say, it does make it easier when you're going to a place where you can look down on the whole city.
I don't know what that is.
No, it's your house, bro. What are we talking about? Don't do that.
Yeah, for those that are new this week, Damian has a house like Bruce Wayne where he can overlook all of Sacramento. All of it.
Bruce Wayne. Like who was the other? It was Iron Man, wasn't it?
Yeah, Iron Man as well. Avengers Tower.
Yeah.
Steven Castaneda keeps bringing something up in the chat. I am going to watch this season of Survivor, and yes, Joseph Hunter is on Survivor, and I do not believe that is Katie Christensen Hunter. That is her ex-husband. I do believe that they are back together.
That's really
so. He is on Survivor.
Love wins out.
What's that?
I said that's good. Love wins out.
Yeah.
And King Boss is right. I have to water my own pool. He's right.
Not this week.
I know, not this week. Thank God. Actually, timing was perfect. Perfect.
So what happens if you don't? Like, does it crack or something like that?
Yeah. Yeah, so you have to water it for like 7 to 10 days, and then they do the rest of it. I picked like the tile and all that stuff out today.
Sweet.
Pretty exciting. A little stressful because it's very overwhelming. But
and now it's getting
really early day at the Odyssey building today.
So
it's an early day at the Odyssey building today.
Oh yeah, they watched.
I literally think it's only 1320 people.
Man,
there.
it was such a grind. You know what I'm saying?
Left, yeah.
It's such a grind that we just had to get out of here early. Such a grind. It's
that damn rain.
It's not like they're working on the biggest story in 25 years in the city. Just
how many of them do you think know what we've done?
None. Zero.
Not one.
I've thought about none. Not one person. As far as they're concerned, we're doing a little sports show, just being useless. Not one knows what's been going on.
Just so people do know, like on Katie's Instagram, she said, finally, I can share some super exciting news. My husband, Joe Hunter, will be on your screens February 26th as part of the Survivor CBS Season 48 cast.
Love to see
Good for her. Good for
Yeah.
everyone involved. Never seen a single episode of Survivor.
No, I watch all of them.
Not really my bag.
Never seen one of them. Eric, I think De'Aaron continues to play. I think he absolutely continues to play.
I hope he does too. Chatty House, you're ridiculous. Seriously. Jacob Z, that's just deep cuts.
Or was Mike Brown in her way?
Come on, man.
Like, couldn't see my husband on Survivor because Mike Brown was in the way.
Come on.
All right, we're coming back, Hammer.
All right.
Maybe the fastest show in history on the longest week ever in the longest month ever.
Man, what did WWE say that one time? The greatest match of all time.
Was that Angle and no? It was Orton and Edge.
Yeah,
Orton and Edge.
This was the greatest week of all time.
James, who wins the Royal Rumble tomorrow?
You got me.
Might be Tyrese Halliburton. Y'all think I'm playing? They're gonna find a way. Tyrese gonna find a way to get into that ring.
I can believe it.
Not take a bump, but get into that Royal Rumble.
I can believe it.
You can jump over the top rope.
Pat McAfee will absolutely be in the Royal Rumble too.
For sure.
He'll get the pop. Yeah, they'll give him the pop.
Jump over the top rope. If he rolls his ankle,
Climb over the turnbuckle.
No, he can jump over the top rope.
He's tall enough.
He could. Come on. He's probably practicing right now. He can jump over the top rope.
Bro, that fragile guy?
Not to the ground.
Hurt his hamstring again?
Well,
no. If I'm boom, baby.
Okay.
If I'm that announcer,
Okay.
no, don't let it happen.
No. Serious question. Go ahead.
I was like, could you imagine Tyrese Halliburton out 2 to 4 weeks? Jacob Fatu kicked his ass.
Serious question. Serious question.
That's his one.
What do you think Tyrese is thinking right now?
Oh, he probably sitting back with a little smirk.
I would too if I was him. I would too if I was him.
What Trista said the other day, that she's spot on. Like Tyrese, I'm not trying to be mean to anybody or not. Tyrese, I don't believe would have ever done this. Tyrese would have just stayed here, and he would have tried to figure it out. I would have picked De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox is the better player, but
what if Indiana said, "Send me one of them"? You would have sent Tyrese.
Yeah, I think De'Aaron Fox is better.
What would you have done, Hammer, if Indiana said, "It doesn't matter which one, send me one of them"?
It's really tough because of the money at the time. So I think I would have probably sent, and this isn't because of, I do think Tyrese is, I think De'Aaron's a better player, but I think I would have considered De'Aaron because I would have been able to go back and add more talent quickly in order to build that roster, because now you're looking at like a guy on a rookie scale deal and not a guy on a $35 million deal. But I don't know. I mean, like what we know now, like Fox was absolutely incredible during the 22-23 season, and he was incredible in the playoffs until he broke his finger. And I would have definitely, like, I think he is a better player overall than Tyrese. And you got to pay for talent. So
would Tyrese and Domas have worked together?
Sure.
In a similar way, similar way.
I think they would have really good together. Yeah.
Actually, I think
like 90 assists tonight.
I think they would have been better. Yeah.
Really?
Because we kept waiting for the 2-man game with Domas and De'Aaron to kick in. And just to be honest, it never really has. Like Malik Monk and Domas have that incredible 2-man game. You go back to the last 2 seasons before this year, Kevin Huerter and Domantas had that 2-man game going. Like De'Aaron and Domas don't get into that into the 2-man game action like all that often. And I think Halliburton is a better shooter from the perimeter. And I could see him in all of those pocket passes that Malik Monk makes all the time. And I think Domas would just have been even a bigger monster than he is right now with him. But then again, maybe not. I mean, you never know. And like what Kenny said about, I think, Halliburton stayed. You think that because Halliburton would have told you the whole time he was going to stay and convinced you that he was going to stay. But players always get to this point in their careers where they're like, okay, is this where I can maximize my legacy or is it not? And if Tyrese Halliburton had the same inactive front office that De'Aaron Fox has had, again, look, Tyrese Halliburton, his front office went out and got Pascal Siakam last year. They added the other piece. They paid for that piece. They go and they do what they have to do to get better. It doesn't matter whether it was Halliburton or it's De'Aaron Fox. You're still going to have the same 2 dudes making the decision, and the same two dudes that can't seem to find a way to go get a 6'7", 6'8", 6'9" combo forward that can help your roster.
Maybe, but that's not really the reason why I think he's leaving. Like that has something to do with it, but I think there's more to it that Tyrese don't have. But I think that grouping, Sabonis and Halliburton, would be great offensively. It might be real ugly on the defensive end. Now, the Kings aren't a great defensive team as it is, but I think De'Aaron Fox is one of the top 2-way players in the game, and you'd be losing that. That would be tough to see how that would play out.
No, I agree. Yeah, I mean, Fox is just a much better defender, and he's a much better overall scorer. He's just not as good a shooter. And he doesn't have the ability to control an offense like Halliburton does. So
we have fun with it, but that's what I was trying to say with De'Aaron Fox. I don't think De'Aaron Fox is like a true point guard. That's not his game. To me, he's more of a scorer than he is facilitator and playmaker for others. And that's not even just a nod. He's just a great scorer. Like that's why we're so enamored with Malik in that pick and roll, because Malik, one of his pluses and gifts is that he's a creator for others off that pick and roll and his passing ability. I think he does that a little better than Fox, but Fox is such a multi-level scorer sometimes and so fast. Like that's his strength.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, Fox is just a phenomenal downhill scorer, and he is more of a scorer than he is a distributor. But you also what would that mean for Sabonis? I don't know. I think that the way this is played out, we have hindsight and all that stuff. But remember when they traded Halliburton, he averaged 14 points a game. He was a good ball player, but he wasn't there yet. And he goes to Indiana and gets an opportunity to just run the show by himself. And if you back up, he would not have had the opportunity to just run the show here in Sacramento because Sabonis is here, and it's very different. So, I don't know. I do know that, I was in those games when the Kings lost by 40 or 50, and looking at Halliburton and the look on his face and the way he hid under his hoodie every time that they got absolutely smoked by a team, that wears on you. And it doesn't matter who you are. Or there would have come a point, just like anyone else, where he would have contemplated whether, his legacy needs to be tied to somewhere they can't figure out a way to get into the competition for a title. And that's what every player wants to be. And in the end, they want to play for a title.
Is that what you think this boils down to for Fox?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is legacy. I do. I think he looks at this and, the money is one thing, but he's already pretty much lost the opportunity to be all NBA. I mean, that not totally. Like again, if he just takes off in the second half and just like dominates the whole second half of the season, and they move up the standings or 4 seed or 5 seed, that's totally possible still. It's not likely, especially with his hands the way they are. But I think as a player, you have to look and say, okay, the next contract is locking into a 5-year extension that puts you like 6 years on the same team. Like that maximum, we talk about the 5-year 295. It's on top of the year that he's already going to play. So that means you're here until you're like 34 pretty much, because it's such a big contract. You're not going to be able to move that contract for the most part. And if I'm him, I'm looking at this and saying, okay, do I want to be here for 14 years, not knowing 15 years or 13 years, whatever that is, not knowing if we're ever going to make it back to the playoffs, not knowing if we're going to be good enough for me to make an all-star team or to make an all-NBA team. Like, you look at that opportunity with the Spurs, and there's a good chance that he's going to be on national television like nonstop. Him and Victor Wembanyama doing all these crazy things together, and he's going to get a ton of attention. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if he was a multi-time All-Star if he goes to the Spurs, and not only a multi-time All-Star, but a multi-time All-NBA player. And, the chance of him making it to the Hall of Fame in San Antonio versus making it to the Hall of Fame in Sacramento, I would give him a way, way bigger shot at that in San Antonio. And sometimes, I don't know if this is Fox's thinking, but sometimes that's part of it. Like, what is my legacy? What do I look like at the end of my career that I've left behind? How will people remember me as a player? Will I just be like a really good player who scored a bunch of points, but never made one All-Star team? Or am I a player that people are going to remember and that are going to, am I a guy who's going to get a Hall of Fame nods at some point? And that's tough.
Yeah. Well, those are real things to think about. And like, we haven't talked about it today because we talk about it often and we knew what was going to happen. But I think there is a real situation with acknowledgments and accolades being here in Sacramento. Like the what you have to do to get that acknowledgement seems to be, so far in a way more than what others have to do around the NBA. There's a guy like Domantas Sabonis putting up Wilt Chamberlain numbers, or him and Wilt are the only ones to do them. And I mean, he's not even getting talked about as a snub at this point. It's like common knowledge. And I will say this real quick, James, if I don't think this is the case, but it's been floated around, and I don't think it's the craziest thing in the world. If coaches were looking to penalize Sacramento because of what happened with Mike Brown, that's disgusting. That's disgusting. Domantas Sabonis or De'Aaron Fox or whoever ain't got nothing to do with Monte McNair or Vivek not having a press conference. And you're affecting these guys' ability to earn their maximum potential because you're upset because they fired a coach. If there's any truth to any coaches doing something like that, which we'll probably never know, like that's ridiculous. And they need to consider getting rid of the coaches' vote if that's how they're gonna go about things.
I still think they need to consider that either way. Like, I just don't think that it's the best way to look at it, because I don't think a lot of coaches take it serious, and I don't. And someone said something about me being Fox's PR guy. Like, I'm just being honest with you guys. Like, I like covering De'Aaron Fox. I would like to continue covering De'Aaron Fox, but at the end of the day, like, I'm being honest. Like, De'Aaron Fox just missed out on another All-Star nod. And, 2 weeks ago, he was number 6 in the league in scoring. Again, he's not even, you're right, Kenny. He's not even being mentioned as a snub. Like, they get to Trae Young and start throwing in a couple of other guys long before they get to De'Aaron Fox. And it's just kind of the way it is. I mean, he's averaging over 25 points a game. So.
Yeah, I think some of it, too, is De'Aaron is openly acknowledged he doesn't care.
Yeah. Well,
it doesn't help him. Yeah.
No. And
I'm not saying that makes leaving him out right, but who's writing an article about a dude who's like, I don't care if I make it.
And
We know Jokic don't care. He just don't say it.
Right. And I'm not saying, like you said, if he's an all-star, you vote for him. But if I watched how he performed, quote unquote, in that Utah All-Star game, what are we bringing this guy back for? Like, that was in the ultimate abomination that is an All-Star game. The way De'Aaron Fox played in that game was the most egregious abomination. Like, you could have stayed.
I think he played 2.5 minutes, but I get you. But just in his defense, and again, not to be his PR guy, his wife had a baby a couple of days before, like literally, and he had no interest in being there as an injury replacement, especially after he was named as an injury replacement when he should have been an all-star already. And the only reason he got in was because of an injury, and he knew that, and that didn't feel good either. So there he is, like, with a brand new baby. Like, what are we doing here? So I get you. I just think that was one of those moments where life is bigger than an all-star game, and you kind of saw it play out that way.
I just feel like that's De'Aaron's temperament in general, but it's fine. Like it's just there's consequences to that, and I think some of that stuff lives for a long time, and it sucks. But one thing that will cure it is winning with Victor Wembanyama. If you're the guy getting Victor Wembanyama the ball, you're going to get attention, and he has the opportunity to get a lot of attention in the next phase of his career should this deal or some form of a deal between the Sacramento Kings and the San Antonio Spurs go through. I just did a quick check as Casey and Hammer were talking, and it has gotten a whole lot quieter from our friends in San Antonio. Again, we have been selective on things that we've shared with you. I'll say this. I'm pretty much talking to just Kenny. I just checked the injury report. It's completely normal. There is so much misinformation out there. That's why we try to be careful on what we relay to you and all of that stuff. But yeah, it's a bit messy out there in the Twitterverse. And now I guess from what I've been told, people are just making stuff up and tweeting it while we're on the air. Shout out to those that are at work watching the show and just tweeting. It's cool, bro. Like you don't. It's all good. Like it's fine. You're doing a great job. Just keep it moving. But goddamn, like what are we doing right now? My sources are telling me, oh, word, like you guys. Oh, now we're talking. All right. Bitch, we're a week into this. Okay. This is why y'all don't tell me stuff. Leave me alone. I live my life. No, all three of you. And why are you even here? Kyle, Jesse, and KC. All three of you.
Kyle is still there because we got to go to PBR later tonight.
That's right. I forgot you're going
to the radio.
That's what they said.
You want a red hat with some white letters on to wear in, or maybe an American flag? Or I'm just asking. I don't know. I hope you guys have a great time.
They should play the game that we played when we were at one of those things.
Oh,
more or less.
Okay, you get a little prize picks action over there at the PBR.
We started this an hour in, and we still went over.
We did go over. I think we were at the fishing expo.
Yeah, I'd put the number at 51 and a half.
Okay, 51 and a half. How many people will wear some form of an American flag on their shirt at PBR or on their person?
It's 51 and a half.
51.
Now, mind you, to tell you guys what happened. Me and Dame, we played this game. We had already been there for about an hour.
Yep.
We put it at, I think, 20.
Yep.
And it went way over.
Blew past it. In a single hour. How many shirts?
Going more.
Yeah. I am wearing my PBR hat. It does not have an American flag on it.
Well, Hector does have a point. Just make trades great again. At least for us.
People were asking. I did find the hat. I had lost it. It's been missing, and I found it this afternoon. I was searching for it.
Well, that's really what we were all concerned about.
I thought you were wearing a cowboy hat.
You did say you were wearing a cowboy hat with the big
I was
belt
going to
buckle.
try to get a gigantic cowboy hat and a gigantic belt buckle. We just didn't have enough time. And well, I won't get into the other aspect of it. I wasn't going to invest, and then figured now I probably could invest, but I'm not going to.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine De'Aaron Fox is traded, and the most prominent Kings reporter can't report on it because he's at the bull riding show?
If he would have got all that stuff, I'm going live here on the Kings beat. De'Aaron Fox, he didn't got traded.
D'Lo and Casey are like, where are James and Kyle? They're riding. They're at the bull riding expo, or they're with the old PBR guys.
I gotta blend in. De'Aaron Fox, he did get traded here, and it looks like he's going to the Alamo. And we're reporting live here.
The hell is the De'Aaron Fox? Get out of the way! Yeah. That's tough. I'm praying for you, James. Praying for you, Kyle. You guys got this.
Oh, man.
I don't even know what to say.
James's worst nightmare was just lived out on the radio. De'Aaron Fox getting traded while he's at the PBR. Goodness gracious. James, I think you'll enjoy the PBR tonight because I don't think that's happening.
All right.
But I do wonder if a trade happens this weekend. I do wonder if things are quiet and they are trying to, work on something, maybe nuance, detail, whatever. Maybe they can't get it done today. Maybe they got a game tomorrow. I do wonder what happens if, and again, this could happen no matter what the circumstance, because it's the Oklahoma City Thunder. What's the temperament if they lose by 20 plus tomorrow?
Oh.
Again, it could happen. Like if nothing that happened this week had happened, they could still lose by 20.
I think you have your built-in excuse.
Feel the same. It's not going to feel the same.
Jesse was talking about this earlier. Like we're going to overanalyze these moments, even if it has nothing to do with it. But that's part of the distraction element of him still being there.
Yeah, I mean, either way, if you traded him today, you would go into tomorrow's game missing, a bunch of players, and you wouldn't have the new players in. This is a trade deadline. There are always going to be games that are part of the losing. They're part of the trade deadline experience. That there's no way to get around it. I think all of us were excited because you're going to face New Orleans 3 times out of 4 games coming out of the break, right? And that team could totally look different. And then this happened. And maybe it's the Kings that look totally different. Maybe it's the Kings that just get absolutely run over because they have so much going on. Again, shout out to my guy Doug, who's got to hold these guys together. This is not an easy job right now. And I've seen so many trade deadlines and just what it does to some of the players. Everyone handles it differently. Some guys are like, oh, yeah, this is fine. Some guys are like, oh, man, the NBA is a small world. We'll see each other again. It's not that big of a deal. But this really is heading towards the end of a school year, and then you come back the next year and 5 of your buddies are no longer there. And you're like, what happened? I mean, that pre-cell phone world that I grew up in, where it's like, hey, where do they go? And like, oh, so-and-so moved to Kentucky. You're like, what? Oh, all right. Well, that's a bummer. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone, for being with us today. Thank you, everyone, for being with us this week. We got to head over to 102.5. If anything happens while we're over there, we'll just go live again. And Kyle and James will be at the bull riding show. So we'll bring you coverage, though. I'll tell you that. And if anything happens over the weekend, y'all know what to do, man. If you're new to the channel, hit the little alert button. If you're listening on the radio, you probably have to go to social over the weekend. But either way, man, we'll have you covered. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Thank you for trusting us this week. We'll get through this. We'll get through the home stretch of whatever this is. We'll get through it together. So we appreciate you tapping in. We'll see you here Monday, if not sooner, on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos PBR.
K678. I saw you put this up there a couple of times. I really wanted to try answering it. It's going to be a while. Darren will be gone for a while.
Oh, no.
Probably, at best we're looking at the end of the year, but it's going to be a while. So,
oh no,
it's a while. Yeah. My man got himself in a little trouble, so it's going to be a minute. All right, y'all. It's Friday. It's Flashback Friday, so we very, very much have to go and get things fired up over there on 102.5. We will see you guys tomorrow, or I don't know, maybe in 10 minutes. I don't know.